I became the crown prince of the Mexican Empire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 25, The British Empire. 1. Your Highness, may I ask the reason why you are heading to England in person? Asked Diego, my attendant, curiously as he boarded the ship with me. I said I would foster good relations with England and sign a non-aggression treaty, didn't I? England, the nation that, beginning with the Battle of Waterloo in 1815, consolidated its position as the strongest power in Europe, and which would soon become known as the British Empire. If that were the only reason, then sending a diplomat would suffice. From what I've observed of your movements so far, your highness only acts when there is more than one benefit at stake. Diego looked at me with eyes full of curiosity. It's nice that he's so attentive, but it's starting to get a little unsettling, I thought. When he asked me to be his assistant, I didn't realize it, but it seems like his interest in me is a little excessive. Okay, I'll tell you the truth. Diplomacy is just the superficial reason. Actually, there is another reason. I knew there was more. What's that other reason? It's a secret, I replied. She wailed. Just kidding. I'm actually planning to start an immigration company in London, I confessed. An immigration company? Immigration is an important enough reason for me to personally travel to England. Tell me, who do you think will be our main enemy in the future? Without a doubt, the United States. Spain is no longer a worthy rival for the Mexican Empire, and there are no major conflicts of interest with England and France. Exactly, I replied. Immigration is key, because of the United States. Encouraging immigration not only increases population, the most direct indicator of national power, but also takes potential immigrants away from our enemy. For every immigrant we attract to us, that's one less immigrant going to the United States, which gives us twice the advantage. People who are not dissatisfied with their lives do not usually leave their home and cross the Atlantic to a distant country. If we manage to attract immigrants to the Mexican Empire, they would mostly be people who, in the original history, would probably have emigrated to the United States. In 1820, the population difference between Mexico and the United States was about 3 million. But by the 1840s, the difference was over 10 million. Immigration was one of the main causes of this growth. The vast territory of the United States allowed for the massive growth of small farmers, which greatly contributed to the increase in its population. However, immigration was a direct cause of its population explosion. We can't let the Irish and Germans through, I thought. In modern America, after British Americans, the largest groups are those of German and Irish origin. The British group includes people from England, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, and Cornwall. If Germans and Irish are comparable in number to British people, you can get an idea of how many there are. Although the Great Irish Famine of 1845 accelerated emigration, even before that, many Irish were already leaving for the United States. To this day, the Irish continue to suffer brutal oppression, discrimination, religious persecution, and extreme poverty at the hands of the British. Since most of them are Catholic, their integration in Mexico would be quite natural. German immigrants practiced a variety of religions depending on their region of origin, but many of them were also Catholic. A large number of Germans, suffering from political instability and poverty, chose to emigrate to the United States. If we can attract even just 30% of these immigrants to the Mexican Empire, we could, at least in terms of population, begin to catch up with the United States. To carry out this plan, I decided to establish an immigration company and sign a contract between the company and the government of the Mexican Empire. It is an agreement similar to that made by Stephen F. Austin, the father of Texas, with the imperial government. Every time my company attracts 100 immigrant families, they are given a cash incentive according to the contract. Immigrants were to cultivate uncultivated land. Only then would they be granted a portion of land free of charge, and given a tax exemption for 5 years. This contract was largely made possible by the efforts of Agustín I, who intervened to facilitate it. There was already a precedent with Stephen Austin, and since the Tories were not so opposed to the entry of foreign immigrants, opposition was minimal. The contract could entail a huge expense for the government, depending on the number of immigrants, so it could not be requested without offering anything in return. With this victory over Spain and the diplomatic achievements I have made, I must make sure that this contract is a success, I thought. Actually, Agustín I granted me this favor because I was his son. If you think about it, it is natural for the crown prince to contribute to the empire, but even so, he worked to get the contract approved as a kind of reward. Digo, did you say you studied English? Yes, Your Highness. At university, I was taught mainly Latin and French, but I also studied English, as I thought it would be useful, being one of the most powerful languages in the world. You did well. Teach me too. Of course, Your Highness. Although I already had some command of English, the language of this time was somewhat different. So, during the boat trip, I devoted myself to intensively studying the English of this time. I hope you enjoy your stay in England. Yes, Your Majesty. Thank you. King George IV of England deigned to show me his face upon learning of my arrival, but, true to his position as monarch of the most powerful nation, he showed himself with an arrogance befitting his status. He gave me barely 5 minutes of his time, exchanging a few formal words before leaving. Well, considering he doesn't have much longer to live, at least it was good to see his face, I mused. George IV was 66 years old and would die the following year. Unlike the king, the British government did not completely ignore the Mexican Empire. The most serious conversations I had were with the Prime Minister. His Majesty is old and does not have much energy. I hope you understand, Your Highness, the Prime Minister explained to me. I understand, I replied with a smile. By the way, we have heard that he defeated Spain magnificently. He also handled diplomatic matters with great skill. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. Arthur Wellesley, the man who defeated Napoleon Bonaparte and who served as the 25th and 28th Prime Minister of England. I found the process by which he defeated the Spanish troops in a single battle quite interesting. It seems that he had heard about my victory against the Spanish army. The circumstances were favorable, I replied modestly. Ha ha ha, you are very modest. I know it was not that simple. I have some knowledge about military tactics. You are also very modest, Mr. Prime Minister. You are the great strategist who defeated Napoleon. That was just a series of lucky coincidences. Napoleon Bonaparte was, in fact, the better strategist. For a moment, he seemed to drift into memories of his old rival, but soon resumed the conversation. I think it is time to get down to business. What is the purpose of your visit to England? The Prime Minister naturally steered the conversation back to the main topic. We would like to sign a non-aggression treaty between the Mexican Empire and the United Kingdom. Is a non-aggression treaty really necessary? As far as I understand, relations between our countries are quite good. Ever since Napoleon sold Louisiana to the United States, the country has been expanding unchecked. I know that they also have territorial disputes with the British colonies in North America, and perhaps it would be useful if they had at least one power to restrain them, don't you think? Britain and the United States had recently been at war, so their relations were not very good. However, the British did not see the United States as a serious enemy, but rather as insolent people. It was not until they saw the United States seizing territory from Mexico, expanding into the Pacific, and fighting large-scale battles in the Civil War, that Britain began to take the American threat seriously. It is too early to talk about joint action against the United States, but the proposal of a non-aggression treaty that would serve as a warning signal would be reasonable for them, I thought. Our Mexican Empire is a loyal client of England. We religiously pay the exaggerated interest they impose on us. And lately, when we resolved the conflict with Spain, we showed a cooperative attitude with the British, so I had calculated that they would accept this proposal. The United States does not pose a direct threat to us, but as Your Highness says, it would not be a bad thing to have a power to contain them. I accept. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. I hope our nations will continue to maintain a friendly relationship. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, Your Highness. Britain and the Mexican Empire will be great partners. The official reason for my visit to England, the non-aggression treaty, was successfully concluded. Now it's time to start the real work, I muttered. In reality, the treaty was just an excuse to come to England. In this era, it was rare for a royal, let alone an heir to the throne, to visit another country unofficially. He needed a justification for being here. Of course, there were special cases like Peter the Great, who traveled incognito to learn carpentry and naval technology by posing as a worker, but that is a very rare exception. In the case of Peter the Great, his identity was already known, partly because he was a giant over 2 meters tall and very difficult to go unnoticed. Anyway, I have to move forward with the immigration project, but I cannot recruit immigrants myself. In the end, I will have to find a middleman. Unlike Mexico, where I had made numerous connections over the past few years, I knew almost no one in England. I had considered bringing someone from Mexico to handle business, but dealing with people would be more effective if done by a local. So I decided to find someone suitable in England. Ambassador, nice to meet you, Your Highness. It is an honor to see you in England. I have heard about the recent battle, and I must say it filled me with pride. Ha ha ha. Thank you. As you may already know, the Mexican Empire and Great Britain have signed a non-aggression treaty. Yes, I heard. It's a great achievement, Your Highness. Ambassador, before I leave England, I want to carry out a project. Could you introduce me to someone who can help me? Of course, Your Highness. Since I came to England, I've pretty much just met people. What kind of project do you have in mind? Dr. Jose Maria Luis Mora was the Mexican diplomat appointed in England. I'm going to set up an immigration company. I need someone with good connections. An immigration company? May I ask what exactly the business entails? It's simple. We want to attract immigrants to Mexico. Immigrants will be given land and tax breaks, and those who manage to bring in a significant number of immigrants will be paid. Ah, I see. It sounds similar to the entrepreneur contract. Now I understand better. Yes. Think about what Stephen Austin does in Texas, but instead of Americans, we'll do it with Europeans. I have someone in mind, but he's not an aristocrat. It doesn't matter if he does the job well. What does he do? Well, he's a detective, but he's not what you might be imagining. A detective? I know what he is. A detective in this day and age. I thought. When you hear the word detective, the image that comes to mind is that of Sherlock Holmes, but in reality, most detectives of this time did jobs very similar to those of a private investigation agency. I suppose someone like that would know how to find the right person. Yes, I understand that he has quite a network of contacts. How do you know someone like that? Well, that's just kidding, I said with a smile. Please introduce him to me. Of course, Your Highness. It was not long before Ambassador Jose brought me the man in question, Reginald Greenfield. Immigration was one of the essential keys to competing with the United States in terms of power. And now, the time had come to meet the man who would be at the head of this ambitious project. Chapter 26, The British Empire. 2. I heard you're really good at finding people. Is that true? If you ask me, I can find anyone, he replied. Wait. You can't talk like that in front of His Highness. Digo's voice echoed throughout the room, offended by Reginald's irreverent tone. However, I like that brazen attitude. Digo, it's okay, I reassured him. I see you have a loyal subordinate with you. So what business does someone like you have with someone like me? It's not just about finding people. How about bringing people together? I asked. Gathering people? What do you mean? I want you to recruit people to emigrate to the Mexican Empire. Immigration? It's not impossible, but it's a pretty tedious job. It would take time, and it doesn't seem like something you can do just once. I think I'll pass. Listen a little more before you decide. You don't have too many clients anyway, do you? I said, looking around Reginald's old empty office. Well, let's hear what you have to say. Why, oh, you don't have to be the one who recruits directly. You are good at finding people, right? Then you could find someone suitable to manage the recruitment. You mean I should find the right person and outsource the job? But in that case, I would have to share the money with that person. How much are you planning to offer? 100 shillings for every 100 immigrant families. At that time, a skilled worker in London earned about 30 shillings a week. so 100 shillings was almost the equivalent of a monthly salary. When you converted that 100 shillings into pesos, it was about 25 pesos. The government of the Mexican Empire paid me 50 pesos for every 100 families, so I was investing half of my reward in this. The other 25 pesos were to go to supplies such as food, farming tools and transportation costs for immigrants. 50 pesos might seem like a small sum compared to what Stephen Austin was receiving, but in this reality, I myself had adjusted the contract to reduce the reward, to prevent too much money from flowing into dangerous hands. Austin's original contract only offered a large reward for the first 300 families, and then the compensations gradually decreased. Now I would probably also be receiving about 50 pesos for every 100 families. 100 shillings for every 100 families? I don't know how long it would take to gather that many people, and if I have to divide it up, it's not much, Reginald complained. Why do you think that's not enough? Imagine that you subcontract several people, not just one. If you keep 20% and divide the rest among 10 agents, what do you think? It doesn't seem so little when you look at it that way, but that's from my perspective. For the subcontractors, getting 100 families together to earn just 80 shillings doesn't seem very profitable. I don't think this will work. Reginald seemed to think that reuniting 100 families was too much work for so little reward, but I saw it differently. Think a little more. At first you also said that it seemed like little. What do you mean? Ah, I see. Are you suggesting that they use second-tier subcontractors? If each of them only brings together 10 families, it wouldn't be so complicated. Reginald, enlightened by my suggestion, changed his indifferent expression to a more interested one. Exactly. There's no time limit, so you could do it as a side job, I suggested, pointing out another advantage. It's a brilliant idea, although, for some reason, it seems a little heartless, Reginald muttered, already almost convinced. Ruthless. Not at all. It's a win-win method. You only need to manage the first level subcontractors, and they, in turn, manage the second level ones. Everyone wins, I replied confidently. You're not wrong. I almost got carried away by your sweet tongue, and forgot the most important thing. All of this will only work if the immigrants are offered enough incentives. You're not going to tell me to bring them in without offering them anything, are you? Wow, it seems he came to his senses at the last moment. But then again, I've got that part covered too. Haha, don't be ridiculous. Let's do this. Bring me a suitable person to manage the recruitment. When he's here, I'll explain to him the benefits we'll offer to immigrants, and based on his reaction, we'll know if it's enough. Sounds good to me, Reginald finally agreed. Bring me an Irishman. Can you do it? The class most in demand for immigration at this time was the Irish. That won't be a problem, I'll have it in a day. Perfect. Contact me here. I handed him a piece of paper with my address. As I left Reginald's office, I asked Ego, what did you think? His attitude was quite disrespectful, but he doesn't seem to lack skill. Actually, people like him aren't the type to scam. The one who gets carried away by emotion and agrees without thinking is more dangerous. I understand. Although your attitude was impertinent, I think you fell completely under his proposal, Your Highness. As always, you are admirable. I had no choice. He had just introduced the concept of pyramid selling, which remains popular to this day. Perhaps it could be remembered as the first pyramid company in history. As promised, Reginald Greenfield contacted me the next day. He said he had found the right person and suggested we meet at noon. The important thing is that it's the right Irishman. I hope so. The next day. Greetings, Your Highness. My name is Liam Murphy. Delighted. Liam Murphy, the Irishman Reginald had brought along, looked to be in his mid-30s. With that Irish name and his distinctive red hair, there was no mistaking his origins. Did Reginald explain the basics to you? Yes, Your Highness. You have told me about the tasks we will perform, and the reward we will receive. Now all that remains is to discuss the benefits for the immigrants, the most important thing, so that we can decide. I am glad we are getting straight to the point. But first, I want to make sure you're the right person to recruit Irish immigrants. Anything to say about that? Don't tell me you're just Irish by blood, but born in London. I was born and raised on the mainland of Ireland. But a few years ago, the economic situation got so bad that I had to leave home and come to London to look for work. His answer was calm and clear. His appearance reflected the wear and tear of difficult years, but his eyes showed determination and vitality, something that pleased me. I understand. Then, I will explain to you the conditions for immigration. Depending on the quality of the settlement land, we will offer at least 100 acres of virgin land free of charge for a family of 5. If the family is smaller, they will receive less land. In addition, they will have a tax exemption for 5 years and will be provided with basic farming tools and seeds. THESE conditions are much better than I imagined. However, the housing issue worries me a little. If they don't have a house, they would have to save up to build one, or live temporarily with another family. Wouldn't that be the case? He is meticulous. He is thinking from the perspective of immigrants. I could sense in him a sense of responsibility to help his compatriots emigrate. THEY won't have to save up to build a house. Basically, settlers will work together to build wooden houses. They will be allowed to use wood from the surrounding area as long as they commit to reforesting it afterwards. What do you think? Just as when I built the Sacramento colony, there will be hired carpenters to supervise the construction, and the colonists will help each other in the work. Liam Murphy, who had been listening with a serious expression, began to smile as he spoke. THE conditions are so good that I feel like sending my own family. I would love to do this job. Most areas in Ireland are so impoverished that many people are forced to leave. With these conditions, I have no doubt that I will find many people interested in emigrating. Seeing Liam Murphy's positive reaction, Reginald, who was listening, also showed his approval. Are the conditions really that good? Sure. With this, I won't even have to promote it. Word will spread, and they'll come in droves. They seem to be more than just acquaintances. They seemed like friends. Is it really that good? Then it doesn't seem like a bad idea to send immigrants, Reginald said, after pondering Liam's words for a moment. Then he asked me a question. Your Highness, how many can we send? How many? Do you mean the number of people? Yes, can we send them unlimitedly? Over the next few years, you can send as much as you want. Don't worry. I hope he keeps his word, because I will send many, of course. But remember that the incentive will be paid after arrival. Once the migrants arrive, you will receive the payment on the return boat. There's no problem with that. I don't think His Highness is trying to trick us. Ah, ha. Don't worry about it. Then, I'm counting on you. We shook hands, sealing the deal. Reginald closed his detective office and agreed to become the director of the new immigration company. I myself wrote the terms of the agreement on a document and signed it. This document will serve to gain the immigrants' trust. By the way, Reginald, in addition to immigration, I'd need you to find some people. Excuse me? Didn't we agree that you would close the detective office? It will only be occasional. I will pay you separately for those jobs. In that case, it's fine. Establishing the immigration company was undoubtedly the most important matter he had in England. But, since I'm here, it would be a waste not to take advantage of the opportunity to bring along some talent. At this time, what Mexico needed most was technology in the steel industry. The most prominent man in that field, Henry Bessemer, was in England. I went personally to the address Reginald had obtained for me. I appreciate your visit, but our Henry is still very young. I'm very sorry, but that will not be possible. I understand. Thank you very much. I had failed. He's still 16 years old. I knew this was his time, but I wasn't sure how old he was. I'll have to wait to try something with the Bessemer process in the future. A wasted journey. Yes, 16 years old is definitely very young. Besides, even if we took him to Mexico at that age, there was no guarantee that he would be able to invent the Bessemer process. He still needed further study and experience, and his entire environment would change if we took him now. Well, let's quickly move on to the next one. Next on my list was James Beaumont Nielsen, the inventor of the hot blast method. This method involves blowing hot air into the steel smelting process, which significantly reduces fuel consumption. It won't be easy either. We are in January 1829, and James had invented the hot blast method in 1828. That means he had only recently become successful. What I want is not just a simple technology license, but technological development in Mexico. Convincing someone who had already had success to emigrate would be difficult, but I knew there was one point I could attack. "Are you the Crown Prince of the Mexican Empire?" James asked, surprised. "Yes, I am. If you doubt it, I can have the British government confirm it. I have come here personally because I want to recruit you. I believe you, and I'm very grateful, but I'm satisfied with my life in England. I'm sorry. You recently invented the hot blast method, and I hear you're working on a licensing business. Have you ever thought about running your own steel plant? Licensing deals are common today, but they weren't so common back then. There were many risks of plagiarism, and the lack of clarity about how contracts worked made these types of agreements very complex to explain. Despite that, there is a reason for him to be involved in licensing. Not only because he is an inventor and not a specialist in large-scale production, but also because running a steel plant requires a huge amount of capital, I thought. It's not that I don't want to, but the licensing business doesn't require capital investment or taking direct risks, so it's not a bad option. If you move to the Mexican Empire and participate in technological development, I will offer you 3% of the shares in my steel company. By the way, this company is worth £500,000. That would be £15,000. It doesn't sound like much, James commented, somewhat skeptically. If you come to Mexico and apply the hot blast method and develop new technologies, I'm sure you will grow rapidly. Currently, I'm the only one with a large-scale steel plant in the entire vast Mexican Empire. You must have heard that we recently defeated Spain in a war. The Mexican Empire is going to develop at an incredible pace. Looking at it that way, it's not such a small amount. But still, leaving my base in England, I would think twice. I knew he would say that, so I had a card up my sleeve. In that case, I will also help you with your licensing business in England. After all, the patent is already registered, and lawyers can handle the litigation. While you work in Mexico, you will continue to receive income from licensing in England. Are you telling me you would do all that for me? Yes, James, you are worth it. If Henry Bessemer was a future promise in the steel industry, James Nielsen was the talent of the present. The value he could generate was immense, and this offer was only a small cost compared to what he would get. Okay, I'll trust you, Your Highness. I guess the first thing will be to study Spanish. He had managed to recruit top-notch talent in the steel industry. Chapter 27, The British Empire, 3. Now you want me to find spinning and weaving technicians too? I don't know if this is an immigration company or a recruitment agency, Reginald complained when I asked him for more specialists. That doesn't sound bad. How about your company also does recruitment? After all, once you have enough subcontractors, you won't have as much work, I suggested with a smile. That's a problem for later. Right now I'm extremely busy. Really? Have you gathered more people? As you said, I've already started with the Irish and Germans. I've also found 3 more agents in those places to recruit immigrants. Now I'll start looking in Italy and Eastern Europe. I had tried unsuccessfully to recruit Henry Bessemer and had succeeded in convincing James Nielsen. All this had taken me a week. During that time, Reginald had recruited 6 more people, which was almost 1 person a day. Looks like it's doing well, I thought. Well done. Take your time with Italy and Eastern Europe. First, take care of finding the people I asked you to. Okay. But will you also pay for this separately? Of course. The next key element, after steel, was the locomotive. Although I could build railway systems on my own, what I really needed was a well-functioning locomotive. I could develop it myself, but I didn't want to spend more time on inventions, like when I was stuck in the military academy. At this time, the most advanced country in the world, England, had already opened its first railway line 4 years earlier. And in this year, in 1829, the rocket locomotive would begin operating on the Liverpool-Manchester line. This is the first really useful locomotive. The previous ones were too slow and had terrible fuel efficiency, I thought. The developer of the rocket was George Stephenson, and I went to visit him to try to convince him. He flatly rejected us. Digo said, "It seems like you've had too much success here." George Stephenson had made it big in England, and there was not the slightest interest in moving to Mexico. There was no room for any kind of negotiation. Nothing can be done. But still, we achieved something. Really? I didn't see it. We left there with a cold rejection, Digo commented, confused. We got something. You'll see soon. The young man standing next to George Stephenson. I saw his gaze and expression. He was not someone who could hide his emotions easily. When a foreign prince comes to recruit his master, and he receives no offers, I saw it in his eyes, a feeling of emptiness. His name was Joseph Loke, wasn't it? That look was a sign of frustration, I thought. It was clear that this was no ordinary person. He must have been a close associate or apprentice, given his proximity to Stephenson. I had never heard of him before, but that didn't mean much. I had only studied the more prominent figures like George Stephenson in depth, not his associates. It may seem a little unfair to recruit the apprentice after failing with the master, but if he had been given better treatment from the start, this wouldn't have happened, true? "How may I help you?" Joseph said, sounding surprised but interested. "We saw each other this afternoon, didn't we? You were with George Stephenson." "Yes, that's how it is. I'll get straight to the point. I want to recruit you." "Me, not George. Exactly. I heard you were a big contributor to the creation of the locomotive, but all the credit goes to George Stephenson, doesn't it? Where did you get that information?" "I have my sources. So what do you think?" Of course, I didn't have any real source. I was just reading between the lines and guessing the situation. Developing. What we did in Mexico sounds a little treacherous, like I'm betraying George. Develop together? Has George given you the credit you deserve? It doesn't seem like he's treated you all that well. At that time, international patents did not exist. Even within the same country, patents were rarely respected. The first international patent convention would not be signed until 55 years later, in 1884. Well, honestly, I wish he would treat me better, but at the end of the day, it's his company. I'm just an employee. So, come to the Mexican Empire. I will set up a company for you called Loc Maquinaria Precisa. In English, that would be Loc Precision Machinery. I plan to invest at least hundreds of thousands of pounds in this company, and I will give you a 5% stake. This company will produce most of the locomotives that will run across the vast Mexican empire. What do you think? My plan was to separate the production of mining tools, agricultural tools and mechanical harvesters from Estrada Steel to create this new company. After my proposal, there was a silence of almost 3 minutes. He seemed to be in the midst of an intense internal conflict. Do you really want to stay with Stephenson's company without receiving adequate compensation? Anyway, if you stay in England, sooner or later you will end up starting your own company. Why not dare to make it bigger? Okay, I'll do it. I'll join you. You won't regret it. I didn't know for sure what Joseph Loke's abilities were, so this was a gamble. But since locomotives were a new technology, there were very few experts in the field. It wasn't like looms or spinning machines, which were already decades in the making. If I didn't hire him, I would have to start from scratch, which could take several years. I can't afford to wait that long. Speed is our greatest advantage. With the locomotive engineer secured, it was time to prepare to return. I imagine the British government must be wondering why I haven't left yet. Yes, it's been quite a while. You finished your negotiations with the Prime Minister on the first day of your arrival. We have to leave soon. It might be okay if I stay for 2 more weeks and treat it as tourism, but if we get to a month, things could get awkward. Over the next 5 days, I visited several technicians Reginald had found for me. I also sought out experts in looms and spinning machines for Mexico's textile industry. As I imagined, those who have the latest technologies are not interested in coming to Mexico. Of course. Although these technologies are fairly well known, the most advanced ones are under very strict control. Reginald proved that he wasn't lying when he claimed to be a detective. He found people with technologies from a previous generation, but who had reasons to emigrate to Mexico. I must admit he has talent, although his attitude remains debatable, I said, acknowledging his abilities. Amazingly, Reginald had recruited more than 10 agents, and, before I left, had already reunited 100 immigrant families. They will arrive at about the same time as us. Since there is no suitable port in Texas, we should take them to Veracruz first. To be exact, Stephen Austin had built a very small port, but there are no established routes from Europe to that place. There was no way to get there unless someone risked groping their way to the coast. For now, they would have to travel from Veracruz to the Northern Territories, even if it was inconvenient. In the future, it would be better to send them directly to Texas. The ship on which we would sail was a frigate we had received from Spain, fast and elegant. However, it was not big enough to carry the 100 immigrant families, so I had arranged for a bark-type boat for them. Seeing the immigrant families huddled together and fearful on the boat, I felt the urge to reassure them. If I introduced myself to them, I might ease their fears a little. Digo, I'm going to say a few words to the families before leaving. Yes, Your Highness. Are you going to the boat? That's how it is. As they boarded the boat, most of the passengers did not pay much attention. They were too preoccupied with their uncertain future to take an interest in each other. I headed to the stern, a raised part of the ship called the aftercastle. Please pay attention, I exclaimed. Finally, people started looking at me. I'm Agustín Jerónimo de Iturbide, Crown Prince of the Mexican Empire. I have a few words for you immigrants. Please come closer. When they heard that he was the Crown Prince of the Mexican Empire, the destination of his emigration, they showed great interest. Soon, everyone came out of their cabins and gathered together. Let me introduce myself again. I'm Agustín Jerónimo de Iturbide, Crown Prince of the Mexican Empire. I know that many of you are anxious to have left your home behind for a long journey. You may have heard about the benefits of emigrating, but you may be unsure whether those promises will be fulfilled. Is that correct? What most worried immigrants was whether the promised benefits would actually be delivered. Yes, a boy shouted bravely from afar. His mother, frightened, covered his mouth, but I indicated with a gesture that it was okay. Let me make one thing clear. For every family of 5, you will receive at least 100 acres of uncultivated land, along with basic farming tools, 5 years of tax exemption, and the food needed for the first few months of settlement. I gave them a clear explanation of the benefits, and many immigrants' faces lit up. They seemed a little more relieved. I continued speaking. THEY will not ride directly to their final destination. They will first arrive at the port of Veracruz, where they will board carriages of the Rios Express Company, to be transported to their new home in a staggered manner. Once there, they will build their houses with the help of carpenters hired by the Mexican Empire, who will guide them in the construction of the colony. Once their houses are ready, they will be able to begin working on their land. If you have any questions, now is the time to ask them. After explaining the steps after their arrival, the immigrants seemed even calmer. No one asked any questions. Lastly, I want to tell you something. I understand that you feel nostalgia for your land, fear for the future, and anxiety about this new beginning. However, I assure you that I will keep my word. The Mexican Empire is ready to support you and take care of you. We welcome all immigrants with open arms, and we will do everything possible to ensure that you have a prosperous and stable life. We respect your courageous decision, and we hope that you find prosperity in this new stage. Thank you. As soon as I finished speaking, a wave of cheers spread among the immigrants. Oh wow. Thank you. After the speech, I got off the boat. Digo, who had been watching, came over and said, Your Highness, the mood of immigrants has completely changed. I'm glad to hear that. In the future, we must ensure that the immigration company gives them more details about what they can expect after they immigrate. I'll take care of it, Your Highness. Back on the frigate, I gave the order to prepare for sailing. On board were James Nielsen, Joseph Loke and the families of other technicians. Reginald showed up just before departure to say goodbye. He would stay in charge of the immigration company and would also continue to help me find talent when I needed it. We have practically created an immigration and headhunting company. In the 3 weeks I was in England, I accomplished a lot. The non-aggression treaty does not offer great practical benefits, but it serves as a sign that relations between the two countries are good. Rather than a relationship of equals, it can be seen as a way of aligning with England's interests, to put it politely. The immigration company seems to have established itself successfully. Although I cannot fully trust Reginald due to his lack of experience, he has proven himself capable. As payment will be in the form of incentives and I have not invested large sums of money, I have reason to be optimistic about the future. Oh, by the way, I forgot to say goodbye to Ambassador Jose, who introduced me to Reginald. I should send him a gift on the next boat. I have also been successful in recruiting talent in the steel and locomotive sectors. Although I did not achieve my initial objectives, the results are the best I could have achieved at this time. Iron and railways, and with them the many obstacles I will have to face, are already waiting for me. It won't be easy, but if I can overcome these obstacles, they will be the driving force for America's continued monstrous growth. Soon, the ship set sail. Chapter 28, Railway, 1, March 1829. After several weeks of travel, the migrants arrived in Veracruz. Their hearts were filled with hope, rather than uncertainty. It is rare that the prince addresses immigrants personally. It's true. We don't know if everything he said is true, but at least it's clear that he cares about us. Well, we'll see, but I don't think he lied. It's just a feeling. Like that couple, many others reacted positively. Although some did not understand the prince's speech, because it was in English, there were people who spoke several languages in each country. They were in charge of transmitting what the prince had said. The port of Veracruz. After waiting a day at the port, the migrants received basic farming tools, utensils and food. Come up this way. It was narrow. The carriage, marked Rias Express, could seat about 10 people. Everyone, regardless of age or gender, carried a bundle of belongings with them. Each carriage could accommodate 2 families, that is, 8 to 12 people, crammed inside. The horses seemed to be a little tired. I'll have to change them at the next stop. The coachman, who was charged with taking this family to San Francisco, muttered as he drove off. It's a bit narrow, but please be patient. Walking this long way would be much more tiring, and take much longer. The coachman shouted to the passengers. I didn't expect to be taken by carriage, but I'm grateful for this alone. Thus, one of the carriages began its journey. An official, who had introduced himself as such, shouted at the remaining immigrants. The ones who go the furthest go out first, so please don't complain and wait your turn. If someone wants to walk, I won't stop them, but I wouldn't recommend it. Naturally, no one chose to walk. The families, around 100 in total, boarded the carriages in a staggered fashion over 7 days. It would be easier to send them all to one place, but they have ordered us not to do that. The prince, who had promoted this immigration policy, insisted on distributing immigrants by zones, according to their nationality. Although family members were allowed to go to the same place, immigrants of different nationalities were ordered to be sent to settlements. To prevent the situation where, if everyone in a town spoke the same language, they would not learn Spanish, and would only use their mother tongue. This measure sought to help them quickly learn Spanish, and integrate into Mexican society. The official distributed the families to various colonies in California and Texas, taking into account their nationality. The settlement this family is going to has almost nothing, so I'll give them a little more land. Those going to Sacramento, on the other hand, are already in more developed areas, with good quality agricultural land and high prices, so I'll give them less. Oh, my head is going to explode. Another day of extra work. Administrative demands throughout the Mexican Empire continued to grow without end. After independence, each government department required more and more staff, and local administrations throughout the vast empire also absorbed more and more employees. It was said that, if you could read and write Spanish and do basic calculations, you could become a civil servant, but even the number of new employees was beginning to dwindle. It was a critical moment when ways to recruit more administrative staff were urgently needed. I've heard that the prince is quite open-minded. Should I suggest that we speed up the immigration of people who can read and write in Spanish? Spain, after its defeat in the war with the Mexican Empire, was once again plunged into a whirlwind of endless political chaos. The conservatives had fragmented, and the liberals had regained momentum. It seemed that the long period of chaos was beginning to calm down, but the king, nicknamed the King of Crime, made a ridiculous bet that ended up ruining the country. Political disorder soon turned into popular suffering, and the citizens of Spain were experiencing extreme pain. If I think about it, it seems that at the moment we could attract more immigrants from Spain than from Ireland. Rodolfo Núñez, a young official, went to look for the prince in the port of Veracruz, just as the immigrants had done. His proposal was motivated by his patriotism, but also by his desire to strengthen the administrative workforce. That's a great idea. Now that you mention it, I think we have just the right person to run our empire's immigration bureau here. Hey, I was thinking of creating a subordinate department to handle immigration, and it seems like you fit right in. After all, don't you already handle all immigration matters? It is true that, due to the shortage of immigrants and staff, he alone handled all the administrative work related to them. Thanks. Ha ha. Keep up the good work. Splat, splat. The prince, a burly man, patted him on the shoulder with such force that it was unclear whether it was a gesture of encouragement or simply hitting him. Then he left. A week later, Rodolfo, who had been assigned to Veracruz because he was the youngest on the team, experienced a surprising rise. And a surprising workload too. Emilio, as I mentioned to you before, I plan to separate Estrada Steel's agricultural tools, mining equipment and mechanical harvesters division to form a new company. Does this bother you? I had already mentioned this to him when we founded the corporation, but I knew that the news of the separation might make him feel uncomfortable. I wanted to know how Emilio felt about it. Not at all, Your Highness. In fact, I already had too much work to do with the development of iron mines, mining and steel making. I was waiting for the separation. I'm glad to hear that. The demand for steel will continue to increase without limit, so even with steel making alone, the company will grow enormously. I trust you. Thank you, Your Highness. Oh, by the way, how's coal mining going? I had pinpointed the location of Mexico's largest iron mine, which I had overseen for the past 4 years, leading to high production. However, he did not know the location of the coal mines, so he had left that task to Emilio. We have found 5 coal mines spread throughout the empire. It's good news. The Mexican Empire was not exactly rich in coal, but it was not in dire straits either. For the time being, they would use what was available within the country and soon they would begin importing from other South American nations. While I was chatting with Emilio, I saw James Nielsen and Joseph Rock approaching. They were both British, and, despite the age difference, they had become quite friendly during the boat trip. I gestured for them to come closer. I introduced James to Emilio first. Ah, how timely. Emilio, may I introduce you to James Nielsen, a steel expert. We brought him over from England. They will be working together in the same company. James, this is Emilio Estrada, the president of the steel company, where you will be working. Nice to meet you. I'm Emilio Estrada, and I run Estrada Steel. I'm glad we are going to be working together. I'm counting on you. Delighted, Mr. President. I look forward to building a steel empire together. A steel empire, you say? I like that ambition. Very well, let's do it. Joseph Rock, who had been watching the scene as they shook hands, was also introduced. This is Joseph Rock, a locomotive technician. He will be in charge of the company Rock Precision Machinery. Nice to meet you. It's a pleasure to meet you. Pleasure is mine. After introducing Joseph and James to Emilio, I said goodbye to them and headed off to find Ramon in Mexico City. His company, Ramon, owns a factory on the outskirts of the city. Ramon, how are jeans sales going? Your Highness, we are overwhelmed. Demand is so high that production cannot keep up. Domestic cotton production is very low. If things continue like this, we may have to increase imports of British cotton by more than 80%. I see, that's the situation. That's why I brought in the right people to solve this problem. Technicians specialized in looms and spinning machines. Really? I was just thinking of contacting England to buy machinery, but I could clearly see that those English wanted to sell us scrap metal at exorbitant prices. THAT''s right. You can reinvest all the profits if you want, but our goal is for Mexico's cotton and clothing industry to surpass that of England. Thank you, Your Highness. The jeans and tent business exploded in a similar way to what happened with Levi in the original story. With the considerable profits this generated, by assigning specialized technicians it would be possible to expand from cotton plantations to textile and clothing factories. I distributed the technicians among the different companies. Even though we brought in the technicians, it was not as simple as saying, let's build the railway network, and starting straight away. There were several problems to solve before that, and the first was convincing the government. First, we have to explain to them what a railroad is. So, that railway is like the tracks of mining trains, and the locomotive is something like a carriage that moves on those tracks. Do I understand correctly? Yes, father, exactly. Only instead of horses, the locomotive is powered by a steam engine. And how fast would that move? About 29 miles per hour, 47 km/h. It's fast, but at that speed, an accident could be terrible. Is it safe? I will make sure it is safe. I have already seen how it works in England, where they are already in use. While speaking to Agustín I, the finance minister, who had been listening silently, intervened. Do you have any idea how much it would cost to build a railway and a locomotive? The cost of the tracks would be around 10,000 pesos per mile. However, the government would only have to provide the tracks. The locomotives would be financed by the operating companies. In addition, we could have these companies contribute to the construction costs in exchange for granting them exclusive rights to operate the routes. The 10,000 pesos per mile calculation was just a personal estimate. In England, the cost had been £10,000 per mile, which is equivalent to 50,000 pesos, a huge amount. But that was in England, with expensive land, expensive labor, and difficult terrain. In the United States, in the 1930s and 1940s, they built at a cost of $10,000 a mile. I can do that too. The US dollar, derived from the Spanish thaler, had the same value as the Mexican peso. In Mexico, outside of Mexico City, the value of land was not much higher than that of agricultural land, unlike in England, where urbanization was much more advanced. Labor was also cheaper than in the United States, and immigrants would soon arrive in large numbers. In addition, there were new construction techniques that would allow for mass production of railroads. Although Mexico's geography was more challenging than the United States, with my civil engineering skills, I could make the costs manageable. In fact, I had to. It's a lot of money, and our Mexican empire is extensive. The finance minister showed slight resistance. To persuade him, I began to point out the advantages. True, it is not a small amount of money, but why don't we consider whether it is worth the investment? First, when the railroad is built, it will have a positive impact on economic growth. Imagine agricultural products and minerals moving at least 6 times faster than by stagecoach. Furthermore, the amount that can be transported at once is dozens of times greater. Think how fast and cheap transportation will be. Products grown in the far reaches of the empire would reach Mexico City before they spoil, and all at a very low transportation cost. This was an essential factor in the agricultural boom of the Great Plains in the United States. Yes, it would definitely have a positive impact on the economy. When I mentioned the economic impact the railway would bring, the finance minister's face softened a little. THAT is not all. The railroad will accelerate the expansion and regional integration of our Mexican empire. Our officials in the army will be able to move between the capital and the provinces at an incredible speed. It will also facilitate the transfer of pioneers and merchants, and in case of war, it will allow the rapid movement of troops and supplies. When talking about expansion, regional integration and wartime advantages, even Agustín I showed obvious interest. So if we start construction, where would we connect first? Trout. Las Truchas? Not Veracruz. Our Mexican empire will build a railway of considerable length. To make it as economical as possible, we must reduce logistics costs as much as possible. Las Truchas is home to the largest iron mine and steel works in the empire. Starting there will allow us to significantly reduce the total cost of the project. I had no intention of using imported iron. The plan was to use the iron mined in Las Truchas, where the largest iron ore deposits and the only large steel foundry in the empire are located. Build the railroad by transporting all that iron in wagons to Mexico City, and then starting the work. That would double the cost of construction immediately. I think it's a good idea to build the railway. What do you think, Minister of Finance? I think that in the long term, the railway will be absolutely necessary, and we have room in the budget. However, after the war with Spain, we had managed to pay off about a quarter of the national debt in one fell swoop. In addition, we had confiscated huge plantations in Cuba. The minister mentioned that there was room in the budget, but left his sentence unfinished. Agustín I understood this instantly. The deputies will oppose it, won't they? The finance minister, like most ministers in the various government departments, was rather conservative. Although the prime minister recommended candidates for the posts to the emperor, he did not allow Republicans to hold those positions. The best the prime minister and the Republican MPs could do was to propose more moderate conservatives. Yes, your majesty. They will probably oppose the execution of a budget of millions of pesos without the approval of Congress. In addition, there is the problem of ownership of the lands through which the railway will pass. Then let's get started. I'll issue an executive order. You deal with the consequences, Jerónimo. A bold decision, imposed despite all objections. Something that is only possible in a powerful monarchy or a dictatorship. Yes, thank you, your majesty. I have managed to make this great project happen with a quick maneuver, but I will pay the price for it. The first authorization to build a railway in the Mexican Empire had been granted. An infrastructure project worth millions of pesos. This was the beginning of many future infrastructure projects. Late at night, I returned to my office and began to draw up the plans. The future of territorial development was in my hands. Chapter 29, Railway. 2. The Emperor has issued another executive order. President Rafael Mangino broke the silence in a serious tone. The assembled Republican deputies began to criticize the monarchy. How many times has it been just this year? And this time it's a big deal. That's right. What's so special about this railway that you'd spend so much money on it? Someone complained without even knowing what a railroad was. Rafael, who was more knowledgeable about foreign affairs, explained, from what I have heard, it is a means of transportation. It was created in England a few years ago and has recently started to be used in the United States. What kind of transport is it that would justify an investment of millions of pesos? TCH. President Rafael tried to explain what he knew about the railroad. It seems to me that the prince has been spending lavishly ever since we made money from the war. We Republicans should monitor these excesses. Exactly. Isn't that the function of Parliament, to control the government? The concept of republicanism was slowly gaining ground, but the people had no desire to overthrow the prosperous Mexican Empire. Above all, because the right to vote was limited to Creoles, wealthy mestizos and the few indigenous nobles who had obtained recognition. Those who already had power did not want any change. This was reflected in the number of seats. The Republicans, who had 111 seats, had now fallen to 103, while the Conservatives had increased from 90 to 98. We held elections and our Republican seats have decreased. We cannot sit back and watch the emperor's power grow stronger. We have to take action. President Rafael insisted vehemently. The other deputies, still shocked by the election results, supported him. If that railway is extended across the country, central control will become much stronger. That can't be. The Federalists reacted immediately upon hearing about the strengthening of central control. We can't do anything about the already approved section of the railway, but we must stop any future expansion. How about we demand that the government prove the cost benefit before spending more money on the railway? That's a good idea. If the emperor ignores a legitimate demand, that might also be a good reason to oppose it. How about this? We propose a law requiring proof of economic viability before opening new sections of railway. Good idea. The Republican deputies, for the first time in a long time, were excited by the idea of dealing an effective blow to the emperor and the conservatives. We also need a law that prevents the railway from being monopolized, President Raphael added. As always, excellent idea, Mr. President. For the first time in a long time, the atmosphere in the Republican Chamber of Deputies was lively. The last stretch of steelworks. The railroad, as its name suggests, requires enormous amounts of iron. Before we could start building the railway network, we had to improve our steel production capabilities. It would be ideal to use steel for railway construction, but in this day and age steel is too expensive. It's unthinkable. The high costs of fluting machines, which use large quantities of steel, demonstrated this. Will we have to use wrought iron? Emilio replied cautiously. Yes, Your Highness. Given the current level of technology, it is best to use wrought iron for the tracks. Even if technology advances in the future, and we can consider other options, for now wrought iron seems to be the only viable alternative. Okay, let's move on to wrought iron. James, how are things going with the blast furnace method? If we can successfully implement it, it could completely transform the future of our steel industry. James Nielsen, brought from England, had been applying his hot blast method and other techniques of the English steel industry in our foundry. Yes, Your Highness. We have already successfully completed the initial tests and are in the process of preparing for large-scale implementation. James responded with palpable confidence, and I smiled with satisfaction. That's excellent. What impact will it have on production costs? Emilio, the director, stepped in to respond. Why, Your Highness, let me inform you about it. Thanks to the blast furnace method, we have managed to significantly reduce coke consumption in our furnaces, especially in the smaller ones, where consumption has decreased by up to 60%. In addition, we have managed to use low-quality coal, which generates even more savings. With the 60% reduction in coke consumption and the possibility of using low-grade coal, it seems that companies that do not adopt this method will be left out of the market. Reducing fuel consumption by more than 70% was not an exaggeration, especially considering that coke could be replaced with low-grade coal. James added, in addition, Your Highness, the efficiency of the furnaces has improved greatly, which is also contributing to a notable increase in production. It was clear that it would take time for England to fully implement this method, but we were already ready to implement it on a large scale. In terms of production efficiency, we have already surpassed England, although our size is not yet comparable. Excellent. How is the process of refining pig iron into wrought iron going? That will be a crucial step for us. We could not use pig iron, which is fragile, in the construction of the railway. That's the problem. To refine pig iron we use the puddling process, which is very laborious and considerably increases production costs. Emilio responded with a worried expression. Although we were applying an efficient method to produce pig iron, the process to refine it into wrought iron was still inefficient. We cannot yet implement the Bessemer process, but the time will come. I will soon contact Henry Bessemer again to implement his innovative technique. For now we have no other choice, so we must make the most of the current method. Do everything possible to implement the blast furnace process on a large scale. I encouraged both Emilio and James. Oh, by the way, if the process is so laborious, you'll need a lot of manpower. How's that part going? Fortunately, we are managing the supply of work as well, Your Highness. Bang! 8 stalks of corn were instantly cut down. The farmers watched the scene in amazement. Look at this. Do you still think they are needed? The butler, standing next to the machine, spoke arrogantly, displaying his power. The young man looked at him with eyes full of anger. Damn you. During the California rush he had begged the peasants not to leave, using any excuse, but now that he had seen the power of the machine the landowner had bought, his attitude had changed completely. When we wanted to go to California, you said we couldn't go, and you said all kinds of nonsense. And now you're kicking us out of that machine? And what am I supposed to do? We don't need them anymore. Or do they expect me to give them free money? Harvesting is not all the work there is on a farm. If you throw everyone out, what will you do next year? The steward had notified 3 of the 5 peasants that they had to leave. Those who stay can do all the work if they try hard, or I can hire someone temporarily. Don't worry about that. Go to California, or do whatever you want. Damn bastard. The young man, unable to contain his fury at the butler's shameless face, lunged towards him, but stopped when one of the burly men standing next to the butler pointed a musket at him. Click. I heard that there are many arrogant people like you lately, who can't accept reality. So I asked the boss to hire a security guard especially for cases like this. If you don't want to get hurt, don't do anything stupid. The butler hid behind the guard and mocked the young man. Really, sir? After more than 20 years of knowing each other, you are going to treat me like this? When I was a child, we even worked together on this farm. Seeing no other way out, the young man tried to appeal to compassion. It was true. The butler, who now ran the farm, had been a simple peasant when he was younger. Some of his friends were still the same, and the young man in front of him was the son of one of them. However, his situation had changed. Or maybe it hadn't changed that much. I have no choice. It is the boss's decision. If I refuse, they will simply replace me with another manager. They have already bought all these machines. Do you think the boss will back down now? The butler, with a tired tone, let it be seen that his heart was softening. If they just throw us out, how are we going to survive? At least they could leave us a little longer. I'll go, but please let the older ones stay. I'm sorry, but there's no more room for maneuver. I managed to convince the boss to leave two of you when he wanted to leave only one. It just can't be. Thump. The young man fell to his knees, overcome by despair. Go to the city. Now they say they can't find enough workers. The steward left those words as a farewell and left. The young man, with a lost look, observed the machine. She is incredibly fast. In such a short time she has achieved all of this. The discussion with the steward had not lasted more than 30 minutes, but the machine had already harvested a huge amount of corn. The machine operator, uncomfortable, looked sideways at the young man, but that did not change reality. The young man, exhausted, looked at the farm for a moment. It says log precise machinery. That. An older man, who could read, pointed out the name on the machine. That's what it says on the machine. That must be the name of the company that made it. LOCKE precise machinery. Damn them. Doing unnecessary things. That's how it is. Well, we'd better get up. We still have a long way to go. In the end, the young man had no choice but to leave. Some of those who were expelled suggested going to California. California? That's a long way away. Besides, I've heard that it's not easy to find gold anymore. Too many people have gone. Well, I want to try. They say that, even if you don't find gold, they'll give you land if you stay there. Just rumors? The man who had suggested the idea tried to persuade the young man once more before setting off for California. About 30% of those expelled followed him. The rest headed for Mexico City. Since they had no money for a carriage, they walked to town. Curiously, the young man, who had been nurturing his hatred, not towards the landlord or the butler, but towards the Loc Precise Machinery Company, finally arrived at the city. With his heart full of uncertainty, he entered the city, where someone spoke to him as he passed by. Hey, young man. You just got here? How about working for our company? The salary is no less than 1.2 pesos a day. The young man immediately cheered up upon hearing those words. What? 1.2 pesos a day? Seriously? THAT''S right. Look at the contract. It's all written down. Plus, we offer accommodation. The young man could not read, but one of the old men who had traveled with him from the farm verified the document. It is true. The conditions are ideal. Of course. It looks like you only have a little food on you, and if you don't want to end up sleeping on the streets, you'd better get a job soon. I will do it. Please let me work. 5 minutes after beating him, the young man signed the contract. Perfect. From now on, you are an employee of Loc Precise Machinery. That. There is a stagecoach ready to take you to your lodgings near the factory. Get on quickly. Oh. He had become an employee of the company he so detested. Well, if you can't beat them, join them, I guess. It was the fall of 1829, a common scene in the Mexican Empire. Chapter 30, Railway. 3. Jack and Anna were a young Irish couple. They fled extreme poverty in their homeland to emigrate to London, but there they faced a 14-hour workday with wages that barely allowed them to eat enough. Did we do the right thing? Anna asked. They had been traveling for weeks in a small stager coach. The coachman, with whom they had already established a certain friendship, told them that they would arrive in a few hours. There was no need to say more. The hope that the prince's speech had given them was slowly fading, and anxiety was taking its place. Jack squeezed Anna's hand tightly. We made the right choice. Along with 30 other immigrant families, they were assigned to the settlement called Los Naranjos, a completely empty place. In the original story, this site would become the city of Anaheim, which now belongs to Orange County. It was next to the city of Los Angeles, which already had a population of 2,000 people. Los Naranjos means the orange trees, a name the prince chose in anticipation that Anaheim and its surrounding areas would become famous for their orange groves. He would later suggest that they establish orange orchards. "We've arrived," shouted the coachman. "Is it here?" "There is nothing." People were murmuring. They had already been warned, but now, before their eyes, the place was truly a desolate wasteland. The coachman helped them unload their belongings and left immediately. Other families arrived every few minutes, but everyone was in the same situation. "What are we supposed to do? Shouldn't we build a church first?" "Good idea, but how?" Clip clop, clip clop. As the migrants became increasingly overwhelmed, 3 men on horseback arrived at the scene. "Who are they?" The feeling of mistrust quickly faded when the men dismounted and began to talk. "Greetings. We are architects from the Ortega Construction Company. Please, pay attention for a moment. Does facing this empty lot seem overwhelming? Don't worry. We helped Mexico's Prince Jerónimo de Iturbide himself build California's first town, Sacramento." The 3 men spoke in turns. "If you follow our instructions, you will be able to build your village with as few errors as possible." Although most of the immigrants did not speak Spanish, some who understood it took it upon themselves to translate for the others in their own language. "You go ahead and collect the wood. I'll start measuring the land." "Understood." One of the men unrolled a plan of a standard pioneer town that the prince himself had drawn. Although it was not specifically designed for Los Naranjos, it would be your initial guide. The plan version was an improvement on the one used to build Sacramento. If we apply this plan well, we can expand the city efficiently. "I see a river over there. We can use it as a central axis." "Yes, the terrain is pretty good. Everything should go well this time too." The 3 men, who had introduced themselves as architects, discussed among themselves and began writing notes on a piece of paper. The man in charge of collecting wood addressed the immigrants. "Well, they will take care of their tasks. We will start with the wood. Until all the houses are built, everyone must work without exception. There is a reason they only brought healthy people." The work began suddenly. Although it was hard, the idea of building his own house and his own town made it bearable. 8 weeks later, the first construction of Los Naranjos, the church, was completed. Clip clop, clip clop. Just in time, the stager coaches arrived. Like those that had brought the immigrants, these also bore the name Express Rivers. "Let's build the Rias Express branch in Los Naranjos here. In any case, these lands also belong to His Highness the Prince." "Yes, sir." The transporters delivered food, explaining that the government had commissioned the delivery and then began to build. "Wow, it's been a while since we've seen each other." They were all architects from Ortega Construction, hired to establish the new Rias Express branch. A permanent guard also arrived. Although his main task was to protect the Rias Express branch and warehouse, he would temporarily be in charge of the security of the town. The settlement began to take shape quickly. Joseph Loke, whose ability had been questioned at first, turned out to be a real professional. He sketched the plans for the locomotive from memory, and even I, who was not an expert in the subject, could see that it made sense. "The key is in this part of the steam generator." "How did you know?" "That is precisely the central part of the rocket, our previous locomotive. The plan is so detailed that if we follow it to the letter we will be able to build it without any problems." "How long will it take?" "First we need to build the tools and machines needed to assemble the locomotive, so it will take some time. Although it's difficult to say exactly, I estimate it will take about 6 months. 6 months. It's okay if it takes a little longer, but make sure you design the factory to mass produce the components. I'll be involved in that part, too." At that time, it was common to manufacture and assemble the parts of the most complex machines by hand. Although doing so would speed up production of the first locomotive, it seemed too inefficient to me. We didn't have to compete to be first, the priority was efficiency. After all, the world's first railway was already in England, and the second had been opened in May of this year in the United States. Even if we tried to break a record, the best we could achieve would be to be third. What really matters is the nationwide rail network. And once we can mass produce steam engines, there will be many more applications for them. Mass production? But that would be very expensive. Are you sure there will be such a demand for locomotives? Joseph expressed concern. When I ordered mass production from the beginning, there will be more than enough demand. Plus, I'll be investing generously, so don't worry about the costs. And steam engines won't just be used for locomotives, so make sure you build a factory dedicated solely to them. Understood. I will do my best, Your Highness. If I invest a large amount of capital, it is good news for Joseph Loke, who owns shares in the company. Either way, the demand for locomotives will be overwhelming. We are talking about locomotives that will be used in a vast territory, 50 times the size of South Korea. Moreover, if I want to secure a competitive advantage in prices for future exports, I need to make a bold investment. I'm the only one in this world who has a clear vision of the future of railways. I must take advantage of this. There won't be many opportunities to export complete locomotives. We will probably only export a few key parts. Therefore, those components need to be as cheap as possible. The design needed to be adapted to make it suitable for mass production. I started discussing and adjusting the plans with Joseph. Your Highness, you have a visitor, Digo said. A visitor? Here. I was working alternating between Estrada Steel and Loke Precision Machinery in Las Trajas. It was not common for Digo to refer to someone as a visitor, especially when it came to people he worked with and saw almost daily. If he had, he would have simply said who had arrived. Yes, it is Congressman Roberto Cortes Mendoza. Cortes Mendoza, the same surname as General Fernando. In Hispanic culture, it is common to have two last names, usually the first from the father and the second from the mother. Let him in. He was a young man, just under 30 years old. It's a pleasure to meet you, Your Highness. I'm Roberto Cortes Mendoza. Although I'm not very worthy, I have the honor of serving as a deputy thanks to the grace of Your Majesty. That indicated that he was a conservative MP. It's a pleasure to meet you. Are you related to General Fernando? The surname was the same and the physical resemblance was obvious. They were undoubtedly from the same family. He's my older brother. We have a considerable age difference. I see. I suspected as much. I thought you looked a lot like him. As a congressman, you live in Mexico City. May I ask what brings you to travel such a long distance here? I was in a very busy moment, so I got straight to the point. Recently, there have been disturbing movements in Congress, and I thought Your Highness should be aware of them, so I came to inform you personally. You came all this way, just to tell me about this? I appreciate it very much. What kind of movements are you referring to? Republican representatives are introducing bills to try to stop the railway project that His Highness is promoting. It was something I was already expecting. I'm sure they thought they finally had a chance to stop me. I was expecting the Republicans to do something like that. I have a plan prepared, so don't worry too much. But is that all? I feel like there must be another reason for you to have personally come here. Coming so far just to give that information did not seem justified. For something of that magnitude, a letter sent via Rias Express would suffice. Deputy Roberto was silent for a moment before speaking in a more serious tone. The real reason I'm here is because of the conservatives. Conservatives? So it's not just Republicans. There's something going on among conservatives, too. Yes, that's right. Recently, there have also been certain rumors among conservatives. What kind of rumors? WELL. With a somewhat awkward expression, he tried to explain, but in short, this was what he meant. Are you upset that the peasants you yourself expelled have found a way to survive? Do you think that is wrong? I don't see it that way. Sigh. The landlords hoped that the peasants they had thrown out would have no choice but to crawl back, desperate, willing to work for barely enough food to survive. But I had created a lot of jobs, and that prevented their plan from working. These damn things. They thought that once they were expelled, I would not mind using that labor force to develop industrialization. Logically, this should not be a problem. But the mentality of the nobles, landowners, of this time was more irrational than I could imagine. Besides, there are some who are unhappy with the railway project that His Highness is promoting. Even with the railroad, it seems like there's something else here. The fact that some dared to oppose a project supported by the prince indicated that there was a deeper cause behind all this. I soon found out. Why, oh, you already think the conservatives will dominate the next election, don't you? That's why you're starting to consider other ideas. In the elections 2 years earlier, in 1828, the difference between the number of seats held by the Republicans and the Conservatives had been considerably reduced. Even though this happened before our victory in the war, they were now confident that they would dominate the next elections. Yes, that's exactly it, Your Highness. There are more and more people in the Conservative Party who fear the growing power of the crown, especially after the last war. After independence, in the period of power vacuum, the Republicans had the advantage. The idea of sharing the power monopolized by the Spanish resonated among the people. Thus, those who truly believed in these principles and those who only wanted to secure a place for themselves in the new independent state came together in the Republican Party, forming a considerable force. On the other hand, there were also those who rejected these ideas, those who preferred to maintain the existing social order. These were the ones who supported the replacement of the Spanish monarchy by the Iturbide family, the heroes of independence. They were, in essence, reactionaries. With the Iturbide government stabilizing, the situation has changed. The explosive power of the Republicans, which seemed destined to transform everything after independence, is diminishing. That is good. But now it is me, a member of the royal family, who is promoting social changes. I have sought social change, but always in moderation, avoiding radicalism. Even so, this reaction was due to a combination of his reactionary nature and the desire to maintain power. They believe they are on the verge of crushing the Republicans and consolidating conservative rule. And of course, the growing power of the monarchy now seems a threat to them. The division in the Conservative Party, that is the real reason for your visit. Yes, Your Highness. I'm here to formally request your approval for what we call the Imperial faction. Deputy Roberto, with a solemn expression, knelt on one knee, like a knight swearing allegiance. Your Highness, accept my loyalty. Well, he has come determined. The unexpected situation made me reflect for a moment. If he was referring to an imperial faction, in theory he should be addressing the emperor, not me. But there was a reason for him to come to me. He's thinking long term. His older brother, General Ferdinand, was already considered Agustín I's right-hand man. At this point, an oath of loyalty to the emperor would not have much value. Moreover, Robert was young, closer to me in age than to Agustín I. This oath was clearly calculated. There's no reason not to accept it. I placed my hand on his shoulder. Okay, I'll trust you. I slowly lifted him up. I sincerely thank you. I will devote all my strength and loyalty to your cause. With an excited expression, Roberto took his oath of loyalty. For him, this had been a high risk, high reward bet. Although the Conservative Party had not yet completely fractured, cracks had already begun to appear. Soon, a scenario would emerge with three opposing forces, the imperialists, the landowners and the Republicans. It seems I'll have to prepare an even bolder strategy than I had planned. The strategy was already in place, but I just needed to adjust the objectives. I needed to scale up. Chapter 31, Railway. 4. I returned from London, and, without time to rest, a grueling day began. During the day I worked on the construction of the railway tracks, and at night I participated in the development of the locomotive. I opted for a track width of 1520 mm, Russian track gauge, and decided to use the flat T-shaped rails, which are the most common today. Although the material is wrought iron, and will eventually need to be replaced, that is something that happens with any type of rail. There is no reason not to use T-shaped rails, which have already been tested and established as the most reliable. This will guarantee stability far superior to that of other railways of this era. During this period, other countries used simpler rails, with a raised bar in the center on a flat plate. When accidents happen, then you will understand the importance of the shape of the rails. Your Highness, are we really starting here? The first section of the Mexican Empire Railway was being built right in front of the rail factory. Not only here, we will connect the iron mine, the steel mill, the rail factory and the locomotive factory by train. This is not only efficient for the supply of construction materials, but it is also an easy stretch, with no rough terrain, perfect for gaining experience in track construction. I see, that made sense. Got it. Tracks were built. It would be a mistake to just sit back and watch. I have to show how it's done. I was directly involved in the construction of the test section, teaching every detail, from measurement to safety inspection and maintenance. Construction was progressing without a hitch. Your Highness, how do you know all this? It was the same when he led the colonization in California. Even though it was his first time, it seemed as if he had done it many times. Exactly. When this new technology was introduced, I thought we would have a hard time, but everything has flowed smoothly. The railway between Liverpool and Manchester in England took 5 years to complete its 31 miles, whereas we had completed the 5-mile test section at Las Truchas in just 2 weeks, including preparation time. I'm still not satisfied with the speed. In the 1960s, the United States set a record by building up to 10 miles of track in a single day, although this was an exception due to fierce competition between railroad companies and favorable conditions on the plains. Our goal is to build an average of 3 miles per day. In the rail factory office, I was surrounded by several architects, including Andres Ortega, the president of Ortega Construcción. I've already taught them the basics while we were building in Las Truchas, but the real construction of the railway begins now. I began to trace the path on the large map that covered the entire table. The Las Truchas Mexico City route. The shortest route would be to draw a straight line northwest from Las Truchas. It would be ideal, but the terrain does not allow it. We have rivers and mountains blocking the way. Tap, tap. I pointed to the rivers and mountains drawn on the map. We have to take a roundabout route, but there is no stretch without mountains. As you know, Mexico City is on the high plateau, so we have to choose the route with the least rugged terrain. That is this route. I drew a path that circled north, passing through the city of Morelia, and then heading to Mexico City. Now the real work begins. The mountains north of Las Truchas. I looked at a huge rock in the distance, and took a deep breath. In front of me was a giant rock, and behind me was a steep mountain range. Detonate. At my command, the workers began to prepare the dynamite, while the others rushed to evacuate. EVERYONE get away. Boom. Dust and rock fragments flew everywhere. I clicked my tongue as I looked at the scene after the dust settled. The explosion wasn't enough. Your Highness, should we use more explosives? No, we cannot overdo it. We cannot risk human lives. Even if the process is slower, we must do it without causing injuries. Let us proceed with caution, Andres. Understood, Your Highness. Building roads in 1830, with the technology and tools of the time, was an arduous process. Even though he had knowledge of civil engineering, actual construction was not based on knowledge alone. After doing a lot of calculations, he knew that it was possible to build the railroad, although it would require enormous amounts of labor, and would be extremely inefficient. It reminds me of the spoon killer. Excuse me? Nothing. The challenge was to take the railway from Las Truchas, 100 meters above sea level, to Mexico City, at 2,240 meters. At least we don't have to drill into mountains. That's a relief. If there had been a steep mountain range between the plains with similar altitudes, there would have been no option but to make tunnels, which would be impossible with current technology. Fortunately, we only had to gradually ascend. The main work would be grading, not drilling. I got the signal that they were ready again. Detonate. Boom. This time it worked. It seems that, with practice, we are getting there. We began to move forward, breaking through the rocks. As we gained experience facing different types of obstacles, I gave the order to start working on leveling the ground in parallel. Let's assign each architect a 3-mile stretch. Speed is important, but make sure you pay attention to safety. Yes sir. Dozens of architects, each with hundreds of workers under their command, began the work. Locomotive area precisa, located in Las Truchas next to the mine and the steelworks, was finishing the construction of the locomotive factory. Joseph Loke was working on an improved version of the rocket locomotive, which he had developed with George Stephenson. Joseph and I had spent months discussing improvements to increase efficiency and performance, and we had fine-tuned the design so that components could be mass-produced. We had even modified the locomotive's wheels to fit on the flat T-shaped rails. It seems that most of the components are already ready for mass production. But do we really need such a large production facility? I'm worried that Your Highness might lose money on this. Joseph seemed uneasy. This friend worries too much. While Joseph was thinking of producing tens or perhaps hundreds of locomotives, I was thinking of thousands, or even tens of thousands. The Mexican Empire is vast. To build a railway network that covers this entire vast empire, even thousands of locomotives will not be enough. I see that Your Highness has a much broader vision. In that case, this factory will not be a waste. We had designed the factory to mass produce everything from the locomotive frames to the essential parts such as the tubular boiler, the cylinders, the firebox and the acceleration wheels. Joseph had been confident that he could build a locomotive identical to the rocket in just 6 months, but by the time I asked him to adjust the design for mass production, as well as redesign the factory, the process had taken a full year. I've lived and worked here all this time. The double-track railway extended into the locomotive factory. Today, for the first time, a locomotive of the Mexican Empire was to be set in motion from this place. Joseph exhaled deeply, trying to calm his nerves. It's just an initial test, it might not go well. Don't worry. I know it's unlikely that everything will turn out perfect on the first try. I patted him on the shoulder to reassure him before the first test ride. Thank you, Your Highness. Joseph gave a signal, and one of Loke Precise Machinery's technicians began operating the locomotive. Clank clank, clank. The locomotive began to move slowly. He moved smoothly along the rails, heading towards the rail factory. At least it's moving, Joseph said, relieved, as he watched the locomotive with a tense expression. Let's go after her. We mounted our horses and followed the locomotive. Clop, clop, clop. Seeing us following her, the technician began to accelerate little by little. Clank, clank. Everything was going well as we passed the rail mill. Clank, clank. The locomotive passed through the steel works without any problems and finally reached the final stretch near the iron mine. Incredible. It's surprising. I've worked on a lot of inventions since I came into this world, and I know how easy it is for a prototype to fail. But we managed to get this far without any problems. KHMM. You've done a good job. Joseph, with tears in his eyes, was deeply moved. He had come to the Mexican Empire because he felt slighted under George Stephenson's tutelage and had probably been insecure all this time. He wondered if he would be able to accomplish anything without the Stephensons. Today he finally proved his worth. I patted him on the back. Let's go back. After the successful first test trip of the Mexican Empire locomotive, I called Alfonso at Las Truchas. Clank, clank. Just then, a locomotive with freight cars passed in front of the locomotive factory. So that's what you were mentioning, Your Highness. That's how it is. The railroad would have a great impact on Rias Express, the company that managed the transport service with stagecoaches and post offices. He had called Alfonso to show him the railway and the locomotive in person, and to suggest that he adjust his business strategy. It was much more effective to see it in person than to try to describe it in a letter. The impact was immediate. If this is implemented, our post offices and stagecoaches will become obsolete. Post routes that coincided with the railroad would have to be closed. The train would be faster, safer and able to transport large amounts of cargo. However, not all areas would be connected by rail. The train will link the main cities, while post and stagecoaches will continue to connect these cities with smaller towns. Alfonso thought for a moment and then asked, how many freight cars can that locomotive pull? It depends on the weight of the load. If it's light stuff, it could pull up to 5 wagons, but when it comes to heavy materials, like iron, 2 wagons may be the limit. The locomotive that had just passed was transporting iron ore. In that case, this could be to our advantage. Stager coaches, which are expensive to operate, could be used for shorter distances, while the railway will handle the long journeys. Exactly. As you say, you will pick up packages and mail in towns and cities, and send them by train. This would reduce costs and administrative effort, allowing us to invest the additional profits in our financial business. Alfonso, without needing further instructions, was already adjusting his strategy. How is the financial business going? We started offering money orders and gold trading, and recently we started deposit and loan services. Haven't there been any problems with people who don't pay their loans? We do not give loans to those who do not have collateral. You're handling it well, as always. Thank you, Your Highness. We continue to discuss future plans for the business. Having resolved the Rias Express issue, almost everything is in order. I personally wrote letters to the country's wealthiest landowners, including some members of parliament. I was ready to give them the final blow. Chapter 32, Railway, 5. In the end, it took us 1.5 years. The first section of the Mexican Empire Railway had been successfully built. The construction time was 18 months. I'm sorry we didn't make it on schedule, I murmured, and President Andres, who was standing next to me, responded. No, don't beat yourself up on a day like this. These were unrealistic expectations from the start. The 285-mile stretch connecting Las Truchas, Morelia and Mexico City was incredibly long, but I thought 1 year would be enough. No, at first I thought it would be even easier. If you think about it, when we were doing the pilot, we said we could build 3 miles a day. Clearly, our expectations were too high. At that moment, I also believed it possible, Your Majesty. I knew that in the United States, in the 60s, they had built 10 miles in a single day, and so we set challenging goals. Even taking into account a 30-year difference in technology and geographical conditions, I thought that with my knowledge of civil engineering, and the large amount of cheap labor we mobilized, 3 miles would be feasible. Recalling those unrealistic goals of the past, I couldn't help but laugh. But when we faced the first hilly terrain, we immediately lowered the goal to 1 mile a day. And if you think about it now, that was absurd too. At the time, everyone agreed that it was a sensible and prudent decision. The difficult terrain of Mexico prolonged the work endlessly. There were times when even I thought that perhaps this project was impossible. It was because Your Majesty did not give up and led the project on the ground that we were finally able to complete it. I'm very grateful to you, Your Majesty. I patted President Andres on the shoulder and replied, you were the one who worked the hardest. From managing the workforce to personally demonstrating how things should be done on the construction site. You did it all. Thank you, Your Majesty. In short, neither 3 miles a day nor even 1 mile, 1.6 kilometers, was possible. After 18 months of construction, we barely managed an average of 0.52 miles per day. The budget of 10,000 pesos per mile was also greatly exceeded. Each mile ended up costing around 15,000 pesos. It is clear that the Americans were able to develop their country so easily thanks to their flat and advantageous terrain. Now I understand why they say they have an advantageous map. Costs of $10,000 per mile in the 1930s and 1940s, and 10 miles built in a day in the 1960s, were feats that could only be achieved in the United States. Civil engineering work is not solved with knowledge alone, but even using all modern knowledge I was unable to get close to your figures. Obsessed with matching American speed, I ended up putting unnecessary pressure on myself to build pace. 2 weeks had already passed since we finished the work. Today, in Mexico City, a big event was to take place. A few months ago, I sent letters to influential people all over Mexico, informing them that we had built this new means of transportation, the railroad, and that if they were interested, they could come and see it. I also assured them that they would not regret it if they attended. They had already seen firsthand the incredible efficiency of the mechanical harvester I invented, so my promise surely piqued their curiosity. Thanks to this, today not only the imperial family and legislators attended, but also numerous landowners from all over Mexico. It's actually a kind of promotional event. President Andrés, do you really have to go up? You don't have to. Your Majesty, going up there personally will give credibility to the safety of the railway. We have tested it dozens of times in the past 2 weeks. There will be no problem. Okay. The Emperor, together with the imperial family, 201 legislators and hundreds of landowners, watched the locomotive at Mexico City Station, Estación Ciudad de Mexico. After greeting President Andrés, I headed to where my family was. Are you here yet? It's incredible. I can't believe this metal mass moves so fast. Agustín I watched the locomotive attentively. Yes, father. You'll be amazed when you see it in action. THIS has also caused me some headaches. For the past year and a half, I have been vetoing laws relating to the railway. It was obvious that they were trying to hinder you. I have delayed everything until the first section was finished. Today is an important day. Are you sure of yourself? Thank you, father. You have nothing to worry about. I have a way to dismantle the opposition in one fell swoop. I understand. Agustín I, confident, patted me on the shoulder. While I was talking alone with my father, my mother, curious, also asked, "Son, when can we get on? Even though it has been sufficiently tested, let's wait a few more weeks before they test it, mother." It's okay. I'm looking forward to feeling how fast it goes. Perhaps, when there is an opportunity, we could visit the industrial park that your son has developed. The various influential figures of the Mexican Empire who attended the inauguration ceremony of the railroad exchanged impressions about this new innovation. Is that a railroad? It seems so. They say it can move incredibly fast, something like 6 or 7 times the speed of stagecoaches. Wow, impressive. The rumor that the Crown Prince is a genius is not in vain. The reality is that we only improved what had been developed in England with the help of experts, but they did not know those details. Didn't you experience it yourself 8 years ago? Cough, cough. I wasn't a member of parliament at the time. What a shame you missed it. That was really impressive. The rumor that the Crown Prince was a genius had already become an accepted truth throughout the Mexican Empire. It was common knowledge that the idea of confiscating Spanish property to solve the financial problems at the beginning of independence had come from him. Although the general public did not know it, it was well known among the upper class that, at the age of 15, he had debated alone against dozens of Republican legislators and had won. In addition, he was said to have generated enormous revenues from California gold, invented various artifacts, and, to top it all off, had led the empire to victory in the war against Spain. The monarchical legislators openly praised him, although not all shared his enthusiasm. If that artifact works as they say, the power of the imperial family will be strengthened even further. Only the Crown Prince could have built something like that. It's good that Republicans can't get a word in edgewise, but with so much innovation, society seems to be getting a bit chaotic, don't you think? You are right about that. Besides, even though the land they used to build the railway was not being used, part of my land was taken, and I was only paid a pittance as compensation. Wow, even if it's the imperial family, that's too much. The land is sacred. Legislators and landowners showed discreet discomfort, but the most openly hostile were the Republicans. HE creates more and more surprising things. HMPH, who knows if it only looks impressive on the outside. I don't think so. After all, you were the one who bought the most mechanical harvesters. It isn't true. The Republican legislators knew better than anyone that the Crown Prince was intelligent. They had faced him personally. Moreover, being landowners, they had also adopted his mechanical harvesters and marveled at them. They say that more than 3 million pesos were invested in this. Even if it works perfectly, justifying that expense will not be easy. You are right. The emperor has postponed the passing of the laws until the railway is completed. If he cannot prove his success, he will have no choice but to allow the laws to be passed. THAT''S right. If we fail to prove its success and continue to veto laws unilaterally, criticism of dictatorship will only grow stronger. Even conservatives are not so unconditionally supportive of the imperial family lately. As people exchanged impressions about the railway and the locomotive, and talked about the crown prince, the locomotive finally began to move. Poo-oh-oh. The distinctive sound of steam escaping from the steam locomotive. Puu-puu. The thunderous whistle pierced the ears, followed by the movement of the train. Clack clack. Oh, it's moving. Clack clack. It seems that the journey has already begun. Clack clack. Those present at the station watched in wonder as the locomotive moved away from sight. Expressions of disappointment could be heard from various quarters. If I had known, I would have asked to come aboard. I have sent my representative. He will inform me in detail when he returns. Although what they had witnessed was impressive, they were left wanting to see more of the trip. They said it reaches a speed of 34 miles per hour, 54 km/h. Yes, father. Originally it was going to be 29 miles, but by improving it, we managed to make it even faster. This locomotive was 5 miles per hour faster than the Rocket, the best locomotive in England at the time. Its stability and efficiency were also improved. So it will take about 8 hours to go and come back from Morelia station. How about we do another demonstration when I get back? They seem to be hungry for more. It's a great idea. We can take advantage of it to rest, eat, and then meet again. How about we do it further up the road, where the view is better and closer to the railway? That way everyone can see it without being so far away. Yes, that's a great idea too, father. Agustín I seemed pleased with the railroad. On board the train were Andrés Ortega, the president of Ortega Constructions, along with his engineers, as well as Joseph Loke, the developer of the locomotive, and his team of technicians. In addition, there were 30 civilian passengers selected to be the first in the history of the Mexican Empire to travel by train from Mexico City to Morelia. Wow, this is incredibly fast. 4 hours to get to Morelia? That's 136 miles. 220 kilometers away. How did they achieve this level of power? Since there were no intermediate stations, they were able to maintain a constant speed throughout the journey. I must inform the deputy properly. This will change the world. Business is going to change radically. I have to start thinking about how to take advantage of this engine. Among the passengers were young adventurers, engineers curious to understand how the train worked, envoys who were to investigate this new means of transport, and businessmen eager to know the impact it would have on their businesses. They were all amazed by this new wonder of civilization. After arriving in Morelia and having lunch, passengers boarded the train again, to return to Mexico City. A mile away from the Mexico City station, hundreds of people stood waiting to see the train return. This time, thousands of Mexico City citizens joined the crowd to witness the spectacle. YAWNING. I should be getting there by NOW. There it comes. Clack clack. What at first seemed like a small dot in the distance began to grow, coming closer and closer. Clack clack. Whoosh. The locomotive, which had reached the front in the blink of an eye, sped past, and the wind generated by its passage hid my face. It had already been impressive to see her leave from the station, but this was even more overwhelming. WOOOOOW. Incredible. Damn. Some people were screaming in excitement after witnessing the amazing speed, while others were reflecting on the impact this new technology would have. There were also those who, bewildered by what they had just seen, were uncomfortable with the unexpectedness of the scene. Everyone had their own thoughts, but there was no one who was not impressed. The Crown Prince's original aim was to show the power of the railway in a tangible way. However, with the Emperor's suggestion to see it on the tracks and not in the station, the impact was even more powerful. The next day, the second event started. Chapter 33, Railway, 6. I can't build this for free. Of course, I had to charge for it. Does it make sense that, as a national infrastructure, it is built with private money instead of the state budget? Common sense changes according to the times and circumstances. The legislators and landowners present owned a large part of the lands of the Mexican Empire. When the railway was built, the beneficiaries would not be 99.9% of the population, but 0.1% of the landowners. It is true that the people could also use the railway and obtain some benefits, but these benefits would not be comparable to those who owned land. The day after the railway opening ceremony, a briefing meeting on railway construction was held at the National Palace. Ladies and gentlemen of the legislature, gentlemen of the landowners, I trust that you have witnessed the power of the locomotive and the railway that I have built. Several landowners nodded. From now on, the entire territory of the Mexican Empire will be divided between areas with railroads and those without. Goods from areas with railroads will be transported quickly and cheaply throughout Mexico, and people will be able to travel just as quickly and cheaply. What will happen to the areas without railroads? I deliberately broke down the benefits of the railroad to underline my point. The landowners were focused on my words. Goods and people from these areas will have to be transported by stagecoach, as before, but even that will be inefficient. They will have to be taken to the nearest railway stations. In short, areas without railways will be dependent on those with railways. I'm sure you know what this means. Where goods and people are concentrated, development is inevitable. And that also means that land values will increase. I understand that some of you are wondering if the government is spending too much on railway construction. Let me make one thing clear. From now on, going forward, the government will spend almost no money on it. This first section was just a pilot case. We cannot build something so monumental for free with government money. It is too expensive and would create equity issues. That is why we are going to charge for the construction of the railway in each region. What he was really saying was that even though they knew the value of their land would skyrocket with the railroad, he wasn't going to do it for free. If they wanted a railroad, they would have to pay for it. By the way, our company, Ferrocarriles Rails de Mexico, will take into account the amount of investment when deciding the routes and the location of the stations. I might give priority to those who pay more, although I didn't promise anything specific. We will continue to receive funds for construction, but those pledged today will be given special consideration. He was offering them a head start if they committed the funds immediately. Thank you for listening to my long explanation. Any questions? Many raised their hands. The answers to the questions were long, but most were about minor details. The minimum cost of construction, the construction time, the order of the works, the location of the stations, etc. However, important questions were not long in coming. Your Majesty, it is clear that the railroad will bring great benefits, but don't you think it is problematic that a single company controls the entire railroad network of the vast Mexican Empire? He was a Republican legislator. Having been stymied in their attacks on government spending, they now pulled out the monopoly card. If there is another company that can build railways and develop locomotives, I will not object to it operating its own railway. But, if they try to develop it within the country, it will take them at least several years. Don't tell me you're suggesting importing it from abroad, right? No, Your Majesty. Thank you for your reply. If there are no further questions, I will conclude this presentation. Those wishing to pledge construction funds, please fill out the form. Sidelong glances began to pass across the room until someone finally stood up and began filling out the form. It was the legislator Robert, a monarchist. Oh, thank you for being the first to commit. Since you are the first, you will be taken into special consideration. Thank you, Your Majesty. After seeing this, the other monarchists, followed by the landowners from various regions, began to rush to fill out their forms. That was the form I was going to take. Hey, you landowner. Get in line properly. Forms are missing. The railway company employees hurriedly brought more forms, while monarchists, landowners and enthusiastic legislators filled out forms with enthusiasm. Republican legislators and landowners watched the situation from the shadows, hesitant. Maybe we should fill out the form too. But giving money to the crown prince seems a little difficult to me. After buying loads of mechanical harvesters? Come on. Please. Stop mentioning it. No one was left without buying one. But this is different. If we fill out the form, it would be like agreeing with the prince's railway company. And will we accept that our lands are the only ones without a railway? Maybe we could wait. He said he would continue to raise funds for the construction, so we can contribute later, quietly. but that seems a little mean, doesn't it? His attack on the use of government budgets was thwarted before even attempting it, and the attack letter on monopoly was also effortless blocked. Huh? Isn't that your assistant? What are you doing? While some tried to avoid the situation, one of them discreetly sent his assistant to fill out the form in his place. What are you talking about? I don't know anything about that. Everyone wanted to sign the form, but they held back, looking at each other. Finally, President Raphael intervened to clarify the situation. Not signing, just because we are Republicans, will not weaken the Crown Prince, but will only reduce our own influence. Let us at least make sure we get some benefit from this. Although I was internally grateful for the president's intervention, I felt uncomfortable thanking him, and it was also inappropriate to show displeasure. They took the forms in silence. The briefing on the construction of the railway ended with great success. Landowners competed with each other to invest their funds. If we leave it here, they couldn't say I tricked them. Although I would make a huge profit, so would they. Land has always been, and will always be valuable, and right now, its value is even greater. From the beginning, my goal was to build a rail network that would cover all of Mexico like a spider web. Not charging and then not building just didn't make sense. It's almost an agreement. The railway was to be built with the landowners' money. So far, it was all a win-win deal. But I had one more step planned. He had coordinated the opening of the stock exchange to coincide with this moment. From the National Palace, I informed the landowners who had signed the forms for construction. I told them that there was still an event to be held and that they should not leave yet. In the center of Mexico City, there was a new and enormous building, recently completed, the Mexican Stock Exchange. I'm sure that all of you, the leaders of the Mexican Empire, already know what a stock and a stock exchange are. I didn't need to explain to them what a stock was. And even if they didn't know, they had already been informed that today's event was the opening of the stock exchange, so they would surely have done their homework. Hearing this, the landowners began to show expectations on their faces. And I did not disappoint them. There is no need for many words. Right here, on this stock exchange, right now, we are going to publicly list the Royal Railway Company of Mexico. OOOH. All around, pent-up excitement began to overflow. I'm the president of the Royal Mexican Railway Company. Although, in practice, I will delegate the daily management to a representative, I must be the nominal president of this company for a specific reason. I'm here today as president of the Royal Mexican Railway Company. Before we proceed with the quote, let me share our company's vision for the future. The reason was simple, to take advantage of my image and reputation. Even in modern times, with an established stock market and a constant flow of information, there are companies with hardly any revenue that reach enormous valuations just because of the image of their manager or the expectations generated by their technological innovations. I have both. While European countries had already experienced incidents such as the Tulip Bubble, the Mississippi Bubble or the collapse of the South Sea Company, gaining some experience in these matters, in the Mexican Empire, where the stock market had just opened today, the situation was completely different. It's like dealing with children who know nothing about the stock market. Hundreds of the richest men in the empire were eagerly awaiting my words, dazzled by this unexpected opportunity for profit. The Royal Mexican Railway Company is a company that I founded with my own private capital. Although it is not a monopolistic company, like Ortega Constructions, which is the only one capable of building the railroad in our empire, Loc Precision Machinery, the only one capable of manufacturing locomotives, is also my property. The audience murmured uneasily. Doesn't that sound like a monopoly? Shh, keep quiet, we can't miss a detail. I continued speaking. I'm confident that most of the railways that will be built in the future in our empire will be managed by our company. As they promised to invest in the construction of the railway yesterday, they already understand the economic, military, and political impact that this new infrastructure will bring. I gave them a moment to process the information. RAILWAYS represent a revolution in transport. No one who does not use the railway will be able to compete with those who do. That is to say, all entrepreneurs who wish to transport goods, and all people who wish to travel long distances, will inevitably use the railway. Think of the profits that can be made by controlling this entire railway network. No one dared to make noise. The tension in the atmosphere was palpable. Today, I will be putting up for sale 30% of the ownership of this railway company, that is 30% of the shares, over the next 3 days. I hope to meet with your interest. It was a surprising decision. The truth is that many legislators and landowners, except the monarchists, felt somewhat uncomfortable. Without a railway, they feared being left behind, so they were forced to invest. But in the end, all this seemed to be serving only to increase the size of the Crown Prince's company. After all, he would be the one who would benefit from the operation of the railways. The Crown Prince knows what he is doing. He is certainly a very intelligent person. Yes, it seems like a gesture to maintain good relations. Selling shares meant that he wouldn't keep all the profit for himself. In other words, he was willing to share the gains. 30% seems a bit limiting, but it's still a pretty considerable concession. The landowners who had previously felt uncomfortable with the imperial family began to think that the Crown Prince cared about them after all. But the situation has become even more complicated for the Republicans. It is tempting. Owning a company run by such a clever prince, someone who had never failed in any of his projects. Everything pointed to success being guaranteed. From a purely economic perspective, they wanted to buy. But it wasn't that simple. If we also become shareholders, who will stop the Crown Prince? We cannot allow that. President Raphael gathered together Republican legislators and landowners and gave them a firm warning. Investing in the construction costs of the railway was different. That was a deal, and they could still retain some control. But becoming shareholders meant that their interests would become intertwined with those of the Crown Prince. You are right. We Republicans must not give in to this temptation. They made their decision firmly. The Crown Prince stepped down from the podium, and a stock exchange employee stepped up to continue the event. WELL, we will begin the sale of 30,000 shares of the Royal Mexican Railway Company, in lots of 10 shares each. Normally, in the purchase and sale of shares, buyers and sellers negotiate with each other, and then they report the details of the transaction. However, since there is only one seller today, we will hold an auction in which the shares will be sold to the highest bidder. Let's get started. As soon as the moderator finished speaking, someone immediately exclaimed, I'll buy them. 500 pesos. What nerve. He didn't even raise his hand and he's already shouting a figure. If you don't like it, you can leave. 510 pesos. The Mexican Stock Exchange was filled with intense energy from its first day of operations. The Crown Prince, sensing the turmoil in the air, smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 34, Railway, 7, the day of the quote. The share price, which started at 500 pesos for every 10 pesos, kept rising. New technologies, monopoly, genius, magic words in the stock market. Even today, investors know that relying on these terms alone is dangerous, but they end up falling for them. I had one more keyword, Crown Prince. The future emperor of this empire. The combination of those 4 words had overwhelming power. AWARDED. Wow. Only 10 shares, or 0.01% of the company, were sold for 1,000 pesos. At that time, the market capitalization of a company with no real revenues reached 10 million pesos, enough to pay off 1/3 of Mexico's total debt, which amounted to 33.5 million pesos. What was happening before my eyes was absurd, unfounded speculation, unfolding in real time. YESSSS. The buyers, who had cast aside their dignity as big landowners, shouted with excitement. The atmosphere, which had been overheated from the start, did not cool down until all the first 10,000 shares had been sold on that first day. Now is the time to go further. Those present were the richest men in Mexico, proud descendants of the conquistadors. I knew how to stimulate that pride. I prepared the perfect setting for it. As evening fell, I led the stock exchange guests to a grand party at the palace. Enjoy the party, I announced. In theory, it was a celebration, to thank the landowners for having traveled so far and participated in the events, but in reality, it was a space for competition, comparison and a battle of egos. I'm the largest shareholder after the Crown Prince. The alcohol began to release the pent-up emotions. I bought 300 shares. Don't you think you spent too much? I thought it was a bit risky. Bah. This is nothing. Buying 300 shares was equivalent to about 30,000 pesos on average. For these landowners, it was not a huge burden, but still, the doubt of whether they were really worth so much for only 0.3% of the share persisted among them. I decided to add a little more fuel to the fire. It may seem expensive, but today may be the cheapest day. When the vast railway network across the Mexican Empire is completed, do you think it will be possible to buy shares at the same price as early investors like you? That makes sense. At my words, those who had bought shares felt even more confident, while those who had not began to doubt. I saw their reactions and discreetly withdrew. It is better not to exaggerate. Let's see what the mood is like among Republicans. I didn't get close enough to listen, but I watched from afar, trying to take in the atmosphere. Surprisingly, President Rafael seems calmer than expected. In fact, it seems that others are trying to control him with certain gestures. What decision would Rafael make? Second day. Those who had felt humiliated at the party the night before, and those who had been seduced by the words I threw like fuel on the fire, began to join the competition. 1,050 pesos. What are 50 pesos for someone so rich? I offer 1,200 pesos. 321. Awarded. It was still early and the atmosphere was not enthusiastic enough to generate cheers. In Mexico, large landowners, known as haciendados, formed the ruling class. They were not nobility with official titles, but their only means of demonstrating their status was through their economic power. On their lands, they could measure their power by comparing the size of their holdings, the amount of agricultural products they produced, or the number of workers they supervised. But in this setting, where the great landowners of the entire country were gathered, what other way was there to show their power? There was only one way to prove it, with weights. The atmosphere was slowly beginning to warm up. 1,300 pesos. 1,350 pesos. Please don't go up by 50. And who says that's a rule? The shouting and agitation increased. In the end, the price for 10 shares reached 1,650 pesos. The average price for that day was approximately 1,500 pesos. Of course, we also had a party that night. I provided the perfect setting for them to openly brag, knowing they couldn't resist. And, like the day before, I added fuel to the fire. Of course, the amount of investment raised for the construction of the railway in each region is important, but I think we should also consider the interests of our dear shareholders, don't you think? My answer was vague, but it was enough. I'm counting on you, Your Highness. It was not a monarchist who was shouting excitedly, but a landed legislator who was already drunk. Ha ha ha. But he's one of our valued shareholders. I replied with a smile. The mood among Republicans, however, was much worse than the day before. Share prices, which they considered expensive, had risen by 60%. The opportunists posing as Republicans must already be struggling to resist. And so, the third day arrived. The young Republican legislator, Pedro Gonzalez, felt like he was living a nightmare. From the back of the room, he could see the hateful smile of the Crown Prince. Damn scoundrel. Finally, what he had most feared had happened. The number of people in the section occupied by the Republicans had been drastically reduced. Even President Rafael, the leader, had left too. What a shame. Do you really think that by changing sides now, anyone will accept you? Rafael, euphoric, shouted 2,000 pesos as he bid, completely excited. Incredible. After winning the auction, Rafael smiled as the curators patted him on the back and laughed with him. It seems they did accept it. Those other landowners, not the conservatives. Yesterday I heard that they too were divided. Those who received favors from the emperor, such as officers of the Central Army, governors, magistrates, and ministers, became monarchists. The others, those who received nothing, are the landowners. Wow. So they accepted it because they need more power compared to the monarchists. It seems so. What nerve. And now what awaits us? We were already losing strength, but NOW. Republican lawmakers were desperate, so much so that they openly complained without concern for their dignity. However, in my view, there was no reason to despair. No, actually, this is good. Well, what do you mean? Listen, don't you realize? Those idiots who manipulated our party without any ideals, relying only on their power, are gone. Now only the true comrades remain. That may be true, but our strength has diminished. If we count, we have lost many seats. Trust me, we are stronger now. I said it with conviction. We had shrunk, but we had become stronger. A passion burned within me. I was no longer interested in the railway company's shares. I just wanted to say something to the Crown Prince. I knew it wasn't the smartest thing to do. I knew that by doing this I was closing off any possible way out in the future. But I was determined to stand my ground. At the last party, I took advantage of moment when the Crown Prince was alone and approached him. Your Highness, you may think you have succeeded in dividing our Republican Party, but you are wrong. You have made us more united and stronger. I blurted out those words, knowing that they would bring me no benefit, only earning me the prince's distrust. I think it's excellent. The prince answered something he had not expected. Excellent, you say? Yes. I hate the fact that in our empire, most of our citizens do not receive a proper education. The church has too much influence in this matter. In that regard, how about we work together to promote education? The conversation took a turn that Pedro could not have foreseen. Your Highness, it's a total success. Diego spoke, excited. We have raised 9 million pesos. I know. In the end, the shares were sold for 3,500 pesos each. The Republican defectors displayed real madness. President Rafael clearly showed what waste of money is. That's impressive, Your Highness. Since you've already raised funds for the construction of the railway, all the money from the sale of shares is completely free for you to use as you wish, isn't it? Exactly. The real master is the one who steals without the victim noticing. I hit them from behind, but the victims didn't even realize they had been hit. I had not lied to them. Everything I had told them was true. The Royal Mexican Railway Company would establish a railway network throughout the empire, and would have almost monopolistic power. I had asked the question, can you imagine how much you could earn if you controlled this entire railway network? But I never gave any concrete details. I never mentioned when or how much profit would be generated, so it's not a fraud. If this were an investor relations presentation today, it would have been necessary to give dates and revenue projections, but people in this era knew none of that. All they knew was that I, the Crown Prince, a leader who had only known success, was the president of the company, and that I would have monopoly on something as revolutionary as the railroad throughout the empire. Something that would be inconceivable in modern society. Though, come to think of it, there have also been people in modern times who have managed to finance a company with almost no income for over a decade, just through their fame and charisma. So maybe it's not completely impossible today. Every time I thought about the money I had made selling the stocks, I couldn't help but smile. They will be full of expectations, but what a disappointment awaits them. Why do you say that, Your Highness? Diego asked. BCAUSE all the profits of the railway company will be reinvested in expanding the railway network throughout the Mexican Empire. There will be no significant dividends for at least 20 years. The only ones who will make money during this time will be Ortega Constructions and Logue Precision Machinery. And to top it all off, in 20 years I will turn the company into a state-owned enterprise that will only seek minimal profits. I kept that a secret. What a brilliant strategy, Your Highness, exclaimed Diego, admiring my way of extracting money from the landowners. You could say I've given them a valuable lesson on the importance of researching before investing. Now that's real financial education. With the railroad construction well underway, funds raised, and sufficient income obtained from the sale of stock, it was time to begin the next project, dams and irrigation systems. Dams and irrigation systems are key to increasing agricultural productivity. The vast territory of the Mexican Empire was, for the most part, habitable land. Even discounting the northern territories that were taken by the United States and the Central American republics that became independent, 1.97 million square kilometers remained. That territory is 20 times the size of South Korea, and the Mexican highlands alone, one of the best agricultural areas, has an area 6 times larger than South Korea, some 600,000 square kilometers. The Mexican highlands have a pleasant climate due to their altitude, making them ideal for agriculture, although they are not a mid-latitude region. It is no coincidence that so many ancient civilizations have thrived here. With recent immigration, the population must be around 8 million. Would it be possible to develop such a vast territory with such a small population? Even more so when agriculture in the empire was still labor intensive? Even in the central regions of the empire there was much uncultivated land. The solution was clear: more efficient agriculture and an increase in population. That's what dams and irrigation systems were for. Agustín I, the emperor, was also a large landowner, and I decided to use that fact to my advantage. So you're telling me that you'll build dams and irrigation systems for free on our family's land, and if they prove effective, we should implement them on state farms? Yes, father. I can guarantee at least a 50% increase in productivity with a proper irrigation system. If it's free, there's nothing to lose. And if it really works as you say, I'll approve its implementation on all state farms. Anyway, our family farm is ours, so even if I fund it with my own money, it wouldn't be a loss. If I can prove its effectiveness, the Mexican Empire government could implement dams and irrigation systems on its vast state farms. If that happens, the empire's agricultural production will increase dramatically. For private farms, it could allow dams to be built with government funds, but for irrigation systems, they would have to raise money and cover the construction costs themselves. It is not fair that they try to achieve improvements in the productivity of their farms without investing their own money. After clearing my thoughts, I turned to my father. Then I will leave immediately for the royal family's lands. Thank you for your time, father. Wait a minute. Your mother, Maria, asked me to hold you for a moment because she wants to talk to you. My mother? What is this unsettling feeling? From a distance, I could hear my mother's footsteps approaching. Chapter 35, Dams and Irrigation Facilities. 1. My mother soon entered Agustín I's office. Mother, how have you been? Son, why is it so hard to see you? The crown prince is never in the palace and is always running around here and there. Haha, I'm working hard for the empire, mother. I'm sorry for worrying you. Still, it would be nice if you came to the palace from time to time and showed us your face. I will, mother. I promise I will come more often. Anyway, you're already 22 years old. It's time for you to get married. Because of you, your brother has also delayed his marriage. We should have prepared this a long time ago, but with how much you travel, we haven't had the chance to do so. Ah. Marriage? Yes, being the crown prince, it is important that you marry soon and leave offspring. He was not wrong. An heir is essential. Although 22 was not too late, it was not a time to relax either. At this time, women usually got married at 16, and men a little later, around 18. The ideal age range for marriage was between 18 and 25, so if I didn't prepare early, it would be risky. Your mother is right. It's time for you to think about getting married. My father agreed. My mother pulled out a pamphlet she had brought with her. I've drawn up a list of possible candidates for you. Take a look. There are even some from European noble families. Wait, are you suggesting my future wife to me this way? At least they weren't forcing a decision on me that had already been made. As I looked through the brochure, I saw that there were about 30 candidates, most of them from families in the monarchical faction of the empire and some from the European nobility. It's funny that there is no European royal family. Despite having defeated Spain, are we still not important enough? I thought about the arrogance of the European nobility and their attachment to history. Perhaps the Iturbide dynasty, having been in power for only 8 years, was not at the level of the old royal houses. I decided not to mention this so as not to hurt my parents' pride. Haha. What's wrong? You don't like any of them? No, it's not that. In my previous life, I decided to call my past existence that. I hadn't gotten married until well into my 30s either. I never had a great interest in marriage. But here, I had to do it. I understood that, though. Is it really right to decide this way? As I was flipping through the pamphlet, my mother looked at me sternly and said, I hope you're not thinking of saying something like I'll choose my future wife myself. He gave me a piercing look. That wasn't it. He knew that as crown prince he wasn't free to do whatever he wanted. No, that's not it. I just wonder if you could take a little more time to decide carefully. I'd at least like to find someone I can have a decent conversation with. Of course, the main goal of this marriage was to secure an heir. As long as I succeeded in doing that, the talks weren't that important. But I didn't want it to be that way. At least I wanted to try. I had come here with the mission of making Mexico a prosperous country and improving the lives of its people, but that did not mean that I was a machine created only to develop the country. Give me 1 year. During that time, I will find my future wife. I will take into consideration the candidates on this list. I took the pamphlet in my hands. Okay, but if you haven't found someone in a year, I'll be the one to choose. I got married that way too, so don't complain, my mother said. It's not bad to marry like that. Agustín I suddenly intervened, forcing a cough at the mention of his own history. Isn't it bad? I asked. Well, I mean, it's a good thing, my father corrected, somewhat uncomfortably. Noticing the situation, I quickly intervened. Yes, mother. If I don't find anyone in a year, you can choose for me. Okay, my mother replied, albeit with a disapproving frown. Despite that, she decided to give me time. Well, then I'm leaving, I added, ready to leave. And where are you going this time? At least tell your mother before you leave. I'm going to the royal family's estate. I'm planning to build a dam and irrigation systems there. I haven't heard anything about that. Are you going to do it for free? Asked my mother, who was the one who managed the finances of Agustín I's estate. Yes, mother. You don't have to do that. If you're willing to build it, there must be some benefit to it. Send us the invoice later. Come on, dear. Our son, who is earning well, wants to build it for free. Why pay him? Said my father, with a touch of regret. We don't use the money we have saved anyway. It's better for him to invest it in his projects. After all, that money will be part of the royal family's estate. Exactly, mother. Well, I was just saying it. Mother is always the best. Your Highness, the 500 mechanical harvesters we exported to the United States were sold quickly, Digo reported, handing me a report from the Ministry of Finance, while highlighting what interested me most. Thanks for letting me know. It looks like things are looking up. Yes. It is the first time that we have achieved significant exports of anything other than silver, gold or agricultural products. The Mexican Empire's trade balance was gradually improving. The main exports were still silver, copper, gold, sugar and agricultural products, but for the first time, mechanical harvesters and genes had been added to the list. We will need more ships. Exports are increasing. Yes, the shortage of merchant ships is serious. After independence, Mexico did not have a proper trading fleet, as during colonial times, Spain strictly controlled trade, allowing it to take place only once or twice a year. This encouraged small-scale smuggling, and as a result, there were many small vessels, but no large trading fleet. It is not enough to make money at home. To increase national wealth, we need to increase exports. For now, make sure to get as many foreign ships as possible to increase our exports. Understood, Your Highness. In an era without international patent agreements, imitations of our combines and genes would soon appear. That is why, from the beginning, I prepared mass production to meet this situation. We will reduce costs and beat the competition. Thanks to the application of new methods at Estrada Steel, the cost of materials had decreased, and with mass production driven by steam engines, manufacturing costs were reduced even further. Pass on the order to lower the price of mechanical harvesters to 120 pesos and that of genes to 1.5 pesos. In the United States, mechanical combines sold for $120 in the 1840s, and genes, invented in the 1870s, sold for $1.50. This is 1830, and even if foreign entrepreneurs try to copy our products, they will never be able to match our production costs. If the copies are more expensive than the originals, they won't be able to compete with us. In addition to exports, imports also appear to be in good shape. After reviewing the export report, I moved on to imports. Yes, the three main imported products, textiles, iron and steel manufactured goods, and arms and ammunition, are increasingly being replaced by domestic production. Excellent. The numbers in the trade balance report showed that export and import figures were almost equal. We will soon have a surplus. Something unimaginable in the original history of Mexico. I felt satisfied as I put the report aside. It was time to get back to work. Reinforced concrete. This material is a basis of modern architecture, especially for large structures such as skyscrapers, stadiums, bridges, and dams. Concrete, which has been used since Roman times, has many advantages, but its main disadvantage is its low tensile strength, the force that pulls it. Corrugated steel emerged as the perfect solution to this problem. Concrete and steel compensate for each other's weaknesses and, thanks to their similar coefficient of thermal expansion, become the best building material. Without reinforced concrete, even with my knowledge of modern civil engineering, it would be impossible to build a modern dam. Reinforced concrete did not yet exist at this time, but I knew I could recreate it. At least the cement is well made for now. Although it was inferior to modern cement, something similar had been invented in 1824 in England, the so-called Portland cement. This will be the material we will use the most in the future. I gathered the architects from Ortega Constructions and spoke to them. I didn't know the exact proportions of Portland cement, but I knew what materials were used and how to make them. Pulverized limestone and clay. With these ingredients, although simpler than modern ones, it was possible to make a decent cement. This cement is mixed with water, sand, and gravel to form concrete. On its own it is already a good building material, but if we add this to it, it will be even better. I took out some wrought iron bars that I had ordered from Estrada Steel. It's not the same as steel products, but wrought iron can serve a similar function. Reinforced concrete did not begin to be experimented with until the 1850s. At that time, due to the high cost of producing steel, it was not used for construction projects requiring large amounts of material. In the early days of reinforced concrete, wrought iron was used instead of steel, and it worked well enough as a reinforcing material. What we are going to do next is experiment. Experiment? Not build, asked one of the architects. We need to know how much this basic reinforced concrete can bear the load before we start any construction. We are going to build a dam, and the cost of construction will be hundreds or thousands of times that of an ordinary house. If it fails, it will be like causing a natural disaster with our own hands. Remember this well. Yes, understood. We will take it into serious consideration. For the next 2 months, we continually experimented with reinforced concrete to test its strength and limitations. I could do these experiments and calculations faster on my own, but thinking ahead, I must not do it that way. Until now, in the Mexican Empire, houses and commercial buildings were not built with such care. In modern construction, this would be incorrect, but for the type of buildings that had been built up to that point, it was not so crucial. A dam is different. A dam collapse is a real disaster. Building a dam by eye like a house would invite chaos. To avoid this, our imperial architects must experiment and calculate carefully before building. If they do it carelessly, the consequences will be fatal. Careful calculations are crucial to determine the optimum amount of steel and to test the strength of reinforced concrete. On-site supervision is also essential. Not a single reinforcing bar can be allowed to be emitted, because if that happens in a dam, the result would be catastrophic. I taught Andres, the construction manager, and the architects the basics of structural calculations. When designing and building, they must follow the calculations to the letter. They cannot afford to think that one rebar is missing. Nothing happens. That could cause the entire dam to collapse. Yes, Your Highness. After testing, it was concluded that the reinforced concrete created was strong enough to build medium-sized, but not gigantic, dams. What a relief. The Coencio River in Michoacan is the perfect size for a medium-sized dam. That's right, Your Highness. Also, with the railway connected to the area, it will be easy to transport construction materials. The royal family's lands were in the state of Michoacan, in Morelia. It was the same Morelia that was located on the first line of the Imperial Railway, which connected Las Truchas, Morelia, Mexico City. Curious, it turns out that Agustín I's large estate is in Morelia. At the end of 1830, we began construction of the Coencio Dam. Chapter 36, Dams and Irrigation Facilities. 2. While designing the dam, we also carried out the design of the irrigation canal system. Although a dam can have many functions, my main goal was to improve agricultural productivity. Although I also included space for a future hydroelectric plant, it was not feasible to use it at the moment. To distribute water from the dam to agricultural land efficiently, it was essential to consider the design of the irrigation system from the beginning. The main purpose of an irrigation system is to deliver water from the source to the agricultural fields. The most important thing in this process is to properly control the flow of water. The architects from Ortega Constructions attended these lessons every day on site. Many of them carried small notebooks in which they wrote down my words. The first step is to extract the water from the source. Until now, this has always been a challenge, as we have relied on the natural slope of the land or inefficient pumps such as hand pumps, chain pumps or wind pumps. But we will use this. I demonstrated a piston pump, similar to those we used in locomotives, which was powered by steam power. The operating principle was the same. Steam drove a piston by a direct motion. I have designed the locomotive factories so that they can mass produce these components: multi-tube boilers, pistons, cylinders, valves and connecting links. From the beginning, he had planned to take advantage of mass production to reduce costs. In the early days of steam power, using these pumps and irrigation systems was not cost effective, but now that mass production has greatly reduced costs, this is viable. This type of pump could also be used in mining, which would improve the efficient extraction of underground resources. Gold production will also increase. Once the water has been extracted, it is distributed through channels. In this process, it is crucial to make the most of the natural slope of the land to minimize energy consumption. This makes the design of the pipes essential. Your Highness, I have a question, said one of the architects. Forward. What happens if a farm receives too much water? Good question. Ideally, the amount of water should be properly controlled from the start, but if too much water has already been supplied, a drainage system is necessary. And of course, the owner of the property will have to bear the cost of installing it. We will talk more about drainage systems another time. Thus, the days pass between design and lessons on the construction of the dam and the irrigation system, training the architects of Ortega Constructions. Although during the day I was involved in the construction of the dam and irrigation facilities, at night I ran several businesses. It was already dark outside, but my shop was lit by several lamps. Diego arrived with a letter. Millimeters. As I suspected, the population is too low. Although we are receiving many immigrants, most are sent to undeveloped lands, making them useless for industrialization. Although business was going well, there was one concern common to all companies: the lack of manpower. Ortega Constructions was the hardest hit. With simultaneous construction projects in newly settled towns, railroad and dam expansion, and irrigation facilities underway, the demand for workers was overwhelming. There were a lot of immigrants coming. In fact, the Minister of Finance had come to ask me to renegotiate the immigration contracts, because there were so many that they were starting to be a financial burden. As a result, I reduced the incentives from 50 pesos per 100 families to 40 pesos. The problem was that these immigrants were being sent to undeveloped lands. As planned, the population will begin to increase dramatically in 10 years, but for now, the shortage of labor is worrying. The industrialization of the Mexican Empire had begun, and the middle and upper classes of Creoles and Mestizos, seeing how I was accumulating great wealth with my businesses, began to venture into various business projects. At first, when I was the only one who needed workers, it was relatively easy to get labor. But with more competitors and a decrease in workers coming from the farms, the shortage was becoming critical. Also, many of those leaving the farms are not coming to the cities, but are going to California. The rumor that they receive free land when they settle in California has spread throughout the country. Although my plan to reduce the labor force on the farms was going well, many of those workers were not heading to the cities, but to California. Although the gold rush had subsided, word had spread that undeveloped land was being given to those who settled there, causing more than 30% of the farmers to choose to go to California. If attracting internal labor is not enough, the only option left is to bring in more external labor. You mean immigration? That's something that's done in exchange for granting land in undeveloped areas, right? Digo asked curiously. If you look closely at the contracts, you will see that this is only the benefit for immigrant families. As for the incentives for immigration companies, the only condition is that they meet the number of families, nothing more. I see. So what you mean is that we don't necessarily have to offer land. It's enough to provide benefits to immigrants to come to the Mexican Empire, right? Digo quickly understood what I meant. Exactly. We will call this urban immigration. The immigrants who come to the undeveloped lands will be pioneer immigrants, and those we bring from Spain to fill the shortage of administrative personnel will be white-collar immigrants. Thus, we classify immigration into 3 types. 1. Pioneering immigrants to cultivate the vast undeveloped lands of the Mexican Empire. 2. Urban immigrants to cover the shortage of labor in the industrialization process. 3. Administrative immigrants to address the serious lack of personnel in that area, mainly from Spain, who should at least know Spanish and have basic knowledge of mathematics. It's an apt classification. But what benefits could we offer to urban migrants? If they don't get something similar to the offer of land, I don't think many would prefer to come to the cities. There are 2 things we could offer. First, we can guarantee them employment for 10 years. From our perspective, we need labor, so we won't lose anything. But from the immigrants' perspective, it's an excellent opportunity, don't you think? Especially if we make it clear that they will receive wages in line with the intensity of the work. Digo thought for a moment before answering. Yes, it is a good condition if we look at it from the immigrants' point of view. But even so, compared to the 100 acres of land that the pioneer immigrants receive, it seems an insufficient benefit. Oh, you are right. That is why there is a second offer. We will provide them with housing in the city, and they can pay the costs of the land and construction in long-term interest-free installments. Unlike undeveloped land, we cannot offer houses for free, as the cost of land in cities, along with materials and labor, is much higher. There is also an equity issue. Farmers who go to California receive the same benefits as the pioneer immigrants, but those who come to the cities receive nothing. If we are going to initiate urban immigration, we must also offer similar benefits to our own citizens who decide to move to the cities. So the idea is to build the houses and allow them to pay the costs in installments, without having to worry about losing their jobs in the next decades. In the end, they will be able to pay everything back. Giving them a house first and allowing them to pay for it interest-free is a good proposition. But do we have enough housing in Mexico to offer that now? We will have to build them. We do not plan to give them individual houses, but to build multi-family housing, offering about 23 square meters per adult and 16 square meters per child. In this way, unlike pioneer immigrants who have to come as a family, we could attract individual immigrants. If it's a family of 5, it would be about 96 square meters. With that, we would offer a competitive option against pioneering immigration, since the cost of housing in cities is extremely high. With recent industrialization, the population in cities was growing rapidly, causing a continuous rise in property prices, so it would be a very attractive proposition. Digo thought for a moment before speaking again. But even if we want to build them, we don't have enough manpower at Ortega Construction to build multi-family housing in the cities, do we? They're already overburdened with building settlements, railways, dams, and irrigation facilities. It is true that Ortega Construction was overloaded, but there was a solution. They will do their own construction. That, when they arrive, we will employ them at Ortega Construction and have them build their own homes. They will be working and building their own homes at the same time. Isn't that a great opportunity? Don't you think they can bear to live temporarily in a tent? After all, even I, the Crown Prince, am here living in a tent while working. THAT''but. Then write a letter to Reginaldo immediately. Yes, your highness. Digo, still with a doubtful expression, took the paper to write the letter. 10 weeks later, in London, Reginaldo, the president of the immigration company in London, opened the letter he had received from one of the company's owners. Urban immigration? Let's see. Reginaldo read as he looked down at the letter. So, instead of receiving people for the frontier lands, you want to attract people to the cities. The conditions look good, don't they? Liam, take a look, said Reginaldo, showing the letter to the Irishman Liam Murphy, who worked in his office. What do you think, Liam? Doesn't that sound bad? It''s not bad at all. Although immigration to the borderlands is on good terms, many people were afraid of having to start from scratch on completely empty land. Also, there were rumors of occasional attacks by the natives. But in this case, they are sent to the city, given work, a house, and allowed to pay it off without interest. It's a pretty attractive proposition. Wait, native attacks? What are you talking about, Liam? Reginaldo asked with a serious expression. A friend of mine went to California as an immigrant and sent me a letter recently. What exactly did it say? In your letter you mentioned that the Mexican Empire has kept its promises, which is good. But the problem was that recently there was an attack by a group of natives on one of the settlements. However, the guards of the Rios Express Company managed to repel the attack. That's what you said. Well, at least they repelled it, but it's best that you report this. There are always small signs before something bigger happens, don't you think? Reginaldo said as he added the information about the native attacks in the response letter he would send to the prince. Santa Barbara, California. That over there was once our home, he muttered. Stop clinging to the past. That land now belongs to the Spanish, said Miss Hofschuno, the chief of the Chumash tribe. Father, they are no longer Spanish, they are now called Mexicans. I discovered this when I went on the mission. Couldn't we do the same? Asked his son Pacu. Whether they are Spaniards or Mexicans, nothing has changed for us. But how dare you go on a mission? Why did you do such a thing? Miss Hofschuno, astonished, grabbed his son's arm and shook him hard. We cannot continue living like this. And I'm not the only one. The young people of the tribe are also tired of being thrown out again and again, Pacu replied, frustrated. In recent years, dozens of settlements had sprung up on their lands, and they would soon reach them. If they continued to retreat north, how far could they flee? How long could they hold out? The Chumash tribe, which had once numbered 20,000 people, had seen its numbers reduced to about 13,000 due to disease and repression brought by the Spanish. Spanish missionaries forced them into missions, where they were forbidden to practice their culture and subjected to forced labor. Tensions grew until they boiled over in 1824, when many of the Chumash rebelled and fled the missions. Those who managed to escape found refuge northeast of their homeland, Santa Barbara, far from the gaze of whites. But how could you go there? If they find out where we are, what do you think they will do? Exclaimed the chief. They already know where we are. They just leave us alone, because they have already taken the land they need. But when they need more, they will come for us again, and we will be driven out again. So, what do you propose? The only way to ensure our future on this earth is to fight. I have already observed their forces and I know where the weapons depot is. Father, it is time to act. Pacu's determined eyes made it clear that he had already made up his mind. His determined gaze contrasted with that of his father, who, now in his maturity, no longer possessed the same energy. After those words, Pacu left his father and joined the other young men of the tribe. Trying to stop them would be useless. They no longer listened to Miss Hofschuno. Hutash, take care of them, the chief pleaded, but the god who ruled over nature and the earth did not respond this time either. Chapter 37, Dams and Irrigation Facilities. 3. Among the high society women of the Mexican Empire, the hottest topic of conversation was who would be the future wife of the crown prince. Don't you think it's time for him to get married? He's turning 22 this year, so it's the right time. Are you still hopeful? The crown prince was 22 years old, the ideal age for marriage. His position alone made him the best match imaginable, but he also had a reputation for being a genius, the richest man in the Mexican Empire thanks to his many businesses, and to top it all off, he was tall and had remarkable physical attractiveness. Who knows? Maybe. Are you serious? What are you trying to say? The daughters of the landowners, the noble class of the Mexican Empire, were anxious. While two young marriage-aged men competed with each other with furtive glances, Isabel intervened. Don't you think the prince will marry some foreign princess? I doubt it. Would the ancient royal houses of Europe recognize an imperial family from America that has only existed for less than 10 years? Exactly. The prince will surely marry the daughter of some great landowner in the country. Someone, for example, from a family like ours, which owns vast lands in Mexico. What nonsense. Being the richest man in the empire, do you think he will choose only for money? Surely he will pay more attention to beauty. Similar conversations could be heard at various parties in Mexico City. The daughters of landed families daydreamed about the possibility of marrying the prince, but not all parents shared their enthusiasm. Teresa, stop talking nonsense about marrying the prince. Why not? If I marry into the imperial family, it would also benefit our family. Oh, you naive girl. Your father is part of the Republican Party, which is in conflict with the imperialists. Not only could you not marry into the imperial family, but it would even be problematic if you did. If I get married, we can switch sides. If my husband is the prince, who would dare to say anything? Stop talking nonsense, and don't even dream about it. Understood? HMPH. It did not seem that the daughter had any intention of obeying her father. At the same time, progress had to be made on large-scale housing construction for the urban immigrants who would soon arrive. I wonder if I'll die of overwork, I muttered. Building dams and irrigation facilities, managing immigration, and overseeing multiple businesses, plus initiating large-scale multi-family housing construction all at the same time. Fortunately, the physical stamina he had developed in California and at the military academy was essential. Without that strength, it would have been impossible to keep up with this pace, even at a young age. Mr. Andres, you must be exhausted too, I commented. It's nothing, Your Highness. I enjoy every day, he replied, although his face showed clear signs of fatigue. Once we have enough staff, you will only have to supervise the works. With the double incentives and benefits we have promised to technicians and architects in urban immigration, we should be able to meet the demand. Thank you, Your Highness. I greatly appreciate your consideration. The first destination for urban immigration would not be Mexico City, but Morelia. There too, we were to begin construction of multi-family housing, although, even though we had railroads, it was difficult to get too far from the dam construction site. In addition, labor was needed immediately. Mexico City is expanding too fast. Huge cities have many advantages, but also considerable disadvantages. After the experience in Korea, I did not want to repeat the same thing in the Mexican Empire. When a city reaches the level of an imperial capital, the problems outweigh the advantages. Even in the original history of Mexico, which was smaller than Korea, the phenomenon of population concentration in the capital was a serious problem. The metropolitan area of Mexico City had a population of 21.3 million. In this new reality, with a much larger territory, it would be better to follow the American model, to take full advantage of the empire's potential. Once we finish the design of these houses and the urban planning, we will only have to make small adjustments to apply it to the main cities of each state. That is why Morelia is key. It will be the prototype of a city. I spoke to the architects. Key cities. These are not merely administrative concepts, but places that I personally selected. Sometimes they coincided with state capitals, but sometimes they did not. If we are going to build planned cities, it is better to do so in optimal locations. The location of these key cities is critical. The investment must bear fruit and generate the necessary momentum for the development of the region. They cannot be in areas with geographical problems or on the edges of states. Of course, since many of Mexico's states are larger than South Korea, in the future it will be necessary to develop second and third cities around the key cities. First, we have decided to build two types of multi-family housing for urban migrants. One will be for singles or couples without children, urban-style multi-family housing. These will include retail space on the ground floor, Your Highness. According to the plans, they are 4-story buildings. Isn't that too high? Asked Director Andres. It seems that he is already beginning to understand the plans. At the time, 4-story buildings were not common, so it was no surprise that he questioned why we would build such tall structures en masse. We are going to use reinforced concrete, so it will be strong enough. If buildings were higher, we would need lifts, but up to 4 or 5 floors people can walk up. Still, we will need to prepare for this later on. The modern elevator was invented by Elisha Otis in 1852. He is the founder of Otis Elevator, the world's leading company in the elevator industry to this day. I know well that elevators are closely linked to construction and civil engineering. We are in 1831, so their invention will happen in 21 years. However, there is no special material in elevator technology that we cannot develop now. With the detailed information I can provide, we should be able to build them in 1 or 2 years. ALTHOUGH. The overall design doesn't change much. I have prepared 4 types of facades to prevent the city from becoming too monotonous. A simple and elegant design, one in antique style, one in European style, French, and one in Mexican style, Spanish colonial. Right. Correct. And when you build in each city, you can make certain modifications to ensure that the buildings are as aesthetically pleasing as possible. Most architects have an innate desire to design, so allowing them some creative freedom will not only increase their motivation, but also improve their skills. A murmur of approval ran through the architects. These are the multi-family homes that will be built on the outskirts of the city. Families with children will be located here. These are 4-story buildings, but without commercial premises on the ground floor. They are larger in size and the apartments are also more spacious. These also have 4 design variants. These homes are designed with a combination of reinforced concrete and brick. They incorporate basic seismic design and are built to last a long time, with increased strength and fire resistance. The architects at Ortega Construction have already surpassed the basic level. They now quickly understand the plans. In Morelia, which until recently was nothing more than a town, dozens of multi-family homes began to be built. And here I'm again. A large landowner's estate on the outskirts of Mexico City. Although I have been too busy to accept invitations, I have received hundreds of them, inviting me to parties and banquets. I'm at my wit's end with all the work, and now I have to deal with the issue of marriage on top of that. At first, I thought of inviting some daughters of the imperial nobility to Morelia to talk with them, but I soon realized how ridiculous that idea was. It would be the perfect breeding ground for a scandal. There were women who would accept the invitation, especially since the train ride would only take 4 hours. But in this day and age, a man and a woman cannot meet alone without raising suspicion. If he did, rumors would immediately start. And if he invited several women at the same time, it would be even stranger. The rumors would be even worse. In the end, I had no choice but to come to Mexico City. I've made the 8-hour round trip twice on weekends, and now, on this 3rd trip, I'm on the verge of giving up on the idea. The women here are not bad by my standards, which are influenced by Western aesthetics. In fact, many of them are quite beautiful even by modern standards. The problem is something else. Ha ha ha. And then that filthy creature got down on its knees begging, and when the guard fired into the air, they scattered like cockroaches. A young girl told the story with a laugh. By the way, the dirty creature she was referring to was a peasant. It was I who steered the conversation in that direction. I was curious to know what they thought about people who were not landowners. I wanted to find someone who could see them as human beings and show at least a modicum of compassion. I don't need a wife who stubbornly opposes the policies I will implement in the future. Every time he mentioned the mechanical harvester he had invented, and the situation of the peasants who were being evicted, the reactions of the young women from landowning families were always the same. They were grateful that they were being get rid of these dirty beings, and that both the profitability of their land and the aesthetics of their farms were being improved. That was already annoying enough, but on top of that, I had to put up with even a young woman from a Republican family, who was neither part of the Imperial Party nor the nobility, coming along and talking nonsense. Aren't you a daughter of the Delgado family? Are you worried that we are Republicans? Don't worry. If we get married, we will join the Imperial Party. HAA. How foolish I was. Who was I kidding? I should have asked my mother to choose for me from the start. I'm exhausted from commuting for 8 hours every weekend. For what? This is a complete waste of time. In my past life I was not interested in marriage either. It was a foolish thing to try to find someone to marry in person. Maybe girls from Republican families are a bit better. At least they'll have more liberal ideas. No, it doesn't even make sense. It's not like women are properly educated in this day and age. I hadn't just talked to one or two. Ever since I had appeared in society, almost all the young women of marriageable age had begun to circle around me. Better to let my mother choose someone from the imperial ranks. That's what I decided. My time is valuable, and I've given up on having expectations about who I'll marry. I think I'll leave early today. I'll see you another time. Enjoy your evening. When I announced that I was retiring, some murmured in disappointment, but I did not stop. I walked out without hesitation. Closing the door to the mansion, I looked back. Ugh, I'm not coming back. Huh. On the terrace, leaning on the railing, was a young woman. She had a bored expression on her face, her hair blowing in the wind. She looks like a movie actress. Just then, our eyes met. His eyes shone slightly with curiosity. There were many pretty women at the party, but he had never seen anyone as beautiful as her. Well, I'm out now. No point in going back in. I've seen a lot of beautiful women already. Chapter 38, Dams and Irrigation Facilities. 4. Joseph Loke, the president of Loke Precision Machinery, was working on the latest project entrusted to him by the Crown Prince, the owner of the company. These don't really fit into the precision machinery category. They're just agricultural machines. Some aren't even machines, just tools, Joseph said. Well, His Highness the Prince has a great interest in agriculture, one of his employees replied. The few who had managed to graduate from the University of Mines, the only place in Mexico where one could learn something resembling engineering, ended up working for the Crown Prince's company. Joseph instructed them and worked alongside them. Well, I must admit that I was surprised when I saw that mechanical harvester. To invent such a machine is impressive. The prince is an amazing man in many ways. Joseph had been ordered to make things that, technically, could not be considered precision machinery. A steam-powered plow and harvester. Well, those would at least be interesting to build. But a seed drill and an irrigation system. Calling them machines is a stretch. May I take care of that, sir? The clerk asked. Okay, go ahead. With all I have to do, including upgrading the engines, I don't have time for everything. Thank you. By the way, in addition to improving the mechanical harvester, he now wants to make sowing easier with the seed drill, and for irrigation to be managed with more efficient installations. At this rate, Mexico will soon surpass England in agriculture. We are already ahead in steel and railway technology. It seems that I have bet well. The rapid development of the national power of the Mexican Empire, under the guidance of the Crown Prince, dispelled any trace of doubt that Joseph might have had. The steam-powered plow and harvester were built faster than expected, partly because they shared key components with the locomotives. The seed drill and irrigation system were also simple to manufacture. But what about these prices? We could sell them for twice the price and they would still be successful. However, we are only making a tiny margin. It was a surprisingly low pricing policy. It was not making a loss, but profits were minimal. It seems that the price was established to facilitate rapid distribution throughout the Mexican Empire. We are not a state-owned company, but at least we can sell at a high price abroad. Despite being busy, the prince continued to assign new projects to various companies, and so another day passed at Loke Precision Machinery. Comrades, how long will you continue to allow us to be dragged around like animals? You see us as beasts. Not only have you taken away the land we have lived on for thousands of years, now you want to make us slaves. Are we going to submit to that? Shouted Pacu, addressing the entire Chumash tribe. Most of the young warriors in the tribe no longer followed their father, Chief Mishofshuno, but Pacu. Most of the young men in the village now saw him as their leader. Pacu never forgot the humiliation he suffered on missions. His father, the chief, had capitulated in his youth after facing the power of firearms. He thought they were unbeatable weapons, but Pacu now knew that they were nothing more than tools that anyone could use. Since he was a child, Pacu had been learning Spanish with dedication, so much so that even the missionaries praised him. But they never saw him as a human being, only as a slightly more intelligent beast. When he realized this, he began to gather young people, using his status as the chief's son. It had been 7 years since they escaped the mission, and now the time had finally come. I will never give up. I will not stop until we regain our freedom. Waaaaaa. Paku. 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 The young men shouted his name with fervor, while the elders of the tribe looked on with concern. They had already experienced the power of the enemy's weapons firsthand, and knew that they were no match. Will history repeat itself? They won't listen to our warnings. We were like that when we were young, too. While some elderly people expressed their concern, there were other middle-aged adults who still maintained their fighting spirit. No, old people, we can learn from our mistakes. We will do better this time. Many of our brothers are still being converted in the missions, forced to work as slaves. There were more than 3,000 Chumash who managed to escape from the missions, but many more remained trapped in that life of subjugation. The mood of struggle that had begun among the young people was spreading ever more. The natives of California had suffered horribly from diseases brought by the Europeans, the theft of land, exploitation, poverty, and the destruction of their culture. Until now, they had endured that suffering, crushed by the overwhelming weapons of the invaders, but their resistance was reaching its limit. It was time to show that even a squashed worm can squirm. When we were children, our tribes lived in dozens of villages around here. There were 20,000 people, and in just 20 years, we have lost half of them. If we continue to do nothing, that means we are all going to die, right? Although the desire to rebel was widespread, the chief was still the chief. Only when he gave the official order to fight, could the Chumash tribe fully unite. Alright, Miss Hofshuno, the chief, finally said, yielding to the constant pressure. Most of the tribesmen, including his own son, wanted it that way. All he had to do was pray. Hutash, protect them, she pleaded silently. With the chief's permission, the Chumash warriors immediately began their preparations. They already had their strategy ready. They had heard countless stories from the elders, who had fought the Spanish 20 years earlier. This time, they would not make the same mistakes. Listen carefully, we will attack tonight. Tally, are the horses well fed? I have checked the 200 horses every day. They are all in perfect condition. They had stolen horses from various colonies. They also assaulted men who were wandering alone in search of gold. First we'll take their arsenal. And what do we do with the guards at the arsenal? Asked one of the warriors. I noticed that those idiots are walking around in the dark with torches. We'll see them perfectly, so if we take them down with our slings, the rest will be a piece of cake. Without those muskets, they're just weaklings. Can you handle that, Sika? Yana? Sika and Yana were famous for being the best slingshot users within the tribe. Leave it to us, they replied confidently. The Chumash tribe was smarter and fiercer than they had been 20 years ago. Those who had been children then were now looking forward to this moment. They had spied on dozens of settler villages. Pacu, who had learned Spanish while on the missions, had gained a lot of information. They had even practiced attacking small settlements. When we take the arsenal, there will be at least 500 muskets. We will learn how to use them, build up our forces, and then attack another settlement. If we do this a few times, we will gather more than 1,000 muskets. With that, they will no longer be able to underestimate us. We must also kidnap the blacksmiths and those who know how to make weapons. Yes, we need those technicians. We will take them with us. What do we do with the rest? Someone asked. Kill them, another replied. However, Pacu had a different plan. No, we won't kill them. If we do, the settlers will be furious and come after us with everything they have. The first thing is to strengthen ourselves quickly, attacking settlements in California. But we will take all their weapons, food, metal tools, clothing, everything we can. For a long time, Pacu had been in despair, seeing no way to defeat those despicable invaders. But now, he finally saw an opportunity. We have been given dozens of settlements with hundreds of people. This is our chance. Our chance to live without suffering. Whistle. Pack. AHH. A fist-sized rock, thrown from the darkness, struck a guard guarding the arsenal in Los Angeles. What the hell? Bang. ARGH. As expected from Sika and Yana, the best shooters in the tribe, someone commented. This is easy. How are they supposed to be keeping watch if they can't even see anything at such a short distance? HEH. Good job anyway. Having only 2 guards watching over the arsenal makes things easier. We'll take it quickly. Paku was the first to rush forward. In anticipation, he grabbed the door to the armory and tried to open it. Clack. He shook the door again, but it still wouldn't open. Damn it, it's closed. PAKU. Last time we spied, we saw these guys take a small metal pin out of their pockets to open it, remember? Ah, that's right. Look in these guys' pockets. Paku began searching one of the guards' pockets. I found it. Now, how do you use this? Just as they were fumbling with the door lock, a sharp sound echoed in the distance. One of the guards had detected the attempt to open the armory and raised the alarm. Damn it. Do something about this. Everyone else, attack anyone who resists. Ding, 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 ding. The ringing of a bell echoed through the air, the sound of an impending attack. Someone shut that bastard up. Buzz, bang. A stone thrown by Sika from his sling hit the head of the guard who was ringing the bell. Los Angeles, the capital of California, was under attack. Reginaldo's letter had arrived, and its content was not encouraging. A settlement in California was attacked, and the Riot Express guards managed to repel them. But something didn't feel right. Reflecting back, I remembered that this was still 1830. It was not the time when the Native Americans of North America had been completely expelled by the United States. It was estimated that in 1810 there were about 200,000 Native Americans in California alone. Wow, that's a considerable number. I had assumed that, if there were any natives left, a small group of guards could easily handle them with firearms, but I now realize that was not the case. Some California natives were already suffering from Spanish mission policies. However, Spain had not invested large sums to fully colonize the North, and most natives continued to live on their ancestral lands. It was after the 1840s, when Americans began to develop California, that natives began to die in large numbers. California's indigenous population dwindled to just 15,000 people by the end of the 19th century. That means there must be over 100,000 Native Americans left in California alone right now, and probably tens of thousands more in each of the northern states. And here I am, attempting full-scale colonization. What the hell? My ambitious expansion was surely fueling the anger of the natives, pushing them to rebel. Your Highness, I'm Alfonso. May I come in? Just as I was considering how to handle the situation, I heard Alfonso's voice. Forward. Alfonso entered the room. What are you doing here in Morelia? I asked, surprised. Your Highness, I bring urgent news. Recently, there have been a series of simultaneous incidents in several settlements in California, in which natives have been stealing horses. Stealing horses? That doesn't bode well. Exactly. Upon further investigation, I discovered that in recent years many natives have escaped from the missions in California. I suspect they are responsible. Stealing horses? This is not something to be taken lightly. In the original story, Native Americans died from diseases brought by Europeans, were driven from their lands, and massacred with guns and cannons. Throughout the process, the natives became increasingly hardened. The power of their anger and resentment drove them to steal horses and weapons, and to learn combat tactics to confront the whites. The strength of their hatred became such that, in some cases, they managed to defeat not only militias, but also formal armies. The Americans, seeing that those they considered savages were taking up arms and attacking their settlements, reacted with fury. Although that chain of hatred ended in the defeat and extermination of the natives, in this world, it is just beginning. The longer this chain of hatred continues, the harder it will be to break it. This must be resolved immediately. For now, this hatred and thirst for revenge have not reached the same level, although it varies according to the region, and there are tribes such as the Comanches that are already acquiring considerable military power. The natives of California are not yet so dangerous. The Comanches were also defeated by the United States in the original story, but they now live on our land. I'll have to deal with them later. First is California, where we have already begun colonization. Damn. And in the middle of building the dam I muttered. I finished reflecting and quickly left my shop and headed to Andres, the construction boss. Andres, are you awake? Yes, Your Highness. Please go ahead. Sorry to come at this hour, but an urgent problem has arisen. Can I entrust you with the rest of the construction of the dam and the irrigation facilities? Although the question took him by surprise, Andres quickly calmed down and answered firmly. Yes, Your Highness. We have already completed about half of the work, and we have discussed several times how to proceed and finish it. You don't have to worry. I will take care of finishing it well. I patted him on the shoulder. Thank you. I really appreciate your effort. I trust you to finish this. Of course, Your Highness. A bad feeling came over me as we prepared to leave. Shortly after, Alfonso and I took the last train to Mexico City. It was a dark night on the train, and apart from Alfonso, who had a gloomy face, there were no other passengers. Don't worry so much. Thanks to you, we can react quickly, I said, more to reassure myself than him. From now on, speed would be everything. Chapter 39, Crisis in California. 1. I arrived in Mexico City late at night. Appearing before my father at this hour would be too much. Even if I did wake him up, there would be no point in asking him to prepare the army in the middle of the night. Even though I was lying in my room in the palace, I couldn't fall asleep. I gave up and sat down in front of the desk. Native tribes had attacked several settlements and stolen horses. No matter how hard he thought about it, this could only be a harbinger of a large-scale attack. I must go myself. If this were the chaotic Mexico of the original story, perhaps it would be different. But in this prosperous Mexican empire, they would not allow these attacks to go unpunished. They will surely want to set an example for the natives. The problem of the natives in the north had been an ongoing issue since Spain's colonial times. As it was a land that had not even been fully cultivated, Spain had only claimed sovereignty without intervening much. So far, there had been no major conflicts, but that would soon change. Given the strong financial situation of the Mexican Empire and its expanding military, if this continued, it would be inevitable that the Mexican government would win. But they will surely do it in the same way that the United States did with the natives, killing them and forcibly expelling them from their lands. It is true that we could justify it as a legitimate punishment, given that our citizens were attacked. But, from the perspective of the natives, we are the invaders. As Crown Prince of the Mexican Empire, I must punish them, but I'm against completely wiping them out. I'll get going and figure it out as I go. The next morning, just at dawn, I headed to the office of my father, Agustín I, as he began his day. Knock, knock. Father, I'm Jerome. Forward. Agustín I greeted me with a warm smile. What brings you here so early? Father, it seems something is happening in California. Something? What do you mean? Recently, Native Americans in California have begun stealing horses from several settlements, and they are doing so simultaneously. Agustín I put his hand to his forehead, showing signs of concern. THAT''S not a good sign. I know, and I think I should go personally. Weren't you busy with the construction of the dam? It doesn't seem like it's a serious enough matter for you to go. I plan to use this opportunity to begin solving the Native American problem in the Northern Territories, starting with California. If you've already decided that, then it's not a bad idea. Will you need me to support you with troops? Taking a large contingent would be ideal, but we are talking about a 3,000-kilometer journey. The amount of time and resources that would be involved requires careful planning. The California natives have not yet experienced the worst of their difficulties, so they must be numerous, although they are only just beginning to arm themselves. Their combat capacity is not yet that high. Instead of bringing a lot of troops, it is better to prioritize mobility and bring an elite force. 2 cavalry regiments and 1 infantry regiment would be sufficient. The cavalry regiments of the Mexican Empire were made up of 500 men each, and the infantry regiments were made up of 1,000. Infantry? You seem to want to move quickly. Won't the infantry get in the way? We could mount the infantry on horses, don't you think? So you're asking for an elite regiment? Since the roles of infantry and cavalry are clearly differentiated, not everyone can ride a horse with ease. Only elite infantrymen, who have received specialized training for rapid movements in emergency situations, are capable of doing so. This cavalry training had not only tactical reasons, but also political ones. Thank you. I got Agustín I to grant me one of the elite infantry regiments he had looked after since colonial times. I ordered the logistics and artillery officers to prepare supplies and cannons to follow us, and we set off immediately. Fortunately, the elite infantrymen handled horses well. With 2,000 men and horses in reserve, the army advanced at an impressive speed. Los Angeles, the capital of Alta California, was no small settlement. Although not as large as San Francisco or Sacramento, it had benefited from the gold boom in the region, growing rapidly thanks to mining nearby. More than 2,000 people lived in Los Angeles. Even if the natives managed to take the arsenal, it would not be easy to force the city to surrender. The battle had begun at dawn and was continuing. The Chumash tribe's fighting force consisted of 1,800 warriors armed with bows, spears, clubs, and slings, and 200 mounted warriors, for a total of 2,000 warriors. Following Pacu's plan, they attacked the arsenal area and managed to successfully take it. Thanks to the sacrifice of the guard who rang the warning bell, the city of Los Angeles was able to react quickly. The savages have attacked us. I knew something was going on. There were rumors of attacks everywhere lately. Although darkness still covered the outside, people began to gather with torches after hearing the ringing of the bell. They have taken the arsenal. In the midst of the chaos, the most feared news arrived. What? The arsenal? Damn. Losing arsenal was the worst possible news. We had some weapons at the Rias Express branch, said a company employee. Rias Express, a transport company, kept weapons to protect itself from attackers. They gathered 50 old muskets and some of the residents also had weapons in their homes. Thus a group of 100 men armed with muskets and 200 more with swords, improvised spears and agricultural tools was formed. The real battle had begun. At first, the 2,000 Chumash warriors fought in formation, almost like an army, but soon their formation broke down due to fierce resistance from the inhabitants, who fired from the buildings. Street fighting began. Although the buildings in Los Angeles were no more than 2 or 3 stories high, people armed with improvised spears and tridents defended the positions, preventing the Chumash from easily taking control. Whistle. Bang. The warriors' sling attacks were accurate, but musket balls were much more lethal. We have to get our own muskets. What? But we don't know how to use them. We will learn it. The leader of the Chumash warriors, Pacu, had finally achieved his goal. He used the key he had obtained from a guard to open the armory. Tell me how to use this. Pacu knew how to speak Spanish. He had learned it with fervor while feeding his hatred on missions, gathering information. Kill me at once. Aren't you going to talk? Bring that girl. The captured guard flatly refused to teach them how to use the musket, even if it meant his own death. But when he saw that another person's life was at stake, he had no choice. It was his friend's daughter. I'm sorry, man, she murmured, through tears. It's not your fault, the guard replied, trembling as he showed them how to handle the musket. Contrary to what he expected, the natives were not as ignorant as he thought. Although their aim was terrible due to lack of practice, they were quick to start shooting. Bang! The sound of the shot created a brief silence in the building that had held out for hours. Did they shoot that? It seems so. Damn. We're screwed. The windows, where they had previously taken refuge, had now become easy targets. They had no choice but to abandon their defensive positions. Although some shooters remained inside the building, sacrificing their lives by firing, most began to come out to resist from outside. The horses neighed loudly. Damn it. Where did those savages get those horses? I heard that horses had been stolen from other villages. Damn, they should have taken better care of them. Bang. Los Angeles residents resisted with what they could, but it was not enough. But, ARGH. GEORGE. Surrender. We will not take your lives. Pacu shouted in Spanish as he advanced, and the defender spirits began to decline. In fact, the battle was decided from the moment the natives took the arsenal. We must surrender. Surrender to those savages? Look around you. Do you want us all to die? Eventually, the militia surrendered. Weapons were confiscated, and supplies began to be looted. Give it to me. That's the seed for next year's crop. Be quiet. Dozens of militiamen who resisted with weapons were killed. Dad, some of the children sobbed. Most of the dead were parents. I'd hear. The Chumash warriors began to take away everything they could carry. Oh my god, they are taking all our farming tools. Better pretend you don't see it. At least they are not attacking us directly. There was nothing left, not even metal products, including agricultural tools. Hey, what are you saying? Are you angry? Are you feeling wronged? One of the Chumash warriors shouted, taunting one of the settlers who was glaring at him. Bang! The warrior pushed the settler hard in the chest. Ah, it was a new feeling. Could I really treat these pale men as I pleased? Were those who had exploited us really that weak? Bang! The warrior kicked the settler who had fallen to the ground. Henry, please stop. We are sorry, pleaded a friend of the settler, covering for Henry, but his words were not understood. What are you saying? Bang! The commotion attracted more Chumash warriors, and the Los Angeles settlers watched warily. Nayati, that's enough. Paco intervened and stopped the enraged warrior. Why should I stop? Have you forgotten what those Spanish bastards did to us? Nayati protested, still full of rage. They are not the same. This is just getting even for nothing. The real enemy is not them, Paco replied firmly. Nayati stood up to challenge Paco. They are all the same. No. Those who continue to exploit our brothers are outside, Paco said, referring to another type of enemy. Nayati gritted her teeth. You mean those damn missionaries? Exactly, those hypocrites. We don't have time for this. We must gather supplies quickly. Time is of the essence. Okay, I'll apologize. The capital of Alta California, Los Angeles, was in a state of absolute chaos. Los Angeles has fallen. The news spread quickly throughout California. The Chumash warriors, after looting the supplies, had moved on, allowing the residents of Los Angeles to tell what had happened. Fear and anxiety spread like wildfire. The most restless place was Los Naranjos, a town next to Los Angeles. Just 2 years ago, when Jack and Anna settled there was absolutely nothing in Los Naranjos. But in a short time, the place had grown considerably. The population was over 500 people, and everyone had their own house. There were some shops, and most importantly, the lands had finally been sufficiently cultivated, starting to produce crops. Jack and Anna, feeling more secure and settled in their new home, had decided to start a family, and after much effort, Anna finally became pregnant. Honey, take it easy, Anna said, worried. Jack was in the yard, working on building a barricade to defend the town. Anna, why did you go out? You must be exhausted. I just feel worried being alone, she replied. Although Jack was concerned that Anna, who was already in the final months of her pregnancy, could barely walk, he understood that she was feeling increasingly anxious being home alone. Don't worry, we won't go down that easily, Jack assured her. The refugees from Los Angeles had explained to them the reasons for their defeat, and warned them about the dangers, especially about protecting the arsenal. In Los Naranjos, they had distributed the 200 muskets they had stored in the small government office to the families of the village. In addition, sharpened stakes and palisades were placed throughout the village to prevent the native cavalry from moving freely. These were not simple fences, they were sharpened wooden stakes, strategically angled. Thanks to the abundance of wood and the knowledge acquired in the construction of the village, the inhabitants, who had almost become carpenters, managed to build hundreds of these defenses in a short time. We are well prepared, and we also have reinforcement that have come to defend our town, Jack said, referring to the Riot Express guards. 50 guards armed with old muskets had been sent to Los Naranjos to reinforce the town's defense. Jack tried to reassure Anna, while trying to calm the growing feeling of unease inside him. The men of the village kept watch day and night, constantly monitoring the area. For the past 2 years, California had been relatively peaceful, but now, tension was beginning to be felt in every corner of the settlements. Soon, everything would be ready for the arrival of the Crown Prince, who came at the head of thousands of soldiers to protect the town. Chapter 40, Crisis in California. 2. The first step of his ambitious plan had been a success. Paco began to prepare the next move. The next objective is to attack the mission, he announced to the Chumash warriors. So soon? There are Mexican soldiers in the missions, someone replied. At the missions, soldiers were there to control the natives, thousands of whom were forced to work as slaves. The number of soldiers was not small. Some thought Pacu's plan was hasty, while others supported it. We must free our brothers who live this hellish life, as soon as possible, exclaimed one of the warriors. They had secured 600 muskets from the raid on Los Angeles, but they did not have enough gunpowder. Although they could have chosen to steal more settlements little by little to save resources, Pacu was not willing to prolong the war. The more time passes, the more fortified the mission will be. We must attack before the Mexican army arrives, and free as many of our people as we can. I agree with Pacu, said one. Me too. The idea of freeing their brothers resonated among them. They had all experienced suffering on missions. Then let us begin preparations. We will hold the funeral of the fallen warriors when we free our brothers. During the attack on Los Angeles, dozens of Chumash warriors had been killed. Although, according to tradition, their funerals should have been held immediately, Pacu decided to delay them. It was a race against time. Conducting funerals without the presence of warriors was unthinkable. However, the warriors had to be ready to leave immediately. Brothers, the fate of our tribe is at stake. I only ask that you wait a little longer, thought Pacu. The 600 guns and 200 horses they obtained in Los Angeles significantly strengthened the Chumash warriors. The first objective will be the Santa Barbara mission. Our homeland, said one of the warriors. Santa Barbara, where the Chumash had lived for thousands of years, was now a mission, where thousands of their countrymen were forced to work in hellish conditions. Shall we start there? Yes, that's when they're least prepared. We'll attack the biggest place first. The wounded received emergency care, and all filled their stomachs with the stolen food. After being taught how to use muskets, they were allowed to fire 1 or 2 shots for practice. With 2,000 warriors, they marched toward the Santa Barbara mission. Only 2 days had passed since the news of the attack on Los Angeles broke. They were just beginning to prepare. Are they here yet? Shouted the scout they had sent out as a precaution, warning that the Chumash were approaching. The missionaries and garrison officers were dismayed. Losing a day in preparations was costing them dearly. Damn it, I told you to move fast, one of the officers shouted. The 300 soldiers tasked with defending the mission quickly distributed weapons and began hastily erecting makeshift barriers. It was at that moment. Maying. Charge. WAAAAH. The first wave was of Chumash cavalry. 400 mounted warriors began to flank from both sides. The mission officer deployed 100 soldiers in front and placed 50 on each flank and in the rear, while keeping another 50 as reserves. The battlefront soon faced the Chumash musketeers. Tata-ta-ta-ta-tan. Although the Chumash had a great numerical superiority, their lack of experience with muskets was evident. Tata-ta-ta-ta-tan. Despite the hail of bullets, the Chumash warriors armed with melee weapons advanced with determination. It was a coordinated attack, taking advantage of their overwhelming advantage in numbers. Dozens of warriors fell to the ground from the gunfire, but this only increased their momentum. They charged with even more fury. Let's crush those damn missionaries and free our brothers. WAAAAH. From the start, the mission's defeat was all but written. The Chumash outnumbered the soldiers 5 to 1, and their musketeers were also superior. However, the mission's defenders knew they could not surrender. If we surrender, those bastards will kill us all. It won't do any good, shouted Father Carlos, the spiritual leader of the mission, firmly opposing surrender. Father Carlos knew well how he had treated the natives, and he feared that they would kill him brutally. I cannot allow these soldiers to die senselessly. The commanding officer, although he had also earned the hatred of the natives, felt that he at least had a responsibility to try to save his men. Ignoring Father Carlos's words, he decided to act. Surrender, he ordered. The mission soldiers raised the white flag. The Chumash warriors, though excited by the adrenaline of battle, were calmed by Pacu. You did well to surrender. We will not kill them, all of them, except one, Pacu said coldly. What? Father Carlos's face turned pale upon hearing those words. We will not forgive you, Father Carlos, Pacu said with an imperturbable face. The officer pretended not to have heard anything, knowing there was nothing he could do to help. No one intervened. Father Carlos was dragged away by the Chumash warriors, screaming, "Ahhhhh." Bang. Her screams quickly died away. "Now we are going to free our brothers," Pacu exclaimed. On the vast lands of the mission, the enslaved Chumash continued to work under the sun, sweating from the effort. But something was different this time. Someone came to give them news that would change everything. "What? You said they took the mission?" "Yes, we did it. We did it." Many of the Chumash, who had suffered under the yoke of missionary work and forced labor, burst into tears of joy. "Mother, your unworthy son, who fled alone, has returned. My son, thank God. What a relief." The Chumash were beginning to gather. "This isn't over. We will attack the next missions without rest. The wounded stay outside," Pacu ordered as he led the warriors towards their next objective. Of the 4,000 Chumash liberated from the Santa Barbara mission, 1,500 joined the ranks as warriors. Excluding the dead and wounded, there were now 3,300 warriors marching into battle. The next destination was the mission of San Luis Obispo, and they would continue to liberate the missions along the coast, including Santa Cruz and San Jose. "We will not just free the Chumash, we will free everyone." From that yoke that kept them as slaves, Pacu now dreamed of something much bigger. Things had changed dramatically since I last traveled to California. The roads that Rias Express had built for its stagecoaches were now good enough for the army to use. Everyone was on horseback, and with spare horses we were moving at high speed. The distance between Mexico City and Los Angeles is approximately 2,500 kilometers. We crossed it in just 5 weeks. It was a journey with hardly any rest. Upon sighting a small settlement, I gave the order, "Today we will rest here." "Yes, Your Highness." When the Imperial Army arrived, the faces of the inhabitants lit up. Someone shouted, "The Crown Prince has come in person." "What? The Crown Prince? Is it true?" The settlers, who had been living in fear, welcomed us with enthusiasm. "Is this place Los Naranjos?" "Yes, Your Highness. We heard that it was you who chose the name. We were wondering if it was true." "Yes, I chose it. But I haven't seen the orange trees yet. This place is ideal for growing oranges." "Ah. We have just started to harvest enough food to survive, so the orange trees have not been planted yet. But we will do so as soon as possible. There's no hurry. Everything in its time. Today I'll stay here and rest." "Thank you, Your Highness." The orange trees. In the original world, this place would have become the city of Anaheim, in Orange County, in the United States. That won't happen in this world, I told myself. I will never allow him to be taken away from me. Los Naranjos was right next to Los Angeles, which meant we were almost there. Does anyone know anything about the whereabouts of the natives? "I'm sorry, Your Highness. No one seems to know." "Ah, I heard they belong to a tribe called the Chumash." "The Chumash, huh? Frankly, it wasn't a name I knew. In the Mexican history books I had read in my previous life, there were mentions of larger tribes like the Comanches, but not the names of small or medium-sized tribes. California was described in general terms, grouping the natives in approximate terms of size and presence. Still, I know what his next target will be. Santa Barbara. That's where the mission is. That will be their target. Seeing that after looting Los Angeles they only took goods, it's clear. There was a leader among the Chumash with a clear understanding of the situation and a strategic vision. Therefore, we could not leave them uncontrolled. There is no time to wait for the guns to arrive. The next morning, after calming the inhabitants of Los Naranjos, we set off for Los Angeles. The town was in better condition than I expected. There is very little damage. That's right, Your Highness. It seems they only took everything they could find. The arrival of the army brought relief to the inhabitants of Los Angeles, who had been even more distressed than those of Los Naranjos. However, there was also a different kind of atmosphere. "Your Highness, could I join the army? My father died in the attack." What I saw was rage. The surprise attack, which had killed many parents as well as the loss of crops and property, had fueled a deep hatred towards the natives. "I'm very sorry about what happened, but I can't allow you to join this operation. If you wish to join the regular army, please go to the recruiting center." He could not accept people motivated only by a desire for revenge. Although they did not protest openly to the Crown Prince, they left disappointed. Still, I must say something. As the Crown Prince, it is necessary for me to offer words of comfort. I ordered the city's inhabitants to be gathered. Upon hearing that the Crown Prince was going to give a speech, most of the residents of Los Angeles gathered. Today we gather at a time of profound grief and loss. As I see the streets of this city filled with sadness, my heart is also filled with anguish. I want to express my deepest condolences to the families and friends of those we have lost. First, I paid my respects to the deceased. This tragedy has left scars on us all. However, I promise you that justice will be done. Those responsible will not be able to escape the consequences of their actions. The tragedy was still too fresh to provoke applause or cheers, but at least the expressions of those present seemed to have improved a little. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Your Highness. We didn't spend the night in Los Angeles. We are leaving immediately. I think I know where the enemy is headed. I turned to the commander of the cavalry and the commander of the infantry. Do you know where they are going, Your Highness? May we know? The mission. They've gone to attack the mission. We must move as quickly as possible. He had no intention of exterminating the natives or enslaving them. But given the situation, peaceful coexistence was no longer an option. The carrot and stick strategy, a tactic created to control animals, but which ironically works very well with humans. It is applied both between individuals and between groups or nations. The only reason this strategy fails is if the stick is not strong enough, the carrot is not attractive, or both are weak. But when both are powerful, resistance becomes almost impossible. In modern society, we say it more diplomatically, incentives and sanctions. It was time to take out the stick. Chapter 41, Crisis in California, 3. When the army arrived, the Santa Barbara mission had already fallen. We were informed that the missionaries had been killed. There was no time to console anyone. I immediately ordered the army to head towards the mission of San Luis Obispo. It is probable that they are headed there. Although it seemed close, the distance was more than 100 kilometers. We spent the whole day riding, stopping only to sleep, and at dawn we continued our journey. Your Highness, it is already in sight. We arrived just in time. Before us, the mission was about to be overrun by the large Chumash army, while its defenders made a last-ditch effort to resist. Commanders of cavalry regiments flank from the sides to attack the rear. The infantry regiment will attack from behind. Yes, Your Highness. The infantry regiment dismounted and prepared to attack from the rear. The cavalry regiments, following my orders, divided and began to charge from both flanks. There are many, more than 3,000. However, the difference in weapons and training was abysmal. Our army was far superior to them in power. The infantry commander gave precise orders to his officers. Open fire. Bang. Tata-ta-ta-ta-tan. The Chumash warriors attacking the mission began to come under concentrated fire from our muskets. It was at this point that they became aware of our presence. Tata-ta-ta-ta-tan. A second burst of gunfire hit them as the cavalry charged from both sides, attacking their flanks. It was as if we were hitting them from all sides. The cavalry, armed with lances, dismounted to draw their swords and began to cut down the Chumash warriors. Despite having a force that outnumbered us by 30%, our army was easily crushing them. What is that? I wondered as I saw something in the distance. Your Highness, they seem to be more native. In the distance, hundreds of natives, and even more than 1,000, were running towards us. Are they attacking the mission, while at the same time freeing the natives who were being held prisoner? There were many who did not look like warriors. Desperation was driving them. Are you really going to join the fight? That's crazy. They had no muskets, not even iron weapons. They carried only wooden lances, advancing recklessly towards the flank of our cavalry. Although our light cavalry was not made to withstand prolonged attacks, a wooden lance, in desperate hands, could be deadly. Temporarily withdraw the cavalry, and then charge again. Yes, Your Highness. Upon receiving the signal, our cavalry units retreated in an orderly fashion. Tata-ta-ta-ta-tan. Meanwhile, our elite infantry continued to devastate the enemy rear with their excellent training and weapons. As our cavalry retreated, the enemy's movements changed. They began to reorganize their ranks. The musketeers are retreating with their weapons, I observed. The natives, after reorganizing, left the exhausted defenders of the mission behind, and began to retreat as well. Should we chase them, Your Highness? The officer asked. I pondered for a moment. We could catch up with them with cavalry, and seize them before they escape. But the enemy has 3,000 warriors, plus the 4,000 newly freed civilians, all fighting as if their lives depended on it. It would be crazy. If we fight, we will win. Our infantry and cavalry forces are strong, but a hellish battle is coming. Our cavalry might be able to hold off the enemy for a while, but they are no fools. They will find a way to get close to our infantry. And while our infantry is elite and will hold their own in close combat, once the enemy is close enough, the casualty rate will begin to rise rapidly. In an instant, I could see the battle unfolding in my mind. No, don't chase them. Send out scouts regularly to keep the enemy's location under control. Thus ended the first battle. We will wait for the moment to use a more severe punishment. For now, we will keep them under control. We'll wait for the cannons to arrive. In the meantime, we'll make sure they don't attack any other missions or settlements. Yes, Your Highness. The guns and artillery were being transported by stager coaches, as per my instructions. Although they travel more slowly than we do, time is on our side. We continued to monitor Chumash movements, blocking their advance whenever possible. Meanwhile, missions and settlements reinforced their defenses. A total of 20,000 people. That many? Yes, it seems that other native groups from the missions have joined them. And how many warriors are there? Young men alone number around 5,000. If we include middle-aged men, it reaches 8,000. Even with the arrival of the artillery, there were only 2,400 of us. Is there any possibility of dialogue? We tried, but they kept attacking us every time we got close. The resentment towards us was so strong that they left no room for negotiation. And what's your next move, Your Highness? They are not moving for now. It seems they are preparing for a final battle before they run out of supplies. We''D better bring in some extra troops from the missions and settlements. If we bring in half of the defenders, that should give us about 1,000 more soldiers. Send a messenger. Yes, Your Highness. A week later, 1,000 additional soldiers arrived from the missions and settlements, along with 400 artillerymen and 40 cannons. In total, we were 3,400 men. Your Highness, the enemy is moving. Their target is the Santa Cruz mission. Then we will move too. The final battle against the Chumash was approaching. Although their army numbered about 8,000 warriors, we did not know how the civilians would react. If they decided to join the fight, what should I do? With those doubts in mind, we headed to the battlefield. Do you have so many muskets? It seems that they also looted the mission's weapons depots. Wow. Even while they were fleeing, they took the time to steal everything they could. The enemy numbered about 1,500 musketeers, 1,000 cavalry, and 4,500 warriors armed with melee weapons. Although they had little training, their numbers made them appear to be a considerably threatening force. On the vast plains of California, with no difficult terrain, the two armies faced each other. The battle began with the Chumash infantry, WAAAH, shouting in what seemed like a mix of screams and war cries. The Chumash warriors charged divided into two flanks, left and right. Bang! Tata-ta-ta-ta-tan. Our troops, composed of infantrymen armed with muskets obtained from the missions, were divided into two groups of 500 men, to face them from both sides. Tata-ta-ta-ta-tan. Behind them, elite soldiers with Eduardo rifles also fired almost in unison. Shoot! Shoot! Following the order of the artillery commander, 20 of our 40 guns opened fire. Boom. Kaboom. Boom. Kaboom. The Chumash warriors who advanced to encircle our troops in the center and flanks were reduced to shreds of flesh. Tata-ta-ta-ta-tan. Alarmed by the devastation caused by the cannons, the enemy command attempted to outflank our artillery with their cavalry, but were stopped by our own cavalry. Kill them. AAAGH. The Chumash musketeers tried to bypass the front blocked by the warriors fighting in close combat, opening up to the sides, to fire at our infantry. However, in the shooting duel, they were being brutally outnumbered. Tata-ta-ta-ta-tan. Ugh. Our elite soldiers were firing 2 bullets for every one the enemy managed to fire, and the accuracy and range of our weapons were far superior. The enemy musketeers were little more than motionless targets, and they were being slaughtered one-sidedly. Company 2, forward. Support the infantry in the center of the left flank. Yes, forward. The second company of the elite regiment was sent to support the ordinary infantrymen, who were engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the Chumash warriors. The warriors, who had managed to open a small gap at the cost of enormous sacrifices, could only watch helplessly as the elite soldiers covered the gap. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-tan. The battle was unfolding, just as we had planned. Despite their overwhelming numerical superiority, the Chumash warriors were unable to encircle our troops. All their attempts to outflank them were neutralized by the fire of our elite soldiers and our artillery. In a head-on confrontation, not only were they failing to break through our ranks, they were being pushed back. And every time they left a gap, our elite soldiers quickly occupied the space. Shoot, shoot. With an impassive face, the artillery commander gave the order, and the remaining 20 guns fired again. Boom. Kaboom. Boom. Kaboom. More than 100 natives were turned into pieces of meat. Company 3, move forward. Move forward. Our troops advanced masterfully, crushing the enemy. Victory was practically assured, but I could not shake off my anxiety. In the blink of an eye, dozens of men were falling dead on the battlefield. The Chumash warriors, who had initially shown firm resolve, were now plunged into fear and panic. This is crazy. They were the first to recklessly attack, so we were forced to respond with all our strength. However, I thought, I didn't come here for this to end this way. If the Chumash still had any sense, they should have realized that the battle was lost. It was evident that their morale was shattered. This was the moment. Proceed with the plan we had prepared. Your Highness, is it really necessary? We are already winning completely, the infantry commander said, showing his disagreement. From his perspective, my order seemed incomprehensible. However, I stood my ground. Comply with the order. Yes, Your Highness. The signalman raised the flag. Push them. WAAHHH. At the signal, our troops began to advance in full force, pushing the Chumash back. Hold your ranks while retreating. Once we had pushed them back far enough, our troops began to retreat in an orderly fashion. The enemy musketeers were unable to get close enough due to the difference in range of our weapons. As our infantry and cavalry began to retreat, we quickly got out of range of their fire. The Chumash warriors instinctively attempted to pursue us, but those who did were met with a lethal response. Fire, fire, boom, kaboom, boom, kaboom. Those who tried to pursue us were showered with bullets and cannon fire. The Chumash were bewildered by our army's movements, but quickly resumed their formation. The situation remained in a tense stalemate. Thank you. I will reward you generously. Don't worry, Your Highness. I will do my duty, replied the rider who had accepted a potentially suicidal mission in a great voice. With a white flag raised high, he headed towards enemy lines. However, the idea that the white flag represented peace was something that was only understood in Europe during this time. Tock from the enemy's point of view, all they saw was a mounted soldier with a flag advancing, without knowing why. Please, I thought, hoping for the best. Knock step by step, he moved forward cautiously. He was entering the range of the enemy muskets. They did not fire. They also looked tense. The rider approached until he was in front of the enemy warriors, who had just been excited by the dinner battle. The enemy commander stepped forward, and our horseman conveyed my message to him, a demand for surrender. Thousands of warriors had been slaughtered at an incredible speed. They knew the battle was decided. The enemy commander seemed to be in doubt. Our rider delivered the message and returned. Please accept, otherwise only a horrendous future awaits them. The Chumash leader looked thoughtful, while the warriors who heard the message argued heatedly about surrender. Defeat is certain. So will they fight to the end or surrender? You must hold your ranks and begin tending to the wounded, I ordered. 10 minutes passed in this tense standoff. It seems there is strong opposition to surrender. I sent the rider out again. After much thought, the enemy commander gave his answer. The rider returned. The enemy commander has accepted the surrender. Good job. As I prepared to mount my horse, the officer stopped me in unison. "Your Highness, please reconsider. It's too dangerous. Let me go instead. Please allow me to do it." "No, I'll go." I advanced towards the center of the battlefield. The enemy commander was also heading towards the midpoint. Am I being arrogant? Or have I watched too many movies and dramas? Maybe. Is this crazy? Yes, it was. Both armies had retreated far enough, but the enemy could break the agreement and attack me suddenly. I could die in an absurd way. In the middle of the battlefield, corpses lay everywhere. Most of them were bodies of Chumash warriors. I moved slowly among the bodies. I didn't know what would happen. Everything was uncertain. But there is one thing I'm sure of. Why am I doing this here? I ended up here because an old Mexican man, whom I met during a trip to Mexico, sent me here. But what kind of country is Mexico really? Although the white population has recently grown rapidly, at the time of independence there were only about 1 million whites and 1.3 million mestizos. The rest of the population were indigenous. Mexico has never been a homogeneous nation, neither culturally nor ethnically. Even among whites, there are cultural differences depending on their country of origin. The indigenous people come from a variety of groups, descendants of the Aztecs, Mayans, and others from Central America who united after independence. All of this has been intertwined over hundreds of years, and that is Mexico. Exterminate the Indians now? If that was the plan, why would he have come all the way to California? If Mexico is not going to improve compared to my past life, what is the point of having been transported here? I don't even clearly remember the face or the skin color of that old Mexican man who sent me here. The only thing that remains in my memory is his kind expression and his smile. He never gave me any clear instructions on what to do. This is all just what I have decided. But still, I will do everything in my power. Chapter 42, Crisis in California. 4. The Crown Prince? I didn't believe it. Isn't the Crown Prince the successor of the Emperor? What kind of person like that would put himself in the middle of a battlefield? It must be a lie. Those invaders do nothing but lie. How many times have they lied to us already? They tricked us out of our lands, took us on missions promising civilization, and all they did was destroy our way of life, turning us into little more than slaves. That tall man must be someone important. If he wasn't, he wouldn't have come out here, ordering his army to retreat. I'll give you credit for having the courage to come all this way, but I reject your offer of surrender, I said to the man who claimed to be the Crown Prince. He showed no reaction on his face as he replied, "If this battle continues, what do you think will happen? Look around you. Corpses. Almost all the bodies belonged to our brothers. I knew it would be difficult to win. I understood that. I thought I'd have a couple more months." He had a plan to fight his army. He had calculated that he would have enough time to loot all the missions and settlements in 2 months. But somehow, the bastard got there first. The plan had been completely ruined. He had to admit it. But still, I would rather die here, killing as many invaders as I can, than be a slave again. It wasn't just my opinion. Either way, we would die. We would die from disease, from hunger, from backbreaking work, or from being driven off our lands. It had been our decision from the moment we attacked the first settlement. You will not be slaves. If you surrender now, I will guarantee the survival of your civilians and a life free from exploitation. I will not kill your warriors. That was another obvious lie. You think I'm going to trust that? You've lied to us dozens of times already. Have you thought about what will happen if everyone dies here? What will happen to the women, children, and elderly who remain? Have they also agreed to die rather than be enslaved? Even those you freed from the missions? Actually, it wasn't like that. The warriors were prepared to die, but not everyone else. Are you threatening to kill our brothers? No, I won't do that. But if all the young men die, their fate will be the same anyway. So you're telling me that, if you don't enslave us, we'll die anyway? That's always been your position. I'm not going to give in to your threats anymore. She looked me in the eyes with determination. If that were the case, why do you think I stopped this battle, which I was clearly winning, and came here, risking my own death, just to talk to you? I could kill you all, and enslave those who remained. That's easy to understand. If we surrender, you might as well enslave us, and you'd save yourself casualties in your army. Do you think I'm stupid? Do you think the crown prince of the empire would put his life on the line just to get some slaves? Does that seem reasonable to you? That would be true if you really were the crown prince. If I were just a commander, I would have limited myself to sending a single demand for surrender. I would not have come personally, risking my life. It wasn't a bad argument. I probably would have made the same point myself. The reason I'm here is to break the chains of hatred. The Europeans destroyed your lives. It is not unreasonable for you to hate me for that. But if you destroy the lives of our colonies by attacking them, do you think our people will forgive you? No, it will only generate more hatred. That chain of hatred will continue to cause harm, but in the end, those who will die will be the weakest, you. I do not want that. So I beg you, please surrender. I saw the white man's eyes fixed on mine. His words and his gaze seemed sincere, but I didn't know for sure. Can I trust him? What if he is simply an exceptional liar? After having failed in a rebellion on this scale, our people would not be able to think of rebelling again for at least several decades. But what if he's telling the truth? He promised to guarantee our survival and a life free from exploitation. He didn't mention anything about our culture or our lands, but even that would be better than the conditions and the missions. There is a way to check if he is sincere. If what you say is true, let us go. Not just the Chumash tribe, but also the other tribes that are trapped in the missions. If you do that, we will give up our homeland. If you leave us alone, I will take care of uniting all the tribes in this region and we will go north. Then you will have no problems with us. Go north and start a country? I'm sorry, but that won't be possible. Of course. I knew he was too good to be true. He was just pretending to be on our side. If they didn't intend to enslave us, why would they refuse our offer to leave and not cause them any more trouble? Before I could say anything else, he continued speaking. Even if we let you go, there are stronger and more ruthless enemies out there. Although control of the northern territories is not yet fully established, if you try to form a country there, they will come with their armies and destroy you. His tone was bitter. They are not willing to give up even a piece of land. It's unfair. This is our land, where we have always lived. How can they be so cruel? Reality may be equally unfair, even to me, the crown prince of the Mexican Empire. In international relations, one cannot expect the slightest compassion or mercy, not even that which one might find between individuals. All that fades away in the face of the interest of the homeland. The young Chumash warrior named Pacu had a dream. He wanted to seize this opportunity, seize weapons, unite indigenous peoples, capture artisans to learn their skills, and build a state that could resist the invaders. I'm sorry to say, but even if I had arrived a few months later, that dream would not have been possible. The United States and Great Britain will not give up the Oregon Territory. Rather, they would have thanked them for gathering everyone in one place to kill them at once. That's the reality. After laughing like a madman for a while, Pacu finally gave in. I promised him that his civilians would live in peace. We are dedicated to cleaning the battlefield. Within a short time, 3,000 Chumash warriors had been killed. There were few wounded. Most had fallen under rifle and cannon fire. On our side, about 420 soldiers were killed, but there were many wounded, most of them from hand-to-hand weapons. The Chumash's weapons and horses were confiscated. I marched with my army toward the Chumash settlement. Are you the chief of the tribe? Yeah. The man who answered was Miss Hofshuno Pacu's father and leader of the Chumash. You will live as subjects of the Mexican Empire. As I promised Pacu, I guarantee your survival and a life free of exploitation. I know it is hard to believe my words now, but in time you will see. There were no options for them, regardless of whether they trusted me or not. I looked around. I see faces full of despair. Now, to them, I'm the murderer who wiped out thousands of their warriors. It would not be easy to resolve this with soft words. There is no happy ending for everyone, like in fairy tales. However, over time, they will realize that my promise is not a lie. The warriors who participated in the battle will be judged. I promise you that, except for those most responsible, they will not be punished excessively severely. Thank you, Your Highness. he answered in a hoarse, exhausted voice, as if he had suddenly aged. He knew, as I did, that when I spoke of the leaders, I was referring to his son, Paku. Even if he wanted to save him, it would not be possible. Being the crown prince doesn't mean I can do everything as I please. I took the captured warriors to Los Angeles, the capital of the state of Alta California, the same place they had recently attacked. As expected, the looks of the inhabitants towards the warriors were fierce. This was part of a staged performance. It is a spectacle to show that the crown prince has defeated the enemy and captured thousands of prisoners who now face justice. In this way, the citizens of Los Angeles would accept the results. The inhabitants of other settlements in California, who have only heard rumors, will forget about it over time. I put pressure on the governor and the state's chief judge. Yes, it was a clear judicial intervention, but if I didn't do it, they would have sentenced everyone to death. Mr. Governor, weren't you hiding in the city hall during the attack? I'm disappointed. The governor of California was a supporter of the emperor, as one might expect. What official appointed by the emperor would oppose him? Furthermore, the emperor had the constitutional right to remove any official at any time. Your Highness, it's just that, if the governor were taken hostage, that would have complicated things. I will report this matter to my father. Your Highness. Please don't. The state's chief judge was appointed in consultation with the Empire Supreme Court, a decision that also rests with the emperor. I put pressure on everyone involved in the trial. Paku, the leader of the Chumash rebellion, and 50 other principal suspects are sentenced to death by firing squad. The rest of the warriors who participated in the attacks and fighting will receive a sentence of 20 years of hard labor. Bang, bang, bang. General murmur. Finally, justice has been done. But are they only going to execute 50? Forced labor? Are they going to send them to the mines? I can't believe they don't execute them. The punishment is too light, isn't it? Father, 20 years of forced labor can be worse than death. Maybe you're right. In an era when life expectancy was short, 20 years was no small punishment, especially if they were sent to dangerous and grueling places like the mines. Although Los Angeles residents had expected more executions, they felt the punishment was harsh enough. It was a verdict made to appear just. The current Mexican Empire did not really coexist with indigenous peoples either. For the empire, indigenous people were nothing more than labor. The relationship between them is not one of coexistence, but rather one of exploitation. If we do not kill them, we must ensure that they feel exploited until the day they die. Only then will we be able to justify the outcome of the trial before the elites of the Mexican Empire. Even my father would see it the same way. This is not a problem that can be solved in the short term. This group of people will be divided into dozens of groups and sent all over the country to work on building railways. Since they will be public labor, they cannot be used by any other company. The railway is considered state infrastructure, and since many of the elites are shareholders of the railway companies, if I handle things right, they might accept it. During that time, I must teach them Spanish. For the first 5 years, they will work as forced labor. For the next 5 years, they will receive a salary. After that, those who quickly adapt to our culture will be the first to be forgiven. And then they can live the rest of their lives in the villages with their families. It seems that the prince wasn't lying at all. From the way people address him, it seems that he really is the crown prince. 50 executions? Well, I guess that's a relief. At least the others will survive. After the trial, the prince gathered Miss Hoffschuno, my father, and the few who knew how to speak Spanish. Of those sentenced to forced labor, only 30 are sufficiently proficient in reading and writing, the prince said, after a brief calculation. I'll get straight to the point. They will be divided into 30 villages and dispersed throughout California. He then explained in detail what would happen to the fate of our Chumash tribe. We would no longer live in our homeland. Santa Barbara is too close to Los Angeles, so we would be scattered all over California. They would give us land, but perhaps it would not be the best. In those places, we would be loyal to the Emperor of the Mexican Empire, respect his laws and pay taxes. An official of the Mexican Empire would be sent to each village to ensure that the laws were enforced. Those who could read the legal code in Spanish would be the village leaders and would receive more land in return. There would also be military garrisons in each village, and a traveling judge would visit them periodically. I don't know why you're explaining all this to me here in front of me, I muttered. I don't know either, the prince replied before disappearing. The executions took place the next day. Will this be the end? He was tied to a wooden post. Brothers, I'm sorry. No, Paku. It was good to dream, even if it was just for a moment. Thank you. As we were exchanging our last words, a soldier came and shouted, "Silence." And so, I fell silent. In the distance, I saw the prince, a distorted expression on his face. He looks bitter. What a relief. Somehow, that reassures me. If all the words he told me were lies, why would he be here, at the place of execution, with that expression on his face? So I feel relieved. A man who appeared to be an officer shouted, "Cover your eyes." Shortly after, my eyes were bandaged. Prepare weapons. The only thing I regret is fire. Having met him too late. Bang, 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 bang. Chapter 43, Crisis in California, 5, KEWINAIT. Come quickly, yeah. Chumash boy Q&A couldn't stop looking back. Dad, his father, who was sentenced to forced labor, told him before leaving that one day he would return to the village. About 500 Chumash people were rounded up into one group and forced to leave their homes. Although the journey was full of sadness, it was not a cruel journey. A group of dozens of Mexicans accompanied them, providing food. Where are we going? Q&A asked Camille Olsit, who was appointed village chief, just for knowing how to speak Spanish. They have only told us that we are going to the north of Baja California. Baja California? Q&A didn't know where it was. A Mexican who was part of the group joined the conversation. The boy seems to be asking something. What does he need to know? He wants to know where we are going. Well, he won't know much about the place, but tell him we'll be there in about a week. Understood. The crown prince, who divided the Chumash tribe into dozens of groups, assigned Mexican government employees, guides, architects and soldiers to accompany them. Although they did not go hungry, the feeling of fear and discomfort was unavoidable. There were only 30 soldiers, but with the tribesmen consisting of children and old men, all unarmed, those soldiers represented an overwhelming force. Still, they have been assigned to a warm area, so the conditions are relatively good. There are villages that have been sent to Northern California. Thank you. 30-year-old Camille also limped as he walked due to a severe knee injury he suffered as a child, making the journey especially difficult for him. The few young men left in the village were in similar condition, with some serious disabilities. At least because he knew how to speak Spanish, he had been given the role of village chief, which gave him a slightly better position. The settlement they arrived at was much more barren than their home. There is nothing to be done. The best lands already have owners, said the government official. If he said that, it must be true. Camille Olsit, who had become a chief without wanting to, tried to reassure his people. If we work hard, we can make this land productive and live well here. He himself did not believe his words. He knew that, in the end, whatever they harvested would be taken away. But if they did not want to rebel and die, there was no other option. The official met with architects and discussed where to build the administrative building and other facilities, then began allocating plots of land to each family. Is all this land really mine? Yes, of course. And since you are the boss, you have been instructed to receive 50% more land. How much is it exactly? You will have 240 acres, and the other families, 160 acres. Officials and architects even placed stakes to mark the boundaries of the land. The villagers were stunned, but they were wary. What good is it if they then take away our entire harvest? The Chumash used to be semi-nomadic, hunters and gatherers, but after decades of mission life, they had learned a lot about agriculture. The next day, construction began. The first thing to be built was the administrative building. We will build this building first, and then we will build each other's houses, so don't worry too much, the official said. Everyone in the village, without exception, participated in the construction. Once the administrative building was completed, they began to build the house for Camille Olsit, the village chief. This is the design we have planned. Is it okay with you? They asked him politely, taking his opinion into account. Architects, would it be possible to add a decoration in this style to the building? Camille also gathered the courage to show them a design carved in wood. If they were on the mission, just asking something like that would have resulted in whipping, but the architects were kind. Yes, of course, we can do that. Sit here so we can fine-tune the design together. Thank you so much. Despite the lack of young men, which made the process slower, the village began to take shape little by little. They also began to work the land. These instruments and seeds have been provided by His Majesty the Emperor, so you should receive them with gratitude. As promised by the Crown Prince, they were provided with farming tools and seeds. Thank you, said the inhabitants. Several months passed. Although everyone had some experience in farming, due to the time spent clearing and preparing the land, the harvest was poor. Uncle, we barely have enough for our family. Could you ask if they will take it? Q&A asked. I was actually thinking of asking. Don't worry, Camille also replied. As harvest time approached, tensions grew in the village. Everything depended on what the official would say. Oh, didn't I tell you? For the next 5 years you are exempt from taxes. You won't have to hand over anything. Excuse me? Camille also couldn't believe what he was hearing. Do you mean that after 5 years they will take everything? He asked cautiously. Not at all. Don't worry. Taxes won't be as high as you imagine. So what are these Mexicans doing here? The civil servants, the architects and even the soldiers had helped a lot in the construction of the town, and now it turns out that they weren't going to take anything. Hurrah! As the news was shared, the faces of the villagers lit up with smiles for the first time in a year. This doesn't make sense. Did you misunderstand the Spanish? Asked an incredulous old man. No, sir. I have asked several times. Oh, what a relief. It's a big relief. Some elderly people could not hold back their tears. The Chumash tribe used to hold a festival to commemorate the harvest. Although the harvest was modest, many people wanted to celebrate. Camille also went to the administrative office to ask the official if it was possible. They only need to do 2 things, loyalty to His Majesty the Emperor, and obey the laws of the Empire. Here is the legal code for you to review. Suddenly, Camille also found himself tasked with reading a thick book of laws, and he read it carefully. According to the law, as long as they do not cause injuries to the body, there seems to be no problem with holding the festival. Really? What a relief. Although there were some changes, they were able to celebrate the traditional festival, something that was unthinkable in the mission area. Since then, Camille began consulting the legal code whenever there was a problem, as residents kept asking what they could and could not do. A few days after the harvest festival ended, the first stranger arrived. The traveling judge has arrived. Everyone come out. Riding on horseback and accompanied by 200 soldiers, the judge looked down on the townspeople from above. Yeah, there haven't been any crimes in the last year, right? An official replied. No, there hasn't been. The judge shook his head and said, no, let the village chief answer directly. There have been no crimes. The judge inspected the town thoroughly. There doesn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. Captain, let's continue to the next town. Yes, Your Honor. The man who appeared to be the military commander responded and then turned to the villagers. We will pursue any criminal to the end, so don't even dream about it. Goodbye. With that warning, they left. Weeks after their departure, other strangers arrived. They called themselves Rice Express. Along with them came merchants. Merchants brave enough to travel to such a remote region. The work of camouflaging increased even more. So, if I sell all of this, it's 10 pesos, right? And that item costs 1 peso, correct? That's right, sir. By this time, some were so frustrated that they began to learn Spanish on their own. Camille also began teaching himself Spanish, as managing everything by himself had become impossible. I was teaching officials at the government office in Los Angeles. The basic policy towards the natives was, as always, a mixture of carrot and stick. However, we would not hit with the stick without reason, unless they attacked first. It's more accurate to say we pulled out the stick and waved the carrot. The map showed the lands of various indigenous groups in California. Oh, of course, the most fertile lands are included in most territories. Yes, Your Highness. Mashipshuno, who had been a chief of the Chumash tribe, responded. He had not participated in battles, so he was not sentenced to forced labor, but he was not sent to a colony either. Although it did not seem to be intended, there was a possibility that it would become a waypoint for the Chumash to regroup. The knowledge I had was very useful for my work. I can't believe it. This tribe barely has more than 2,000 members, and they think that all this territory is this. Yes, Your Highness. That is what I understand. With just 2,000 people, 10% of this land would be enough for everyone to live in abundance. But that is from our perspective, as farmers. It is not from their traditional way of life. If they are not willing to give up these lands, we will have to change their way of life. For that we will need a big stick and a big carrot. My father gave me permission to use more troops. The condition was that we would use the natives to clear the land and begin collecting taxes in 5 years. Unlike in the United States, treating indigenous people as labor was perfectly acceptable in Mexico. It was already a reality in this country. After all, there was also the Valladolid debate. The Valladolid debate, Junta de Valladolid, took place in 1550, after Cortés conquered the Aztec Empire. The main issue was whether the natives should be recognized as being right or not. If they did not have it, there would be no problem in governing and dominating them by coercive methods. If they were recognized as rational beings, then they would have to be converted by persuasion and education. This debate, which inflamed tempers in Spain, was not resolved until a special envoy of the Pope intervened. The conclusion was reached that the natives had reason and that they should not be enslaved. That's why the landowners of the large estates treat them as tenants rather than slaves, and the missions, at least in theory, claim that their purpose is evangelization. Of course, this only applies to the indigenous people. Africans are still considered slaves. Not all whites think the same way. At least for the Spanish, the American Indians are not targets to be exterminated without further ado. In reality, this decision was inevitable. If they had treated them all as slaves, the colonies would not have survived. Central Mexico, where the Aztec Empire was located, was the region with the highest population density in America. Cortés's conquest of the Aztecs was only possible thanks to the immense help of the Tlaxcalans. What would have happened if he had suddenly told them that they were wrong and that they would be slaves? However advanced their weapons were, a group of just a few hundred men could not have defeated millions of natives. They therefore had no choice but to partially acknowledge the power of the indigenous elites. The Spanish managed to build an efficient system, exploiting most of the indigenous people in cooperation with their elites. Therefore, they could not declare all indigenous people to be animals without reason. The key point is that the indigenous people were accepted as labor. For this reason, after the introduction of mechanical harvesters, many Indians left the large estates and were able to receive land in California, where they were expected to work it and pay taxes. This week I will have to persuade that tribe. They need only swear allegiance to the emperor and obey the laws of the empire. If they do so, they will be able to live in abundance on the lands they value so much. Influential members of the tribe who are involved in the decision will be guaranteed even more land. We teach them how to farm, we give them tools and seeds. As long as they don't break the law, we don't interfere with their culture. The army of thousands of soldiers is there just to help them a little in making their decision. Chapter 44, Crisis in California. 6. Miss Hopshuno had become an official functionary of the Mexican Empire. His mission was to settle the indigenous peoples as part of the empire. The Crown Prince, despite having explained his strategy in detail and having given a demonstration, did not rest easy and left his loyal assistant, Diego Lewis, in California before leaving. Miss Hopshuno, Diego and Colonel Antonio traveled around California trying to persuade the indigenous tribes. Colonel Antonio was the commander of an elite infantry regiment and the highest ranking officer among the soldiers remaining in California. His role during the negotiations was largely to impose presence. "Settle down, you say," muttered one of the indigenous leaders. "I know it's not something you're familiar with, we weren't either. But you also know that reality has changed," Miss Hopshuno replied. Most of California's indigenous peoples lived in areas rich in natural resources, building villages where they spent much of the year and then moving on to other places. Although some tribes practiced agriculture, their main source of livelihood remained hunting and gathering. I know. More and more Mexicans are coming to our lands. And when we get closer, they act as if we were the invaders, the chief said angrily. Miss Hopshuno understood his frustration, but couldn't help but speak out about the harsh reality. We've been through it too. If they persist in resisting, they'll lose all their settlements. Fight? I'm sorry, but even if your tribe was 10 times bigger, you couldn't win. I've been through it. 10 times more. Are they that powerful? The leader asked, glancing sideways at Colonel Antonio, who was clearly a military man. The colonel did not answer, only crossed his arms and maintained his imposing posture. Miss Hopshuno explained in detail the power of their weapons, especially rifles and cannons, and the strength of a regular army compared to a militia. You say the range of those rifles is more than twice that of their usual weapons? And they have cannons too? Ugh. The chief sighed, lost in his thoughts. He was in a position of great responsibility, so he could not make a decision lightly. After much thought, he said, "It doesn't seem like we have much of a choice. If what you promise is true, we might accept it. But don't think we'll give up so easily if you've lied to us." It was understandable that he had doubts. The benefits offered sounded too good, and on top of that, the person who was offering them was an indigenous person like Miss Hopshuno, which generated even more suspicion. At that moment, Diego intervened. "I'm the personal assistant to the Crown Prince of Mexico, Agustín Jerónimo de Iturbide. I can vouch for everything that has been said." He showed several documents as proof, but the boss remained suspicious. How could he know they weren't just any frauds? "We are not asking you to believe us completely right now. We will support you first. How about you see it with your own eyes?" They had not come empty-handed. Although the army was waiting a little further away, they had brought property titles, food and farming tools for every family in the village. Anyway, they plan to stay for a few months, right? They can accept the land titles and try to farm a little. They have nothing to lose, added Diego. Miss Hopshuno also intervened. "If the Mexican Empire wanted to expel or capture them by force, we would not have gone to such trouble. Believe me, we have experienced it firsthand." Ahem. There was no need to mention it. Diego coughed lightly, uncomfortable with Miss Hopshuno's direct comment, but the boss seemed convinced. "Okay, I'll accept for now. I appreciate the supplies. Thank you for trusting us. You won't regret this decision." That day they managed to persuade the chief of a medium-sized tribe of more than 3,000 people. As they left, Diego commented, "This time it was relatively easy. The boss had a good sense of reality. If everyone were like them, it would be ideal. But that wasn't the case. The problem with the strategy they were using was that, for some, it was not enough to just show the whip. There were those who only understood when they really felt it firsthand. It's a good offer, but it's a shame that so many people don't see it. Even Europeans who come as immigrants receive similar benefits." Diego sighed as he spoke. From their point of view, it must sound like a threat to them, and it is natural for them to rebel. Especially those who have not yet faced reality will be more stubborn. Many did not understand, or preferred to ignore, that the world in which they could live in their own way no longer existed. Even if the Mexican Empire were to commit the folly of giving them a territory to live in isolation, another nation would soon take advantage of the opportunity to devour those lands. However generous the crown prince was, he could not fight for them. He was generous, but he was not crazy. So why not let them live as before within the Mexican Empire? Unfortunately, that was not possible either. Living as they did before meant not respecting the laws of the Mexican Empire. And a centralized empire like Mexico could not tolerate something like that. Even proposing it would be political suicide. Even for Miss Hopshuno, the crown prince's offer was a good option for the indigenous people. Sometimes he wondered what things would have been like if another tribe had rebelled first. Would his tribe, the Chumash, have accepted this offer willingly out of fear? It was something he imagined every night. That was one of the reasons why he faithfully followed the crown prince's orders, to prevent more tribes from going through the tragedy that his own did. Of course, not everyone understood such a deep feeling. No, we will protect our land. Mexico, the United States, no matter who comes, we will fight to the end. What? Have you not understood anything I have told you? Your tribe's weapons are no match for those of Mexico, and we are offering you to stay on your land. 10% of our land? And we are supposed to settle for that? I don't understand why we should. And besides, you expect me to trust someone who hangs out with those damn white people? Get out of here, you filthy traitor. Even if they were told how they would live better, they did not care. They could not bear the idea of even a small part of their homeland being taken away from them. The young chief spat on the ground as he held his gun, ready to use it if they didn't leave. Miss Hopshino was feeling frustrated. Not everyone understood just by listening. Most only learned the hard way. But what they really couldn't understand was how anyone could be so foolish in the face of such an obvious army. How could this guy become the chief of a tribe? It's a shame. Yes, it is really sad. Miss Hopshino took out his notebook and marked an X on the territory. The indigenous problem was important, but he could not devote all his time to it. Time was limited, and big enemies were slowly approaching. I left Digo with Miss Hopshino and returned to Mexico City. Digo, who had spent more time with me as my assistant, understood my intentions better than anyone. Although I had insisted that the officials should be calm in their persuasion, I knew that some of them, without thinking too much, could trigger a violent conflict with the indigenous tribes. That is why I left Digo to help Miss Hopshino. Persuasion would fall primarily on Miss Hopshino, but without the help of the imperial government, it would be difficult to convince other tribes. So help was indispensable. Upon arriving in Mexico City, I informed my father about the situation and recent achievements. Father, the leaders of the Chumash rebellion have been executed, and the remaining warriors have been sentenced to 20 years of hard labor. Perfect. Good job, Jerome. What about the other tribes? We are persuading the Indians to respect the laws and pay taxes as subjects of the Mexican Empire. In the process, it seems we will need to use the military a bit more. The Central Forces have enough capacity. They can use more troops for a few more months. So, can we say that the situation in Alta California is practically under control? Yes, Father. I think we will be able to accept about 100,000 indigenous people as subjects of the Mexican Empire. Some will resist, but even they will suffer few casualties, as will the Chumash tribe. Only the warriors who take part in the fighting will be sentenced to forced labor, while civilians will be spared. In the original story, over 95% of the indigenous population of California disappeared. Here too many will die from disease, but I will try to save as many as possible from other factors. He hoped that, if their nutritional conditions were improved, at least some people would be able to resist illnesses better. Even if the main cause was a lack of immunity, if they were given vitamins, some might recover. For this reason, he had already given directions to grow oranges in Los Naranjos, promising to buy large quantities. Aha, so the problem now is New Mexico. It won't be easy. We have received reports that they continue to attempt incursions. The northern territories of the Mexican Empire were divided into 3 large provinces. The west was California, the center was New Mexico, and the east was Texas. Unlike the modern borders, we will eventually have to break them up into smaller territories, but that is not a priority right now. The California Indians, who had not yet experienced a large-scale invasion, were relatively unhostile and had lower fighting ability. However, the Indians of New Mexico and Texas were much more aggressive and skilled in warfare. I think it would be wise to strengthen defensive forces. If we are going to face them, we must be fully prepared. We must anticipate confrontations on the level of a war. War level, you say? Is it that serious? Although New Mexico was recognized as part of the Mexican Empire by the international community, in practice, the real power there was the Comanche tribe. They were estimated to have had a population of between 30,000 and 40,000 people, with at least 10,000 cavalrymen. Although not all of them were armed with muskets, they probably already had a considerable amount of weapons. Yes, Father. I will investigate further and provide you with a detailed report. Okay, understood. So, if you'll excuse me, I'm off to oversee the completion of the dam project. Hang on a minute. The door opened suddenly, as if it had been timed, and my mother entered the office. And soon, the expected scolding fell. It's been a year since you promised to find a partner to marry, and now you tell me you're going to finish a damn. Mother, I need to finish what I started. Shut up. Since you weren't able to find it yourself, I've already done it for you. It seemed like arguing would be a grave mistake. Well, there's not much point in searching on my own, so I'll just accept it. Okay, mother, you choose. Being a crown prince also meant giving up some things. My mother finally smiled slightly and patted me on the shoulder. You have made a good decision. There is a family in Yucatan that has just gone over to the monarchist side. They have a great influence on the peninsula. A family that has gone from the Republican to the monarchist side? Wait, could it be? I remembered the young Delgado of the Delgado family, who, by marrying me, would automatically become a monarchist. I wasn't sure if her family was based in Yucatan, but she was a problem herself. She was pretty, but her purity bordered on extreme naivety. Mother, are you by any chance the Delgado family? No, don't worry. I've chosen someone perfect for you. Phew. A perfect woman for me? I don't know anyway. I have no choice. I will have to do what I'm asked. The Yucatan Peninsula, it is not just any place. It is where in the original story the caste war took place. The first great military conflict after the war between Mexico and the United States. The Mexican highlands, the heart of the Mexican Empire, was home to a civilization comparable to the Aztec, but there was also another prominent civilization on the Yucatan Peninsula, the Mayan civilization. The birthplaces of great civilizations always have a climate and geography suitable for human life, as well as the agricultural capacity to support a large population. In Yucatan, indigenous people who identified themselves as Mayans took up arms against the exploitation of Creoles and mestizos. This uprising was called the Caste War, a resistance movement that lasted almost 50 years. It was the longest and fiercest indigenous resistance in the history of Mexico. Although the blame falls on the Creole and mestizo landowners who exploited them excessively, it cannot be denied that this war was one of the factors that led Mexico to ruin. This country is marked by endless conflicts between the north, the center and the south, between landowners, the church, mestizos and indigenous people. No group gives in easily. It is a land of constant struggle, and coupled with the constant external invasions, it is no wonder the country is in chaos. I knew that Mexico was a complicated country. Overcoming those difficulties is part of my mission. Thoughts of my wedding, so complex, had already been erased from my mind. Better to do it quickly. For a crown prince, marriage is also part of his duties. That's what I thought, until I met her. Chapter 45, Ports and Shipyards, 1. The girl from the terrace. It was the same person I had seen when I left the party. I thought she looked like a movie actress, with that bored expression on the terrace. Now, seeing her up close, her appearance felt even more unreal. Nice to meet you. I'm Agustín Jerónimo de Iturbide. Although he probably already knew my name, he didn't know how these meetings worked in this day and age, so I politely introduced myself. A pleasure. I'm Cecilia Escalante. Her expression was somewhat indifferent, as if she was not happy to be here. Interesting. I don't want to sound arrogant, but I'm considered one of the best matches in the Mexican Empire. I could clearly see that at the party. Is there anything you don't like? If so, we can save it for another time. No, that's not it. Despite saying there was nothing wrong, he didn't have an enthusiastic attitude either. I couldn't tell if it was part of his personality or if he just didn't like me. However, since he answered honestly, the conversation could at least continue. Miss Cecilia, may I ask what your hobbies are? My hobby was reading, although, in reality, it is not anymore. Was it reading? Does that mean it is not anymore? In a modern date, this attitude would probably be a sign that the date was going nowhere. But in this case, our families had already arranged everything. Unless someone was absolutely against it, this was the date to meet the person one was going to marry. I thought I had put aside all my expectations, but maybe there was still something in the back of my mind. A Republican family and they used to like reading. I steered the conversation toward his family, the large landowners of the Yucatan Peninsula, and mentioned the tenants and indigenous people who worked on their land. Some young ladies commented that they were grateful that these dirty things had been cleaned from their estates, as it improved the landscape. How can anyone say something like that? His tone, which until then had been somewhat neutral, suddenly turned cold. What? His gaze, like his voice, turned icy. Those dirty things are people too. She looked at me harshly as she said those words, but oddly enough, I felt a kind of emotion when I heard her. I was just repeating what I heard at the party. I'm curious to know what part of that bothered you so much. My expectations were growing. Just because you tell me a joke like that, doesn't that mean you think that way too? If you treat them that way, you'll regret it one day. With a warning in his tone, his excitement continued to grow. Are they people too? Those words were not something one heard from the landed class of the Mexican Empire. I spent hours at the party without hearing a single opinion like that. They said that his family had defected to the Republican side. Regret? Why? BCAUSE, they are people too, and their patience has a limit. And that machine you built only pushes them further. That's why I didn't want to come here. What the hell was he saying? What exactly do you mean by my machine is pushing them to the limit? I knew it. The mechanical harvester you invented. Haven't you realized that it has made the lives of peasants even more difficult? I have provided enough work for the peasants who have lost their jobs on the farms. How come you say it has made them worse off? That's something that can work in central or northern Mexico. Do you really think it's easy for people from the south to get here? Do you think the landowners give them a friendly send-off with provisions? How are they supposed to get here? It was like I had been hit in the head. Farmers from central Mexico can go to nearby cities like Las Truchas, Morelia or Mexico City. Those from the north know they are being offered land in California or Texas, so they head there. But what about the people of southern Mexico? Cities and businesses are also emerging there, but not enough to absorb all the demand for labor from the peasants. They would have to travel to central Mexico, which is a long way. In addition, the Central Plateau is a mountainous region, so they would have to cross difficult terrain. It is not an easy journey, and considering that those leaving are tenant farmers, it is unlikely that they will have enough provisions for the journey. Especially those who live at the tip of the Yucatan Peninsula, or in the Central American areas, they would not even consider making the trip. I'll have to adjust the railway plan. The original plan was to build the most profitable sections between Veracruz and the Mexican highlands first, then extend to California and Texas, and leave the Yucatan Peninsula and Central America for last. He believed that was the most profitable order. It was not that there was no funding. He had already raised enough money from local landowners who had promised to finance the project, in addition to the sale of shares. The only problem was the lack of manpower, so he had decided to start with the most profitable sections. Did I miss something again? The idea of improving agricultural efficiency to free peasants from farms had been successful so far, but I had neglected the details. Each time once a plan was progressing far enough, I found myself busy thinking about the next project. It is true that, thanks to the power of the imperial family, my vast wealth and my modern knowledge, the Mexican Empire was growing stronger through industrialization and territorial development. But I had not foreseen either the indigenous crisis or this problem. He was beginning to see the limits of a single person's capabilities. Looks like I'll need a more organized system. As historical transformations continued to accumulate due to my intervention, it would not be possible to foresee and prepare for all events. Not even a genius could do so. It seems that something is bothering you. That's right, we were talking. I don't know how long I was thinking, but probably more than 5 minutes. Leaving someone waiting for more than 5 minutes in a conversation is certainly rude. I got lost in my thoughts for a moment. Sorry. Don't worry. At least it makes me feel better to see that you've been thinking about it. I decided to put my worries aside for the moment and continue the conversation. I mentioned that comment earlier because I was curious to know what you think about peasants. I don't see them as dirty things. On the contrary, I think they are people that I have a responsibility to take care of. I will believe you since I saw you thinking for 5 minutes. I must say that your way of thinking is very different from that of others. I have not met many young Republican women who think like you. At this time, no matter how committed they were to Republican ideas, it was not common for families to educate their daughters to the same level as their sons. My father was not always like he is now. In his youth, in his 20s, he was deeply influenced by Republicanism. He even read books to me. I see, so things changed over time. My father liked me to read until I was about 30. Our library was full of books he had gotten from Europe. But everything changed when my grandfather died and my father inherited the land. From then on, things began to change. It seemed like he had let his guard down and started telling me more about his family. His father, shortly after independence, had joined the Republican faction, as Republicanism still had some influence at that time. But when the power of the monarchy was consolidated and the possibility of a Republican government faded, his father changed allegiance, completely abandoning his Republican ideals. He banned reading in his home and began looking for a family with whom he could sell it to the highest bidder, as she herself put it. Under pressure from her father, she had to start attending high society events. So that's why you were standing on the terrace with that bored expression on your face. Yeah. WELL. In the end, it seems that your father managed to marry you into the imperial family, so in a way, he has succeeded. However, as you must have already suspected, I have no intention of letting the landlords continue to take advantage of the land without further ado. Do you agree with that? Of course, I not only agree, I love the idea. From there, the conversation flowed much more pleasantly. Although Cecilia had Republican ideas, she did not harbor radical thoughts such as eliminating the entire royal family. Rather, she shared a critical stance toward the current social structure of the Mexican Empire, in which a minority of landowners exploited the majority. This was something I also agreed with, which was beneficial. Would my mother have anticipated this situation when choosing her? Probably not. She probably chose her because her family, in the Yucatan Peninsula, had great influence and wealth. If I had accepted the first one, when they proposed to me, I might have ended up with another family. When I asked for a year to think about it, it all turned out that way. I guess I should take it as fate. If I've already found God, there's no point in not believing in fate too. I informed my mother immediately that I agreed to the marriage. I knew that a royal wedding would require several months of preparation, so during that time I devoted myself to supervising the final works of the construction of the dam in Morelia. Winter 1832. The first modern reservoir of the Mexican Empire was completed, the Coencio Dam. With a capacity of 70 million cubic meters, it was a medium-sized dam that was built in a relatively short period. These were 2 eventful years. There were indigenous rebellions, and we also built a large housing complex in Morelia to accommodate urban immigrants. The railroad advanced rapidly, and the section between Mexico City and Veracruz was already completed, while, under my orders, it began to expand towards the Yucatan Peninsula and Central America. My projects, and the various enterprises of the Mexican Empire, continued to suffer from a serious lack of manpower, but at least the imperial administrative staff was being recruited in sufficient numbers. Spain's bankruptcy was a great help. Already reeling, Spain was forced to pay huge reparations after losing the war, and when those debts fell into the hands of England, the pressure to collect them became unbearable, leading Spain to declare bankruptcy. They didn't accept bankruptcy, of course. Although a person can declare bankruptcy under the protection of the law, when a country does so, there is no law to protect it. No good or pious country simply accepts another country declaring that it cannot pay. They began to loot fiercely. Even in the modern world, bankruptcy declarations by weak countries are often ignored. One example is Argentina, which formally declared bankruptcy, but a US hedge fund company, Elliott, ignored that declaration and went so far as to seize the Argentine Navy's flagship, the Era Libertad, in Ghana. The United Kingdom in this world did something similar. They not only seized Spain's warships, but also its merchant ships, which left the Spanish economy completely shattered. Taking advantage of this chaos and suffering, Spanish liberals started an insurrection, which sparked a civil war. As a result, Spanish immigration to Mexico, which was already considerable, began to skyrocket. Spaniards are arriving in numbers similar to the sum of Irish, Germans and other nationalities. The butterfly effect is already taking hold. Good job, President and Race. It seems I have to say this phrase frequently. Your Highness, you have also worked hard. I often say this myself. I suppose it is a sign of all that we have achieved. That's how it is. From the top of the Coencio Dam, I look down. This dam would supply water to the imperial family's great estate in Morelia. The sun's rays reflected in the reservoir created a dazzling scene. We are the only country that has built something of this magnitude. Be proud. It is a spectacle that fills me with satisfaction, Your Highness. The water flowing through the control area of the dam, designed to regulate the water level, created a majestic waterfall. Walking near the dam, the sound of flowing water and birdsong intertwined, creating an otherworldly atmosphere. This dam not only prevented floods and provided water for agriculture, but also functioned as a fishing site. Since we are here, how about we do some fishing? I think it's an excellent idea. Tomorrow, the hectic pace would begin again. Marriage seemed like a good thing to me, but the ceremony itself would be a tiring task. After that, other territorial development projects would be waiting. But, Your Highness, isn't the wedding in 2 days? I don't have much time left to enjoy quiet moments like this. Even though I have to leave soon, what's wrong with taking a moment off, right? Chapter 46, Ports and Shipyards, 2, Winter 1832. A year had passed since my engagement to Cecilia, and after a long preparation, the wedding finally began. Congratulations. Congratulations, son. My father and mother congratulated me. Their faces showed genuine joy, especially my mother's, who looked relieved, as if she could finally rest a little. It seems like they are really happy. This year marked my 10th anniversary since I woke up in this body. It was also 10 years since Mexico's independence, and the 15-year-old I was now 25. My parents, who were then 39 and 36, were now 49 and 46, and their faces had aged noticeably. A feeling of melancholy came over me. Son. Perhaps because of the excitement of the wedding day, I let myself be carried away by my feelings, and hugged my father and mother, one by one. To my surprise, they both accepted the gesture with a smile. Although they are not my biological parents, they are the people I have formed bonds with since my reincarnation, and I owe them a lot. Especially to my father, Agustín I, who turned out to be an unexpected support. Depending on what his character would have been like, my plans would have been very different, but he always supported what I wanted to do. In our conversations, I realized that more than power itself, what he valued was family. As long as his firstborn and heir, me, was successful, he saw no need to hinder me. Fortunately, he is not one of those who believe that power cannot be shared even with children. If he were, he probably would not have achieved anything. Ahem. Brother, we are here too. As expected at such an important event as the Crown Prince's wedding, all of my siblings, whom I had barely had time to talk to due to my busy schedule, were present. The one who had just spoken was my younger brother, Angel, 9 years younger than me, that is, 16 years old. In the original story, he would end up marrying an American citizen. This feels a little awkward. With 8 siblings in total, 4 boys and 4 girls, it was not easy to know how to act in front of all of them, since I did not have a close relationship with any of them. Thank you all for coming. Of course. Congratulations, brother. Despite the emotional distance I felt, the family atmosphere was joyful, and everyone congratulated me with bright smiles. These guys, seeing their eyes shining as they looked at me, something unexpected suddenly came to mind. Do you want me to give you some money? Hey, that. Without warning, I gave them some money. The wedding ceremony officially began. The venue was Chapultepec Castle, perched atop a hill in Mexico City's Chapultepec Park. Surrounded by lush, vibrant floral displays featuring native Mexican flowers like dahlias and cempasúchils. The first and last wedding of my life, in all my existences, past and present, was taking place. Under God's blessing, on this sacred day, we are gathered to celebrate the union of 2 souls. Today, our Crown Prince and his beloved fiancée are become one through their vows of love and loyalty. This union is not just the meeting of 2 people, but a symbol of hope and future for our nation and its people. It seemed as if the Archbishop of Mexico, Francisco Pablo Vasquez, was officiating the ceremony, but I wasn't listening. I only saw Cecilia, the woman who would soon be my wife. She was dazzling, so beautiful that she took my breath away. "She's beautiful," I murmured. "Thank you, you look amazing too," she replied. We met when Cecilia was 18, and it's been a year now. We are now in the winter of her 19th year. I, in the name of God, before all present here, I bless this union and pray for the prosperity and happiness of our country. May this marriage be a symbol of eternal love and devotion. The Archbishop's sermon continued, but I remained absorbed in Cecilia's beauty. Before I knew it, the ceremony was over. I don't know how it happened so fast, I thought. Many guests attended the wedding. "Congratulations on your marriage, Your Highness," national politicians and diplomats from countries such as England and France told me, offering formal congratulations, while leaving their presence on record. "Thank you for inviting me, Your Highness," they said. "It's the least I could do. I'm the one who appreciates your help," he replied politely. "I had also invited the businessmen who run my company." "Your Highness, didn't you marry a little late?" said Lorenzo, one of my former companions. "Lorenzo, what kind of comment is that?" Eduardo scolded him. "Calm down, it's okay, Eduardo," I replied. My fellow military academy members, such as Lorenzo and Eduardo, had already married years before. Other guests included Manuel, who was now a colonel, and other old acquaintances. Not all of them were friendly, however. "Your Highness, it is a pleasure to meet you. I'm General Antonio Lopez de Santarana. Congratulations on your marriage. My father told me about you. I appreciate your presence," I replied. Even General Santarana, considered one of the greatest threats to the country, had attended. Perhaps there is no need to be so cautious with him anymore, I mused. It has been about 8 years since the Mexican Empire reached a period of stability. As long as he is not allowed to gain too much merit, he could be a useful sword for the empire. After greeting Santarana, I managed to take a breath, only to be approached by another man. "It is an honor to meet you, Your Highness. I'm Anthony Butler from the United States. Thank you for inviting me to your wedding, Your Highness. I hope this occasion will further strengthen the friendship and cooperation between our two countries." He speaks like a true diplomat, I thought. "Thank you, Ambassador. I think it is crucial that both nations understand and cooperate with each other," I said, thinking of my true feelings. "Don't do anything stupid." "I fully agree with you, Your Highness. In fact, in this spirit of cooperation, I would like to propose a discussion on the Texas region. We believe that this area is of great importance to both countries, and I would like to explore ways to work together for the benefit of both nations." What nonsense is he talking now? I thought, as I watched the American ambassador shamelessly continue talking after my warning. "Texas, you say? In this world, as in the original story, US President John Adams in 1827 and Andrew Jackson in 1829 proposed the purchase of Texas. The only difference was the price. While John Adams initially offered $1 million, he later increased his offer to $3 million, and Andrew Jackson, who had offered $5 million, eventually offered $7.5 million. Do you really think we would sell it? It was practically an offer for us to sell the country. I want to buy all of Texas for $10 million. What do you think? And why are you telling me this? The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Mexican Empire has been very intransigent. However, the empire belongs to the imperial family, isn't it? If you accept this proposal, I will personally give you $5 million. A typical American maneuver, similar to what they tried in the original story when they offered bribes to Santarana to buy Texas during his term. Maybe they thought it was a bold proposition, but it seems they didn't do their homework, or didn't bother to investigate enough to know how rich I really am. Idiots. If they offer me $100 million, I might consider it. $100 million? That's a way of saying no. Don't make me an offer like that again. What a pity. Seeing these Americans so blatantly display their greed for territory at my wedding made me reaffirm my resolve. I will kill America. America is my enemy. Confrontation with the United States is an inevitable fate. March 1833. After the wedding, I finally had a break after a long time. Time passed so fast that it reminded me of the leaves from when I was in the army in my previous life. I took my father, the Minister of Finance and the deputies of the Imperialist Party to Morelia to show them the dam and irrigation facilities that we had completed. This is incredible. It really is an impressive spectacle. Yes, father. It will be exceptional for flood prevention and water supply for agriculture, I replied as we walked along the top of the Coenzio Dam. In addition to preventing floods and supplying water for agriculture, the dam would also provide drinking water, improve water quality, encourage recreational activities, and protect and restore the ecosystem, although these functions were difficult to explain at the time. Now, let's go and see the irrigation facilities. The pump is installed here at the dam. Although it was not the main planting season, we were able to give a demonstration. We activated the steam pump prepared in advance. SHHH. The sound of the steam pump starting up filled the air, as if a giant were exhaling deeply. Water could clearly be heard, being sucked into the huge pipes connected to the pump. Water soon began to flow through the pipes, filling the farmlands belonging to the imperial family, stretching far into the distance. Look over there, I said, pointing to the fields. The surrounding lands belonged to the imperial family, and could be clearly seen in the distance. Oh. It's amazing how the water reaches so far. Unless there is a severe drought, the water supply will be constant. The finance minister and MPs were also impressed. Before modern irrigation systems, agriculture relied solely on rainfall. Some used canals or water wheels, but until more advanced methods were developed, irrigation was limited by environmental factors and was not a widespread solution. This irrigation system completely solved all these problems. By ensuring a constant supply of water to farms, agricultural productivity will increase significantly. In addition, it will allow the cultivation of plant varieties that were previously difficult to grow. I explained to the MPs and the finance minister about the effects of the irrigation system. The finance minister will approve the requests for state farms, while MPs will do so for their own large estates. Your Highness, can we wait to see how much production increases before making a decision? The minister asked. It seems like they prefer to see results before they commit. I don't mind. The results will speak for themselves. It's not something that needs to be rushed. We already have enough backlog anyway, so there's no need to rush orders. We returned to Mexico City by train. Just as I was about to rest, my father called me. Father, were you calling me? I see you are eager to quickly implement the dam and irrigation system. I will help you with that, but there is something you need to do, my father said, getting straight to the point. What should I do? I asked. Yeah, a few years ago you brought some naval technicians from Spain, didn't you? He commented. More than 4 years had passed since then. Yes, father. They say that without a proper shipyard, you can't build warships. We are investing in building one, but it doesn't seem to be progressing as it should. Since you seem to have a talent for construction, could you help us with this? I had assumed that everything would be fine, since I had found the technicians, and we had the money, so I didn't worry too much about it. Sigh. Is it too much to ask for something to just work fine on its own? The Mexican Empire was totally inexperienced in the naval industry. The Spanish were not stupid, and they never allowed their colonies to develop a powerful navy. So, even though we brought in technicians from Spain, thinking that the construction of the shipyard would proceed smoothly was wishful thinking on my part. This damn Mexican Empire requires my attention in absolutely everything. I also have to deal with the Comanche tribes and the Mayans. I have no other choice. Strengthening our navy is too important. Understood, father. While it is a little daunting to have to personally take charge of something I thought would be resolved, the time has come to lay the groundwork for increasing our naval power. Chapter 47, Ports and Shipyards. 3. It's a necessary task, so even if I do it, it's better to negotiate something in return. The road ahead for the Mexican Empire is still long. Many of these areas require government support, and although it has been frustrating so far, I have endured. Father, in exchange for helping with the construction of the shipyard, I would like you to support the reform of the measurement system. Solving that problem will also greatly help in the construction of the shipyard. System of measurement? Do you mean the yard and pound system? That dirty imperial system of measurement is still used in our Mexican empire. The yard-pound system has many shortcomings, one of the main ones being that it is not based on the decimal system. Each unit uses different bases, such as a duodecimal, hexadecimal or quaternary system, which is extremely annoying. Another problem is that units such as the inch, derived from the width of a man's thumb, and the foot, based on the length of the human foot, had no clear standard at this time, resulting in a lack of accuracy. Yes, I'm proposing to implement the metric system, invented in France. I spent a good while explaining to my father the advantages of the metric system. The disadvantages of the yards and pounds system are precisely the strengths of the metric system, the existence of a clear standard that is applied uniformly, regardless of the characteristics of the object in question. In addition, all calculations of length, area, volume, and mass are based on the decimal system, which makes conversion and compatibility between units easier. From what you say, it seems like it has quite a few advantages as a system of measures, but I doubt it is something that can be solved with just an administrative order. It is true, it is not something that can be implemented just with a decree. A law would be needed to introduce the metric system. If the emperor simply declared that he would change the system of measurements, there would be enormous resistance. The system of measurements affects crucial areas such as economic activity, administration and taxation. Since ancient times, unifying the system of measurements throughout a country has been considered a great achievement. That's also the reason why I've put it off until now. As with the stock exchange bill, this is not a piece of legislation that Republicans would readily accept. If successfully implemented, it would be a major achievement, and Republicans would be strongly opposed to it. In the past, with conservatives and Republicans sharing power almost equally, it would have been necessary to make major concessions to Republicans to pass a bill like this. But now things have changed. Unlike before, the current assembly is roughly split 1/3 for the imperialists, landowners, and Republicans. The landowners and Republicans no longer want the empire's power to grow, so they will oppose any achievement that strengthens the imperial family. However, there is now room for negotiation. If I just let time pass, the metric system will eventually take hold around the world and the shortcomings of the yards-pounds system will be exposed, leading Mexico to naturally adopt the metric system. But we are still in an era where the metric system is not very well known. Father, if you can mobilize the imperialist party, I will take care of the rest. I see you have a plan. Very well. Adopting a superior system of measures will greatly benefit the country. Thank you, Father. With that, I headed off to find Congressman Pedro Gonzalez, who, due to a large defection in the Republican leadership, had suddenly become the leader of the Republican Party. He is a true Republican, but he is not someone who cannot be reasoned with. Much better than that idiot President Rafael. So, if we support the introduction of that system of measurement called metric, will you support us in reforming the laws on universities? Asked Pedro. Exactly. Don't you think it's ridiculous that more than half of the subjects in any degree program are related to the church? And also, considering the vast size of our Mexican empire, don't you think the number and scale of our universities are woefully insufficient? Yes, that's true, he replied, reflecting for a moment. Is the metric system really so impressive as to justify the chaos its adoption would cause? I don't think the yards-pounds system is all that bad. As a good Republican, he immediately supports the secularization of education, but is cautious in his analysis. As I had noticed in our first conversation at the party, he seemed to be a talented person. So, just as I did with Agustín I spent several minutes explaining to him in detail the barbarity of the yards and pounds system and the incomparable advantages of the metric system. Okay, he finally said. We shook hands. This is the difference with the Republicans of the past. I can now negotiate policies that benefit the Republic, not just personal interests. Also, educational reform is something I wanted too. In fact, he had just secured the passage of 2 laws he wanted. That's not all. Among the bills I plan to push, there are several that Republicans might find attractive. That means I can keep up the constant negotiations. After bidding farewell to Deputy Pedro, I immediately sent someone to France to purchase the standard of the metric system. At this time, the standard of the meter was a platinum bar made in 1799 in France, while the kilogram was a platinum cylinder. I planned to request copies of these standards. France was already interested in promoting the metric system in other countries, and since I will offer them fair compensation, they will have no reason to refuse the request. I have ordered them to use the fastest ship, so they should be back before the shipyard construction begins. It is time to return to the battlefields of territorial development. Port of Veracruz. It is the most important port in Mexico and the city where the second railway line was built. It is also the city where, in the original story, General Santa Anna became president at this time. Your Highness, this is the second time we have met. I have heard that you will be staying in Veracruz for a while. I would like to see you more often, said Santa Anna as he approached me as soon as I arrived. It's a pleasure to see you. I know you know Veracruz well, General, so I ask for your support, I replied. Ha ha ha, just give the order, Your Highness, he replied with a smile. I decided to be polite, as he was trying to win my favor, but the important thing here is the shipyard. As soon as I dropped off my luggage, I headed straight to inspect it. Is this the result of 4 years of work? 4 years is a long time. In the same time, I have built more than 400 kilometers of railway and a medium-sized dam. And they have only done this? I'm very sorry, one of the people in charge replied. He sighed. I can't make up for lost time, so getting angry won't help. Well, after all, we didn't have a proper shipyard to begin with, and even though we brought in naval technicians, we didn't expect them to know how to build a shipyard. I'm sorry, but we'll have to tear this thing down and start over. What are you saying? Do you really think this is a shipyard? Is this little place worthy of being the shipyard of our great Mexican empire? My apologies. The shipyard was a mess. It was little more than a wooden structure capable of building 2 ships, equipped with wooden cranes. Pieces of wood and debris were scattered everywhere, in total chaos. It looks more like an amateur's makeshift workshop than a real shipyard. Naval technicians know how to build ships, not shipyards. Furthermore, the Mexican Navy personnel also have no knowledge of shipbuilding. In short, we had neither the foundations nor the people who knew what to do. They should have called for help sooner. Although, I guess I should be glad they at least did so now. Your Highness, it seems the situation is serious, Diego said. Diego had recently returned to my team as an assistant, after finishing some business in California. Yes, we'll tear everything down, and start from scratch. Let's inspect the surroundings first. Yes, Your Highness. If the place is unusable, it doesn't necessarily have to be here. I decided to explore all of Veracruz. This is not just a problem for the shipyard. The entire port is in terrible condition. I agree, Your Highness, Diego confirmed. When I returned from England, I had already noticed that the port of Veracruz was smaller than it should be, but I did not expect it to be in such a serious situation. Why are the warships we brought from Spain here? Although Veracruz is the main port of our Mexican empire, its size does not live up to its title, and it also serves as a military port. As a result, the port has been severely overloaded, unable to handle the massive increase in immigration and trade in recent years. I returned to my accommodation. We'll have to redesign this whole city, I said. Another great project, Diego commented. Yes. The problem is that, although I will be in charge of the main design and we can bring in a few architects from Ortega Constructions, the real question is where to get the workers for the construction. Well, since there is already a shortage of labor, the only thing we can do is offer higher wages to attract workers, Diego suggested. I stood there thinking. With industrialization underway, an increase in wages was inevitable, but if wages rose too quickly, social stability could be compromised. However, both the port and the shipyard were vitally important projects. What to do? I think I can help you with that problem, a familiar voice said. Cecilia, what are you doing here? I asked, surprised. Is it so strange for a wife to visit her husband? She replied, smiling. I looked around. Although it wasn't like when we were in Morelia, staying in tents, the room wasn't exactly worthy of a crown prince. You might not feel comfortable here, I said, worried. Not at all. I love that we can spend more time together, she replied with a smile that lit up the room, making the space less gloomy. Have you been allowed to come here by the imperial family? I asked, referring to my mother. How could she have allowed Cecilia to travel to Veracruz? Well, Cecilia said, somewhat embarrassed. After mulling the subject over and over again, she explained that my mother was worried because, with so many trips I had made around the country, we hadn't made any progress on the succession. Ah, mother, always thinking about those things, I thought. And how do you plan to help me? I asked, changing the subject. I had my own negotiation with my father. After all, I married into the imperial family, so I asked him to stop retaining farm workers on miserable wages, especially now that he doesn't need them as much with the arrival of mechanical harvesters, she explained. It was a reference to the side effects of agricultural mechanization. Many peasants in the Yucatan Peninsula could not travel to the cities and were forced to work on farms in precarious conditions. Won't it be difficult to bring them here? I asked. My father has offered to transport them by boat, he replied. This meant they could be transported by boat from the Yucatan Peninsula to Veracruz, and then travel by train to Mexico City. That might help, but isn't it just from your family's farms? I'm afraid that won't be enough, I commented. I think there will be about 3,200 workers. Isn't that enough? Cecilia asked. 3,200? That many? How much land does your family own exactly? My understanding is it's about 90,000 acres, he said. 90,000 acres. That was quite impressive. To put it into perspective, the largest estate on the list of properties confiscated during the land expropriation of the peninsula, belonging to Don Sebastian, was 123,000 acres, with properties between 10,000 and 100,000 acres being common at the time. His family was definitely one of the wealthiest in the Mexican Empire. That's impressive. With 3,200 people, we can at least get started. I'll hire them all through Ortega Constructions. Thank you, I said. I thank you too, Cecilia replied with a smile. Even though it was considered unnecessary labor, it must not have been easy for them to give up workers they could support with minimum wages, barely giving them enough to eat. Cecilia had really made a great effort. I wish the other haciendas on the Yucatan Peninsula would do the same. If I begin to remove peasants from the peninsula, the value of those remaining will increase proportionally. At the moment, thanks to the introduction of mechanical harvesters, there is a surplus of labor, which enables the estates to pay miserable wages. But if I reduce this excess of workers, the balance will be restored. If we achieve that, we would avoid the caste war that occurred in the original story. Wait a minute, couldn't I give some incentive to the other landowners to benefit from this too? However, with mechanization, such labor is no longer so necessary. Of course, it is better to have it than not to have it, but is it better than cash? They are not slaves, so they cannot be bought or sold, but even in modern times there is labor intermediation. If I offer financial compensation as a recommendation fee for each peasant they give up, wouldn't that be a good solution for them? From the farmer's perspective, working for our company would be much better than continuing on the farms, where they barely receive 1 or 2 meals a day. Little by little, my idea began to take shape. I don't have to limit myself to just the Yucatan Peninsula. This method could be applied to all of southern Mexico. Diego, bring me some paper to write on. He had found a way to secure a large supply of manpower, while at the same time preventing a possible rebellion on the Yucatan Peninsula. Diego brought me the paper. I immediately began writing the letter. Chapter 48, Ports and Shipyards. 4. Although the Mexican Empire has vast territories and abundant resources, some of these resources remain scarce or non-existent. Recently, with the explosive increase in steel production, a problem has arisen with the supply of coal. With the mass production of mechanical harvesters, reinforced concrete, railroads, and locomotives, it was inevitable that this would happen. Although the Mexican Empire has enough iron ore, the same is not true for coal reserves. A solution must be found immediately. Colombia has not yet begun intensive coal mining, but it is well known that it has abundant reserves. It would be advisable to cooperate with the Colombian government to develop its mines. I ordered Diego. Yes, Your Highness. I will pass that information on to Moramanus. Digo replied as he wrote down my words. Moramanus is one of the companies I own that specializes in resource extraction. So far, it has focused primarily on gold mining, but I plan to expand it to encompass more resources. Although gold mining is highly profitable, ensuring a constant supply of the necessary resources is crucial to maintaining economic growth. According to financial reports, we have enough capital to invest. As for Peru, although the political situation is not entirely stable, make sure to negotiate with local leaders so that we can extract guano, I added. Understood, Your Highness. Guano, a natural fertilizer made from bird droppings, is highly prized for its quality and abundance on the Guano Islands of Peru. By the mid-19th century, its export in large quantities to Europe was very common. Although it is already known, large-scale exploitation and mass export did not begin until the 1840s, which gives us an opportunity to get ahead. Guano could be exported to Europe for decades, but it would also be more than enough to increase agricultural production in Mexico until the invention of synthetic fertilizers towards the end of the 19th century. Finally, we need to get saltpeter from Chile. As in Colombia, the political situation there is relatively stable, I added. Your Highness, I have heard of coal and guano, but I'm not familiar with saltpeter. Could you explain it to me? Asked Digo. Saltpeter is the mineral form of potassium nitrate, one of the main components of gunpowder. Make sure you bring experts to verify its quality, I explained. Although gunpowder is widely used by the military, it is also essential for construction work, especially on railway projects. As the Mexican Empire anticipates future conflicts, it is important to ensure that there is enough supply. Ah, I see. It's one of the ingredients of gunpowder. I'll write it down. And make sure that there are no diplomatic problems. Pay a fair price for resources and highlight that we are sister countries that became independent from Spain. Yes, emphasizing that point will probably help in the negotiations. In reality, although it will not be a decisive factor, it could reduce resistance a little. The success of the negotiations will depend largely on the money we offer. However, the fact that we share a history of independence and speak the same language is not a minor detail. Why, Your Highness? To summarize, coal from Colombia, guano from Peru and saltpeter from Chile, correct? Digo asked as he continued taking notes. THAT''S right. They are all essential resources for our Mexican empire. If we can establish friendly trade relations with South America, we will be able to obtain almost all the necessary resources from the continent, except a few like diamonds. If we can get resources from a nearby place, there is no point in going far away. This trade with South America is therefore crucial to strengthening the Mexican empire. Ensuring a constant supply of resources is the key. We decided to start construction at the port. Although the shipyard is a vital facility for strengthening our navy, it is not so urgent at the moment. The port, on the other hand, is a priority. Trade and immigration are already experiencing delays, and we will soon have to receive a large number of migrants. Rural farmers, in addition to the necessary building materials. The port is already operating at its limit. If we do not act soon, it will collapse. The shipyard can wait a little longer. After all, the shipyard is only one part of the port. It makes more sense to design the port as a whole first. The fact that the port is saturated is a sign of economic growth, but it also indicates that we must manage that growth carefully. Not only Veracruz, but all the ports of the Mexican Empire will need to be expanded. It's a good opportunity to teach them how to do things right. The port is an urgent priority. Trade and immigration are already experiencing disruptions, and we will soon have to bring in large numbers of peasants from the interior by boat, along with a lot of building materials. The port is already at its limit. If we don't act soon, it will really collapse. The shipyard can wait. After all, the shipyard is only one part of the port, and it makes more sense to design the entire project before rushing into one part. The fact that the port is crowded is a sign of economic growth, but it is also a warning that we must manage this growth appropriately. Not only the port of Veracruz, but all the ports of the Mexican Empire need to be expanded. It's a good opportunity to teach how to do things right. Director and Race can no longer be in the field with me. Ortega Constructions has grown so much that management and administrative tasks are overwhelming. He has to take care of the assignment of architects and labor, as well as managing projects and finances. He can no longer participate directly as an architect, which is a shame, but it is part of being the director of a company of that size. I myself cannot be involved in every project after teaching how it's done once. Unless a major change occurs, or a big challenge arises, I can't get involved in everything. I have too many responsibilities. Although it is a shame that Andres cannot be here, I called the most experienced architects at Ortega Constructions, including the 30 carpenters who built the settlements in Sacramento a decade ago. It's a pleasure to see you all again. It's been 10 years since we built those log homes in Sacramento. It is an honor to work with you again, Your Highness. I still remember those days with nostalgia. I remember them too. They were hard times, but good ones. Haha, Your Highness. He was already strong back then, but now he has grown even stronger. We shared a meal while chatting. Other architects were also present. After eating, we began to discuss the design of the port. Our goal is to increase the capacity of the port of Veracruz at least 5-fold. In addition, we must design it with the possibility of future expansions, he explained. 5 times? That's a large-scale project, one of the architects commented. Even with the current situation, we need to increase capacity at least 2 or 3 times to be able to handle traffic efficiently. And since the growth of the Mexican Empire will not stop, we would need to increase the size 5-fold to last a few more years. This project is not about building a port from scratch, but rather about expanding existing facilities. It is therefore crucial that the new structures integrate well with the existing ones. So, are we going to leave the current structures? Asked another. Not exactly. Once the expansion is complete, I plan to completely renovate the older part of the port, so keep that in mind in the design. Understood. Thank you for the clarification, Your Highness. DSIGNING. A port involves taking into account many factors. It is not only about urban planning, but also about facilities related to the sea and ships. Designing a port also means designing the city where the people who will work there will live. Facilities include docks, warehouses, cranes, lighthouses, administrative buildings and coastal defenses. What is most important is the efficiency of movement between these structures. A port handles much more traffic and goods than a normal city, so efficient planning is key. I took out a map of the current port of Veracruz and began to simulate the layout of the facilities with wooden models, showing how they should be organized. The architects took out their notebooks and began to take notes while he explained. I feel like a teacher, I thought. Since I'm already so involved, maybe I should write a manual before they forget everything. Nowadays, docks and piers are mostly built from wood, but the material that will replace them will be concrete. Since I want the new port to last a long time, I plan to build it from concrete. The cement factory that was established during the construction of the dam has been growing due to high demand. Many others have started using concrete in their projects. After seeing how Ortega Constructions has successfully implemented it, we should also implement steam cranes. Although cranes already exist, the current ones are made of wood and require a considerable amount of manpower to operate. I plan to replace them with iron and steam cranes. Cement, stone, iron, bricks. Unlike the ports of this era, which are mostly built from wood, the port I plan to build will use a variety of materials. We have already secured the supply of building materials. What about the manpower? I asked. The ship left the port of Sisal about 2 weeks ago, so it should arrive soon, my assistant replied. Good. That means we can start construction soon. Although the journey between the port of Veracruz and the port of Sisal on the Yucatan Peninsula only takes 3 or 4 days by boat, we still needed time to transport the workers from the Escalante family's estates to the port. While designing, I not only made sure to expand the port's capacity and plan the logistics of movements, but also paid close attention to the port's defense. In the original story, in 5 years, in 1838, the Pastry War will break out. The origin of this war is quite curious. It all began when a French pastry chef filed a complaint with the French government, alleging that Mexican officials had looted his shop. hence the name pastry war. France not only demanded compensation for this pastry chef, but also for other French people in Mexico, claiming 600,000 pesos, 300,000 francs, in compensation. At the time, the situation in Mexico was chaotic, and although it is true that public order was poor, asking for such an amount was absurd, especially considering that the daily wage of a Mexican worker was barely 1 peso. In terms of wages, this was the equivalent of 1,650 years of work. Clearly, this was not a reasonable amount, but a pretext for extortion in a legal way. It was an aggressive action on the part of France. On second thought, we should set up some small forts and cannon batteries around here. I mused out loud. Your Highness, I'm sure you've already considered this, but don't you think there might be too many batteries? My assistant asked cautiously. Too many? Maybe you're right. I'll adjust the design. France won that war quite easily. All they did was bring in a fleet and bombard the port of Veracruz, completely blockading it. In the original story, poor Mexico couldn't withstand the attack and, after several months of blockade, surrendered without managing to reduce even a single peso of the 600,000 claimed. Although in this reality the Mexican Empire has better control of order, it is always better to be prepared. France is not Mexico's only enemy. The strategy they used could be implemented by any nation with a fleet. Our ports must be strong and well defended. I strengthened the port defenses without over-designing them. A few more days passed, and the workers began to arrive. The employees of Ortega Constructions began to organize the new arrivals. Are they really going to hire us directly here? One of the workers asked in disbelief. That's right. Move your belongings into the temporary accommodation and start working tomorrow, one of the supervisors replied. Very good. And the payment? Are we sure that we will be paid daily? The worker insisted. Don't worry. This is a company run by the Crown Prince himself. We don't fall behind on payments. We did not have enough buildings to house thousands of workers, so they had to stay in temporary camps, but we provided them with food and wages on time. Can I not worry about the warehouses and administrative buildings? Can you take care of that without my intervention? I asked the lead architect. Yes, Your Highness. We have built structures like these countless times over the past 10 years. You have nothing to worry about, he replied confidently. Perfect. So, before we start with the docks, we'll start with the foundations of the port. Understood, Your Highness. It is essential to accelerate the expansion of the port to facilitate trade with South America, which I recently ordered. Chapter 49, Ports and Shipyards, 5, Summer 1833. It has been 2 months since we started construction, after finishing the design of the port city, and finally what I have been waiting for has arrived, the beta pattern and the kilogram pattern. I had ordered my purchase from France, and they had finally arrived. What took them so long? I asked. I knew they wouldn't arrive during design, but I was hoping they would be here before construction began in earnest. I wanted to correct all the plans using the metric system before starting the work. The delay made it impossible to have thousands of workers waiting, so we had to start construction without them. The delay was because there is only one original platinum pattern, so it took us some time to make the copies. I'm very sorry, Your Highness. I see. Don't worry. Makes sense. I thought there would be at least one copy available, but apparently not. Although I could have used iron bars and cylinders without any problem, I wanted to have the platinum ones. Platinum is chemically very stable and does not deform or corrode over time. That is why France used it to create measurement standards, and it has great symbolic value. Today, these physical standards are no longer used. Since 2019, the kilogram has been defined based on the Planck constant, and the meter based on the speed of light. But that only makes these objects more historically valuable. Introducing the metric system is a significant achievement, and being able to show those physical standards as a symbol of that change is of great value. Someday they will end up in a museum. Displaying these platinum patterns brought from France will be much more impressive than simply displaying pieces of iron. Anyway, you've done a great job. I'll make sure you get extra compensation, Captain. No need, Your Highness. It has been an honor. to play an important role in the introduction of the metric system in our Mexican Empire. The captain certainly played a key role. When I proposed to my father the introduction of the metric system, I insisted that a frigate be sent to avoid possible incidents like those that occurred in the original history of the United States. In 1866, 33 years after this moment, the US Congress passed a law to legalize the use of the metric system. As part of that initiative, the US government ordered precise measurement standards from France. However, the ship carrying those standards sank in the Caribbean. Rumor has it that she was sunk by a British privateer. This incident contributed to the fact that the imperial system of measurement, the cursed system of yards and pounds, did not disappear completely in the United States. Although the United States finally received the standards, that did not happen until 1889, 23 years later. It's just a guess, but if the United States had received the standards correctly in 1866, perhaps they would have adopted the metric system. To avoid a similar tragedy, I sent a frigate with the skippers, and, fortunately, everything arrived safely. Although the captain refused the recognition, he intended to recommend to my father that he should be promoted and given a considerable reward. I'm not sure if he'll get the promotion, but at least he'll get a nice reward. Now, what to do with this? There was a meter standard and a kilogram standard of platinum, and 3 of iron for each. Send the platinum ones to Mexico City. The iron ones should be sent, 1 to Mexico City, 1 to Las Traches, and keep 1 here for use. Yes, Your Highness. I also included a letter addressed to Loke Precision Machinery, requesting that they make accurate copies of the iron patterns. After seeing off the captain, I called the architects. It's best to implement it immediately. If I do not actively push for this, the implementation of this new system of measures could be delayed indefinitely. There will be some complaints, but I'll get on with it. See this? I said, showing them the newly arrived patterns. Yes, Your Highness. It looks like an iron rod and cylinder. What are they used for? This is the pattern of the meter and the kilogram, the new units of measurement that we are introducing in the Mexican Empire. Wow. It's amazing to see something so tangible. The yards and pounds system has always seemed a bit makeshift to me. The yard-pound system never had a clear standard. Although both the United Kingdom and the United States made efforts to standardize it in the mid and late 19th century, they were not completely successful, and regional variations still exist. In Mexico, measurement systems also vary from region to region. Interestingly, the yard-pound system was not completely redefined until after the metric system was established, based on the meter and kilogram to ensure international consistency. At the moment, there are hardly any efforts at standardization at a global level. Each country follows its own rules. From now on, all lengths, weights, volumes, and masses of the Mexican Empire will be defined according to this metric system. Of course, we will also apply it to construction works. Your Highness. While having a clear standard is beneficial, I think it will cause quite a bit of confusion at first. Construction workers already have a hard time handling the yard and pound system. One of the lead architects touched on a relevant topic. The workers in Veracruz come from haciendas on the Yucatan Peninsula, where they have spent their entire lives working in the fields. Many of them don't even really understand the yard-pound system, so we were already training them in it. The metric system is much easier to calculate. It is likely that the training of workers will be faster. I will teach you how to do the calculations. Pay attention. I explained to them the metric system and how easy it is to calculate. Oh, this is much simpler, Your Highness. I think they will learn faster than I imagined. After dealing with units like 1 mile equals 1760 yards, 1 yard equals 3 feet, 1 foot equals 12 inches, seeing something as clear as 1 kilometer equals 1000 meters, 1 meter equals 100 centimeters, 1 centimeter equals 10 millimeters must be a relief. I have been struggling with the yards and pounds system for over 10 years, and every time I used it, I felt deep discomfort. I see that you have quickly understood the usefulness of the metric system. So let's implement it immediately. Yes, Your Highness. Architects, convinced of the usefulness of the system, began to move enthusiastically, converting plans to the new unit, and teaching workers about the metric system. At least we'll be able to design the shipyard from scratch using the metric system. Changing a drawing made in yards and pounds to meters does not fit well, and does not look good visually. Now that you know the efficiency of the metric system, be sure to use it when building ships as well, I told the naval technicians I had brought from Spain, and whom the Navy was training. Yes, Your Highness. We are just waiting for the shipyard to be ready. We are eager to start building the ships, one of them replied, his voice urgent. These naval technicians have been in Mexico for 5 years, having been forced to emigrate from Spain. Although we have treated them well, they have not been able to work fully, so it is understandable that they are impatient. I understand. We want to do things right from the design side, so please be patient. Although I will be doing the design, I want you to be involved as well, since you will be the ones using it. Understood, Your Highness. They are not construction experts, they only have experience working in shipyards. However, their knowledge was valuable. Although I have improved ports, based on existing infrastructure, the Veracruz shipyard is so inadequate that I can only rely on the shipyards in Spain, mentioned by the technicians. The only thing I know is what I know of modernity. I have to create something between the 19th century shipyards that they know, and the 21st century ones that I have seen. Although I'm not an expert in the history of ships, I know that after wooden sailing ships came steamships. With the expansion of the use of steam engines, it is only a matter of time before they arrive. Designing a shipyard just for wooden ships would be a huge waste. I have to take into account the time it will take to design, build a shipyard, and then manufacture the first ship. If a new era has already begun by then, there will be no choice but to adapt, even if reluctantly. Even if there are errors, at least half of the docks should be designed for the construction of steamships. Of course, we cannot completely rule out wooden ships. Although they will be obsolete in the future, they will still be useful for decades to come. Since the Navy has requested that we also consider the civil suit, we cannot stop building wooden ships, as not everyone will be able to afford to buy a steamship. Fortunately, a generous budget has been allocated. After squandering the Navy's budget for the past 4 years, it seems they finally learned their lesson and turned everything over to my company. It's a vague request, asking me to build a large shipyard that can manufacture various types of ships. Essentially, they've left the design and specifications to me, allocating the necessary budget to me. My father probably gave the order to the Navy to proceed in this manner. Aren't they exploiting the Crown Prince too much? There are many things to consider when designing a shipyard, but the most important is the number of docks, as this is directly related to production capacity. Not all dams are created equal, they are divided into small, medium and large dams, based on their size. Determining how many dams of each type to build is the main task. This is something that should have been defined by the person who placed the order. At least it would be useful to have access to information about shipyards in other countries, but I can only get information from Spain. Even when consulting with Spanish naval technicians, the response was ambiguous. Shipyards range from small ones with just 1 or 2 docks to large facilities with 8 to 12 docks. Spain is no longer our enemy. Mexico's potential rivals are powers such as the United States, France and the United Kingdom, which have several large shipyards and dozens of small ones. Eventually, our goal is not just to meet them, but to surpass them. The government is not short of funds and the demand for ships is high, so we will go all out. Currently, the Mexican Empire has a great demand for ships in both the civil and governmental and military sectors. After some thought, I made a decision. We will build 5 small dams, 4 medium ones and 3 large ones. Even by the standards of major powers, this will be considered a large shipyard. Your Highness, that is more than double the size of the original plan. Wouldn't it be better to build it smaller first and then expand it? Suggested one of the architects. It was a reasonable recommendation, but if the supply of ships does not meet demand during this rapid economic growth in Mexico, the risk will be even greater. Here, risks must be taken to maintain growth. No, the demand for ships is sufficient. We will continue. I will take full responsibility. Let us never forget that our main enemy is the United States. Although it is a young country today, its growth rate is the highest in the world. We have to keep up with them. After several busy months building the port and shipyard, I remembered that I had set up an immigration office in Veracruz. It is a government department that I personally proposed and for which I appointed a person in charge. His name was Rodolfo. He was the one who proposed administrative immigration. I think it would be a good idea to pay a visit. I decided to visit the immigration office. So, administrative and urban immigration is handled here in Veracruz, while settlers are sent to the port in Texas. They explained to me that the settlers were coming directly from Europe to Texas. Yes, Your Highness. You gave that order at the time, and that's how we've been handling it. I had said it at the time. Texas has a lot of empty land, so it's more practical to settle them directly there. Plus, it's a little closer to California when the time comes to send people. You've done a good job. Is there anything missing? No, Your Highness. With sufficient support from administrative staff, we have been able to handle the tasks efficiently. Thank you very much. I'm glad to hear that. By the way, as for Texas, what port exactly are you sending them to? We are sending them to the port of Galveston. I understand. Currently, 30% of the settlers are being settled in Texas, while 70% are being established in California. Texas is larger than California, but it also received immigrants from the United States, so an attempt was made to maintain a balance between the two regions. Texas, I thought. In the original story, Texas rebelled, gained independence, and eventually asked for voluntary annexation to the United States. In this world, to avoid that situation, I significantly reduced the benefits offered to immigrants, and also made sure that more Mexicans settled in the region. In addition, I sent several governors and public officials to oversee the area. Still, I'd better check it out. Having implemented measures does not mean that the problem is solved. I remembered what happened in California with the natives. I knew that there were indigenous people there, and that they could attack, so I had sent soldiers to protect each settlement, and established rice express offices with guards in each town. But I made the mistake of underestimating the size of the indigenous population. I thought in terms of the future, without checking the reality of the data at the time. Although I have taken action in Texas, who knows if another problem has arisen? In the case of the Chumash in California, I only found out about it after several small incidents had already occurred. Although I acted quickly, I did so after a larger problem had erupted. To avoid this, I must act preemptively. I need an intelligence organization. An organization that systematically collects and organizes information, and then reports to me in a timely manner. The problem is that the Mexican Empire doesn't have an institution like that, and it seems I'll have to create one too. For that, I will need to find qualified people, which will be a challenge. For administration or engineering, I can find people with the right background, but what about for an intelligence organization? HMM. Now that I think about it, there were some who did something similar during the war with Spain. There were officers of the Mexican Empire's Navy who infiltrated the ports of Cuba to gather information about the Spanish army. At that time, the Mexican Empire did not have any warships, so those officers, practically unemployed, were assigned to that task. One of them disappeared, if I recall correctly. What a pity. I guess I'll have to start with the remaining one. He will be the starting point of what will become the eyes and ears of the Mexican Empire, the future intelligence organization. Chapter 50, Ports and Shipyards. 6. They said the Mexicans again rejected the offer to buy Texas. Andrew Jackson, the first president of Democratic origin and the 7th president of the United States, who began his second term with the support of many Americans, after having successfully enacted the Indian Removal Act. That's right, Andrew. The person answering was Martin Van Buren, officially the vice president, but also a long-time political ally of Andrew Jackson and a trusted friend. Andrew viewed him as his political successor, and had him in mind as the next Democratic presidential candidate. The two were on friendly terms when no one else was around. Are you sure you offered that bastard prince a suitable bribe? So they say. Damn. The United States had started in the northeast of North America, but continued to advance south and west. After the Louisiana Purchase from France, the Americans had occupied vast territories without hindrance until Mexico stood in their way. Texas in particular, a neighboring territory of the United States, had gained a reputation for being a fertile land for agriculture, which attracted Americans, but became a nuisance to Mexico. What began as a mild irritation at American immigration to Texas grew so much that it provoked the ire of the highest echelons of the American government. Martin, is there really no way to wrest Texas from Mexico? The only excuse we have against Mexico is that they owe us a large sum of money, but they have been punctually paying both the principal and the interest, so we cannot use it as a pretext to take their territory. Mexico's justification for holding on to its territory was sound, and there was no way to take it without resorting to force. Technically, the justification came from Spain, but the United States, as a former colony that had also gained independence, could not simply ignore it without invalidating its own legitimacy. Even after its independence, Mexico had fought and won a war against Spain, and Britain recognized that victory. So, we have no legitimate justification. Can't we just move the army? Known for his temper, Andrew Jackson immediately thought of mobilizing troops upon hearing there was no legitimate path. With 13 duels under his belt, he had a ruthless approach. His wife, Rachel, had been previously married, but finalized her divorce before marrying Jackson. However, there were rumors that she had begun an affair with him before the divorce was official, which brought them social criticism. Andrew defended his honor by seeking out those who spoke ill of him and killing them in duels. We cannot use the army. Britain would intervene immediately. With the Oregon problem, they would not miss that opportunity. Oregon was another crucial vulnerability for the United States. As long as Mexico had California, the United States could not access the Pacific without Oregon. Damn it. We can't do this or that. It's maddening. Texas should belong to the United States. Andrew, casually talking about taking over another country's territory. As he watched, Martin fell into a brief thought and then proposed an idea. If we can't intervene directly, how about we find a way to get it indirectly? Indirectly? Speak more clearly, Martin. Andrew, who was filled with frustration, seemed interested in Martin's suggestion and urged him to continue. Just as we gained independence from Great Britain and Mexico from Spain, what would happen if Texas wanted to gain independence from Mexico? Martin gave a subtle smile. Ah, that's what you meant. I knew I could count on you, Martin. We made Texas independent and then annexed it to the United States. Exactly. And if they do it with a voluntary request for annexation, it would be even better. Great. We need to start planning this right away. Where should we begin? First, we'll have to infiltrate our agents into Texas. And will these agents recruit influential people among Texans of American origin? Exactly. We will have to support them so that they can exercise their power. As longtime political allies and friends, the two worked in perfect harmony. They became completely immersed in their plans to seize Texas from Mexico, losing track of time. The person they were expecting did not arrive, but instead someone they thought had disappeared appeared. It was Major Ricardo, one of the spies sent to Cuba. At the time, he was a captain, but over time, he had been promoted to major. I remember ordering a search in Cuba without success, and we declared you missing. I'm glad you're back. Thank you, Your Highness. It turned out that a storm had swept him away, leading him to experience a series of dangerous events, and after several years, he had finally returned. Major Esteban, who was also on the mission in Cuba, is he away on another mission? Yes, Your Highness. I should be back next month. I'm glad you're here. Can you explain to me in detail what happened all this time? Major Ricardo began to recount the difficult events of those years. Back to September 1828. Damn. Summer is ending, and now we have a hurricane. Captain Ricardo Vargas, who was working as a spy for the Mexican Empire in Cuba, encountered a hurricane while sailing to transmit information to the Empire. The sea was completely out of control. The huge waves threatened to overturn the boat at any moment. Boom. The sky continued to ring with thunder and lightning as strong winds whipped about. Faced with the apocalyptic scene created by the hurricane, Captain Ricardo was on the verge of giving up, but quickly regained his composure. Despite not having a fleet, as a naval officer of the Mexican Empire, he had to fulfill his mission at all costs. The experience of the sailors was also crucial. Although they were arrogant and highly paid, their skills were undeniable. Everyone was fighting desperately to survive. Boom. Disoriented and aimless, they were only concerned with saving their lives. Finally, after escaping the hurricane, they reached a city with a half-destroyed ship, New Orleans, in the United States. No matter how you look at it, returning to Cuba with that boat is impossible. It's a boat that couldn't go anywhere. An American, who said he spoke Spanish, approached them and explained the situation. Ricardo and the sailors, being men of the sea, knew it well. Trying to travel on that ship was suicide. In addition, they had lost all their money, so they didn't even have enough to pay for the fare. Mexicans. Well, there is a Mexican town far to the west, but it would be crazy to try to go there now. Winter will come before they get there, and it will be hard to survive. They had survived the hurricane, but they had lost everything, except the clothes they were wearing, and a few items in their pockets. Fortunately, the Americans were neither cold nor indifferent toward Captain Ricardo and his clearly shipwrecked sailors. You seem to be in a difficult situation. I can recommend some jobs with people I know, and with what you earn, you can stay at my inn. I'll give you a good price. The friendly innkeeper in New Orleans found them jobs, and charged them little for their rooms. But after paying rent and buying food, they had little left. Thank you. Captain Ricardo and the sailors worked hard to survive, even during the cold winter. What kept them going was the goal of one day returning home and reuniting with their families. Time passed and spring finally arrived. They put all the money they had saved on the table. With this, it's barely enough for one person to pass. Reasonably, the right thing to do was for Captain Ricardo to go to Mexico alone, get a ship and return to take his companions. But Ricardo could not do that. I didn't earn this money alone. It would be selfish of me. The sailors he had hired in Cuba had become his companions and comrades. We're all leaving together, on foot. They decided to use the money they had to prepare for the trip, and after saying goodbye to the owner of the inn, they got ready to leave. Thank you for everything, innkeeper. You two have gone through many hardships in foreign lands. May it go well for you. And so Captain Ricardo and his sailors set out from New Orleans bound for Texas. But their trials were not over. Damn, it's too far. No matter how far west they went, they found no settlements. The place founded by Stephen Austin was about 511 miles, 823 kilometers, away. Hold on tight. Understood. Boom. Captain Ricardo plunged his dagger into a wild boar. Squee. It was a small knife that they had barely been able to buy with the little money they had left, so the animal did not die easily. Die at once. Boom. The boar finally stopped moving. Ugh. Prepare the food. Yes, sir. Hey, start lighting the fire. During the long journey of 511 miles, they had eaten all the provisions they had initially brought. Halfway there, they began hunting to survive. We need to get there before winter comes, so let's get going quickly. 511 miles, 823 kilometers. It seemed like a manageable distance if they walked 18 miles, 30 kilometers, a day, but that was if they could move in a straight line, which was not the case. The map that the innkeeper of New Orleans had given them had only a few roads marked very roughly. Even the place marked as the settlement turned out to have nothing at all. Captain, doesn't it seem like we have no hope? Some of the sailors were beginning to despair. There was no one to blame, for everything had been caused by natural forces. We can do it, Juan. Trust me. Although he too was exhausted, Captain Ricardo continued to encourage his men and keep them moving. Finally, they arrived at the Texan settlement of the Mexican Empire in the middle of summer, in mid-August. We did it. They left at the beginning of spring and arrived in the middle of summer. Even though we arrived before autumn. Everyone has done a good job. When I return to Mexico City, I will make sure to reward them as they deserve. Captain, thanks to you, we saved our lives, so if you pay us what we agreed it will be enough. They were now in the territory of the Mexican Empire. As a captain of the Navy, Ricardo could count on the support of the local government. However, Captain Ricardo felt uneasy when he looked at Stephen Austin's settlement. It was much more than just a colony. This is not a settlement, it's a real city. Aha, we've already surpassed 30,000 inhabitants in Texas. When they learned of Captain Ricardo's arrival in San Antonio, Stephen Austin himself came out to greet him and offered him a guided tour. But here everyone speaks English or German. Yes, well, people are used to their mother tongue. I see there are almost no Mexicans around here. Are most of them Americans? Haha, what are you talking about? We are all citizens of the Mexican Empire. Ricardo's instincts began to send him warning signals. Although he did not know all the details of the entrepreneurial contract that the imperial government had signed with Stephen Austin, allowing the creation of a city so foreign to the country seemed problematic to him. He decided to report this to the government of the Mexican Empire. Are there no ships? No, we have a makeshift port and some fishing boats, but there are no ships capable of traveling long distances. There were no boats in Texas that could take Ricardo and his sailors back to Mexico, so they would have to travel by land again. At least they can lend us horses, right? Sure, but wouldn't it be better if they waited until after winter? At first glance, they all seemed to be pretty exhausted. It was true. Captain Ricardo and his sailors had been without food, water, or sleep for 5 months. To undertake another journey by land in this state would be suicidal. It would be autumn before they could recover. Traveling in the middle of winter would be very dangerous, so I agree to stay here during the season. Of course, they can stay as long as they need. Since we have to stay, I'll take advantage of the opportunity to do some more research, thought Ricardo. He stayed in San Antonio and began to investigate. He wanted to understand the origin of the strange feeling he had. Could it be that I distrust everything just because I have been a spy? No, something is definitely not right here. He soon found many strange things. The problem began with the composition of the population. The total population is about 30,000 people. Of these, only 3,000 are Mexicans. Not even Spanish is spoken. Mexicans are learning English and German. Most American immigrants were of British and German origin. There was another problem too. The extent of the land they own is enormous. In California, early settlers received up to a maximum of 160 acres, and normally between 80 and 120 acres were granted. But here the settlers owned immensely large lands. The more he investigated, the more his suspicions grew, and Ricardo did not stop moving around the city. One day, out of the blue, Stephen Austin came to visit him. I heard he's been walking a lot lately. It's cold in the winter. I'm worried he'll get sick if he keeps wandering around so much. Captain Ricardo reflected. Are you coming to say hello? And are you bringing these big guys? Captain Ricardo considered taking them on, but he knew that in Texas he had no way to win against Stephen Austin. For now, it's best to hold on. I'll just rest in silence and then I'll leave. Captain Ricardo decided that, no matter what, he would inform the government of the Mexican Empire about his suspicions about these men. He was convinced that the Empire would punish them. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.